and I do think it is imminent. You're quite right. It will for us be the price of freedom.
We have no intention whatsoever to starve any Biafran children or to commit genocide against anybody.
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Thank you for joining me this day. And it's quite a somber day because today is supposed to be the remembrance of the Biafran War, events, tragic events. One could even argue catastrophic events, given the level of loss of life that was involved. When one thinks about it now, compared to everything going on in Gaza and the rest of the world, it was quite significant loss of life when you look at it from that point of view. And I think it's what Jago said in the last statement in the previous show seems to resonate in the sense that if that is the discussion we're having, then it makes sense for us to see it from that point of view. But if we were having a conversation from the point of view of, okay, what happened and the rest of it from what Mo was saying, and then people have to be factual about what they are discussing. And they have to talk about things that are happening in the real world, not based on your own opinion, because we owe it to the next generation to give them the accurate information, because we don't want them to go around making mistakes and doing things that make us cross talk over each other. We talk to each other, but we are not talking to each other because everybody has got wrong information, just like we had. A lot of people had wrong information in the previous conversation too. But that is not taken away from the tragedy that occurred. The level of loss of life that was visited on the southeastern part of Nigeria. That is a fact of history that cannot be denied. And if there was anything that could be done in terms of as a mark of respect for the loss of life, I would say myself and AY that arrived here early today should observe let me remove this from here because it's a serious event, to be frank. Let me see. Sorry about that. So we should observe a moment of silence, 1 minute or so. I don't know whether I can time it, but if you guys do the next minute, I hope I should be able to tell. So we'll observe a 1 minute of silence, then we'll carry on the show, just to mark that as a remembrance for that day and try to imagine what it was like during that time. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I try to imagine it, but I don't think I can even come close to the gravity of what happened. Because when you think about it, if it is millions of lives, that is a lot of people that lost their life because of that war. And then, for the life of me, why they feel they have to resort to that, I don't know. And it's a very, very tragic event. And I don't think in the previous conversation, let me make this clear from the get-go so that we set a kind of tone for the conversations. We are not here to discriminate against anybody. We are not here to even try to offend anybody. And this conversation, this live stream is meant to discuss issues that are often very, very difficult and for people to listen to because of the emotive nature of the subject matter, which, in other words, it elicits a lot of emotions. So, but we owe it to the future generation, the current and the future generation, to tell the truth of these things as they truly are, what the realities are. So we don't make the mistake, because those events was probably something that could have been avoided. But some people made catastrophic mistakes, one after the other, that led to those events. You can blame whatever you like. But if you're part of that group, if I was the one that was present there when all those things occurred, I would hold myself accountable too. Because you can't sit around and watch such tragic events occur and you just think it's only one side to be blamed. Something seriously, catastrophically went wrong in that country, where people just start rising up against each other, start murdering them. People that were talking one day, and the next day. Look at that video that Amadou Bello released. How he was looking at one side of the country. Lee Kuan Yew came into Nigeria and he learned a lesson from Nigeria that never should he allow his country to be like that. He saw how divided Nigerians, how bigoted we were. That was in the 60s. He saw it. We are still bigoted today. We were not suffering that much then. Nigeria was doing relatively well then. We're bigoted already. So sometimes I try to cut our people slack because we are a little bit poor now. Things are harder. So and people are being killed left and right. So you can say that's why we are bigoted now. Things are harsh. But we're not suffering during that time. Things were relatively okay. But we're bigoted nonetheless. That a foreign leader comes to Nigeria and saw it. I'm like, no. I don't want to be like that. He went on to build a great nation today. One of the best nations in the world today. That leader went on to build one of the best nations in the world. And they saw Nigeria heading in the wrong direction. That's why I said this conversation will be difficult for some people to hear, but do not take it personal. It's not attacking you in any way. If anything, it's to try to prevent those things from occurring again. That's why we are here, to prevent it from occurring again. We don't want it to be happening on our watch. I think AJ is here. So that is the purpose of the conversation. It's not to discriminate against anybody. So I hope people understand it. And there is other news that has occurred around the world. So to owe it, because I don't want to change the topic. I think Dr. Dame said something about maybe he would dedicate a day to talk about this. So I don't want to change the entire topic because it was a serious event. I didn't even know that there was a Remembrance Day today. I didn't know all until the other show they started talking about it. So, but it's 500,000 dead is serious. 100,000 dead is serious. 50,000 dead is serious. Millions is not serious. Come on. There's no way you can equate that. And the conversation from the previous live stream was more about what happened in the southwest region, south-west and southwest region, that there was an atrocity that occurred there too. And I think Mo was equating it to the reprisal in the Asaba. So that's what I think Boom Boom Ray was against. It was like saying, why are you equating it? No, nobody is equating what happened in the southwest with what happened in the southeast. Not even close. That is not what aboutism or a moral equivalence. There's no moral equivalence about it. If you equate what is going on in the southeast with what even the Nigerian military suffered, it's not the same thing. You know, like today now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that what the Gazans are suffering and what the Israelis are suffering are the same. No, they are not. They're not the same. There is no moral equivalence. So that's the context we were having that conversation was between Asaba and what happened in the Edo State. So that was the context of that conversation, just in case people start conflating to think that some people are trying to minimize what happened in the overall the conflict itself. So, but that said, I owe it to my duties to play the videos of the events of the week so that we can cover them and commence a conversation. Now that I've been told not to go on for 3 hours, which I cherish,
at least
which I cherish to talk before I start letting people in. So let's start with Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu seems to have, some people are big fans of Netanyahu here. So let's just play it. He's now ordered sorry, so let me just pause it first. He's ordered the invasion of further invasion of Gaza. Even when there was when there's a ceasefire on, Hamas is not fighting Israel, but it's invading Gaza even more. Those people that support Israel, they will still make one excuse or the other.
היינו ב-50, עברנו ל-60, הדירקטיבה שלי לעבור תלכו לפי הסדר. קודם כל 70, בואו נתחיל בזה. לופתים אותם מכל עבר, אנחנו נטפל בשאריות.
Israel's Prime Minister has shocked and angered a lot of people after saying his country will occupy even more of the Gaza Strip. Here's what you need to know. When a peace deal headed by Donald Trump was agreed to end the war in Gaza, the Strip was divided into two, and Israel occupied about half of it, with plans to eventually withdraw entirely. But since then, Israeli forces have been gradually edging forward, taking more land. And now the Prime Minister says that expansion is going to speed up. So why is he saying this? Well, partly to thwart Hamas, partly because he does believe that Israel should occupy as much land as possible ahead of a potential new deal between America and Iran. But also, well, there's an election coming up later this year here, and Netanyahu's image is all about unapologetic strength and military might. The opposition say it was right to go to war in Gaza, but believe Netanyahu's belligerence has damaged Israel's international standing.
There's one thing the Israeli government should have done many times, long ago, and didn't, which is say we're sorry for the loss of life, of innocent lives in Gaza. Children should not die in grown-ups' wars, and countries, democratic countries, should be able to have sympathy towards about the death of bystanders.
Gaza is still being attacked regularly by the Israeli military. And while the ceasefire agreement has certainly cut the number of deaths dramatically, the atmosphere is still one of nervousness and anxiety. This is still a place in crisis. Aid, food, medicine, all under strain, and so are the people.
لأنه احنا عايشين في 40% من القطاع ومش عايشين. يعني الموت إن أحسن من الحياة اللي احنا عايشينها.
طب ولما ياخذوا 70% وش بده يضل؟ وين تروح الناس؟ وين يقعدوا الناس؟ وين يعيشوا الناس؟ الآن ما فيش وسع للناس.
Around 900 Palestinians have been killed here by the Israeli military since the so-called peace plan was signed. More than 2 million people are now squashed into half of the Gaza Strip. The pain and the suffering are obvious.
حتى الآن في قصف وتحذيرات، وحتى الآن في قصف بدون ما بيحذروش، بيرموا على البني آدمين وعلى الناس وهم في مكانهم. قبل يومين 30 نفر استشهد. طب مش حرام؟ مش حرام يعني كل هدول الناس تموت وتستشهد؟
That is shocking. They killed 30 people the lady was just talking about they killed 30 people as if it's nothing. It's like nothing. They just killed 30 people. Like you just kill any day, and they just killing like that. In Lebanon, they're killing and just keep going on. And people are still walking around making excuse for such a force. Let me go to the next one. I think the next one is from Scott Ritter. This guy is not my cup of tea, but he seems to be talking about something.
You don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. He sees the weather. He sees what's happening, and he sees the United States. Fully 60% of the Americans have already become disenchanted with Israel, don't support it fully. That number is going to get worse as the economy grows worse. And we look at, who's to blame for this, Israel. And he recognizes at some point in time, America is going to cut the umbilical cord. Ben-Gvir is wrong. Israel can't dictate squat to the United States unless the United States wants to be dictated to. Meaning that if it's good to have your money and get elected and it doesn't cost me anything meaningful, I'll do it. But the moment it costs me, the moment I have to pay a price domestically, politically for supporting your failed little nation, we'll cut it in a heartbeat. Cut it in a heartbeat. And so Ben-Gvir is dead wrong. Netanyahu knows the truth, that eventually America is going to cut Israel off. And if Ben-Gvir wants to play stupid games in a period of immediate political crisis for the President of the United States, who's looking at a disaster in the midterms, he'll find out the hard way that Israel has no cards in this game, none whatsoever.
Thank you. And that is Scott Ritter on what is going on in America right now. There is also the change that is occurring now, that because Israel is so unpopular in the US now, that the congressmen and the people that are going to be elected are not going to be supporters of Israel, and that could lead to some serious problems. According to Scott Ritter, that even American politicians will turn on Israel. We don't know. I don't know how it's going to turn out, because the Israeli lobby is still very strong. They got one other GOP candidate to be deselected from their primaries recently, spent $22 million to campaign against him, the highest in history against one specific candidate like that. So they are willing to do anything to get their people in office. So don't count them out. Let me go to the Iran war negotiation. It looks like a lot of people are not very happy with Trump because Iran just seems to be arguing to America as if they are mates now. This is what happens when you are in a situation whereby another country is fighting back. Now, let me play that.
That he has not publicly made up his mind on this decision yet. Maybe he's done so privately, but he hasn't told us publicly where he's going to go here.
Right. I can imagine the president saying to this group of advisors, I'm not loving our options here. I think he clearly wants a deal to try and get out of this situation, declare victory, open the strait to get oil out into international markets, lower the price of gasoline at the pump, alleviate some of the economic concern in this country, thinking of the November election. But on the other hand, he knows if he makes a bad deal, he's already been criticized by several Republican members of the Senate. Even though we don't know the terms of the deal, he's very worried he's going to look like he's given away the store. So I think when you add to the fact, honestly, none of us really know what this memorandum of understanding says or who's agreed to it, particularly in the case of Iran, whether they have anybody who can make a final decision. So I think it's a very unsettling situation, and it entirely benefits Iran. Every day that goes by, from the ceasefire we're in now to this proposed 60-day extension of the ceasefire, it removes further and further from any likelihood that we will again resume the use of military force. That's victory for the regime in Iran.
So you would be against taking the 60-day extension?
I was against the ceasefire. This regime understands only when it's being pounded on. And now, as that pressure is relieved, if you think it's been tough to negotiate this 11 or 12-point memorandum of understanding, wait till we get to the negotiations over the nuclear program. The president likes to say that our adversaries in negotiations are sometimes tapping us along. Well, he's being tapped along by the Iranians right now.
But if this deal, this temporary deal, reopens the Strait of Hormuz, do you believe that's a good thing?
No, because I think necessarily it opens the channels of international commerce for Iran to sell its oil. I think the right thing to do, just looking at the issue of the Strait, keep the blockade against the shipment of Iranian oil and open up the Arab side of the Gulf, get the Gulf Arab oil out into international commerce, let that bring the price internationally of oil down. I think we can do it. I think we've got the military capacity to do it. The Wall Street Journal reported earlier this week we've escorted at least 2 tankers out, one of them a Greek tanker of 2 million barrels of oil capacity. I'm not saying it's without risk or danger, and it would require, in all likelihood, the use of military force. But that's how to keep the squeeze on Iran, but relieve the extortionate pressure they're putting on now on the international economy, get the Arab oil flowing.
And the White House has said the president is focused on this from a national security lens, a statesman lens. He keeps getting asked, though, about the obvious domestic politics of this, which Republicans are keenly aware of here at home. This is what he said about whether or not the midterms have an impact on his decision-making.
They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. The next election, whether it's a midterm or not. So you have a very short window for doing anything having to do with war. But I don't view that window. I view it, I have to do what's right.
As someone who was his national security advisor, has been...
Trump wants to do what's right. Okay, good luck. Now we'll go to NDC primaries. It appears Peter Obi has now gotten nomination. I hope they held the primary and he won fair and square. This thing, Peter Obi is going to face some serious criticism about how he doesn't conduct primaries in Nigeria. All right, let's see the video. If he's already shaking her head.
And in a related developments, the Nigerian Democratic Congress in Oshimili South local government area of Delta State has affirmed Peter Obi as its presidential candidate for the 2027 general election during the party's primary election held in Asaba. Party members adopted Mr. Obi as the consensus presidential candidate through a voice vote after a motion for his endorsement was moved and unanimously supported by delegates at the exercise. The primaries also featured the election of candidates seeking tickets for the Senate, House of Representatives, governorship and State House of Assembly positions. Among those participating was the former Speaker of the Delta State House of Assembly, Victor Oche, who is contesting for the Delta North Senatorial District ticket under the party. Mr. Oche and other party faithful commended the peaceful conduct of the exercise, expressing confidence that the opposition parties were positioned to challenge the ruling party in the 2027 elections. Officials of the party noted that while the presidential candidate emerged through consensus, final collated result for other contested positions will be announced by the National Electoral Committee of the NDC.
First, I must say I'm very happy and impressed to start a new political journey with the NDC. And I am impressed by the turnout that I'm seeing here today, that we have the primaries, the presidential, National Assembly, governorship, and the House of Assembly primaries. Everywhere, the aspirants have mobilized their supporters from all parts of the world into this venue. And as you can see, it's a mammoth crowd out here. And definitely, it's smooth, it's peaceful, and I can assure you that we are ready to take on any other party that is running in Nigeria.
Still on party primary.
So, yeah, that was Peter Obi getting selected or unanimously voted the candidate of NDC. It's funny because NDC seems to be a special purpose vehicle for Peter Obi. Ironically, a lot of those candidates that are going to be running in the election under NDC are going to be using Peter Obi as a special purpose vehicle. I'm very, very sorry. These people, they will go into the National Assembly and they go and start betraying people. And this is the problem of what Peter Obi is doing right now, because he is not creating his own party and people in his own image. Many of them will get elected because of Peter Obi now, but they don't believe in him because he was not with them before then. But I'm just saying, okay, I'll go to the next one. And the next one is about Ebola. This one is serious because that Ebola gives me nightmares, because the day Ebola starts becoming airborne, all hell breaks loose. So the whole world will just go underground. But let me play the one about Ebola because it seems to be spreading. Let me see.
More bodies keep arriving. The number of Ebola cases growing as health authorities struggle to contain the outbreak. There's no vaccine for this rare BVD strain. As well as here in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, cases reported in Uganda too. Congolese authorities say there are more than 1,000 suspected cases, up more than 100 from the day before. The dead bodies of Ebola victims are highly infectious. The head of the World Health Organization arriving in Bunia, the epicenter of the outbreak, to hold talks in the DRC today.
But while focusing on the emergency, we should use it as opportunity to build the health system, because in every crisis, there is opportunity.
On the outskirts of Bunia, where he was speaking, they are reconstructing an Ebola treatment centre. Medical staff say many people refuse to acknowledge the epidemic. This clinic was burned down by people who'd stormed the hospital, angry they could not bury the body of a loved one themselves. All schools are open. As well as hygiene, it's here they're trying to educate pupils about the disease and what they can do to stop the spread.
We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States.
The Trump administration has said it wants Americans who may have been exposed to the virus to be quarantined elsewhere. Millions of people are heading to the US for the World Cup next month. Kenya, which hasn't had a single case of the virus linked to the current outbreak and is 1,000 miles away from the epicenter, is where the US wants to send them. That's gone down like a lead balloon here. A high court in Nairobi ordering a temporary suspension of plans to open up a facility for US citizens.
If something is dangerous for Americans, there's no way it can be safe for Kenyans. Any agreement that is being agreed between Kenya and America or any other places, there must be the public interest.
RFK, the health secretary of the United States, posted himself catching snakes earlier this week. The US withdrew from the World Health Organization in January. He said it was a legacy institution which had become mired in bureaucracy and power politics. The WHO said the decision makes the world less safe. While countries turn inward, those on the front line all the more isolated. Scientists at Oxford University say they're developing a new vaccine that could enter clinical trials within a couple of months. A baby succumbed to the disease after its mother also died of the virus. Women and children remain the most vulnerable in areas where treatment is scant, because this strain can be survived with good medical care. There is little hope without.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to Devi.
See, these are the kind of images that really drive me, because I feel like this is what we should be preventing. And worse is going to come when we are. It's okay. Let me play the next one. I think the next one has to do with. I think I've covered all the topics, so there's no need. Okay, I think the Nigerian one is there.
You know, you don't like people talking. You cover everything. I'm
trying to play the videos so that I cover the topic, because sometimes they say I don't cover all the topics that I'm supposed to cover. So I'm trying to cover them now. See, okay, let me put this one about Nigeria, because this one affects Nigeria and it's important for Nigeria. The last thing we need is this issue showing up in Nigeria.
More than 1,000 suspected Ebola cases and over 200 deaths have been reported in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, with Uganda also recording confirmed infections. The outbreak has also triggered a global response, with Canada, United States and Mexico tightening border measures and increasing health screening for incoming travelers.
Uganda is temporarily closing the border with the Democratic Republic of Congo with immediate effect.
Uganda has closed key border crossings with the DRC, while several other countries have introduced tighter screening measures for travelers arriving from affected areas. Health experts warn that the risk of cross-border transmission remains high. In Nigeria, the NCDC says it has activated emergency preparedness measures and placed health facilities on alert over the risk of Ebola importation. The agency has also flagged Abuja and several other states as high-risk locations because of international travel links and population movement. Health workers have been directed to remain vigilant and immediately report any suspected cases. Although there are no direct commercial flights from the outbreak epicenter in Bunia to Nigeria, travelers can still arrive through transit hubs including Kampala, Kigali, Nairobi and Addis Ababa. Aviation data also shows strong flight connections between East African hubs and Nigeria, reinforcing the need for heightened screening at airports and other entry points. Authorities are intensifying screening, contact tracing, laboratory testing, and public awareness efforts to reduce the risk of importation.
I came here to show that the communities in Ituri, North Kivu and South Kivu, that they're not alone, and that we are here to support, and we understand their pain, but we also understand that they have the energy and all that it needs to stop this.
Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has recommended experimental treatments, while vaccine candidates are also being prepared for testing as efforts continue to contain the outbreak. Olije Wapera, Arise News.
Thank you. I think we had covered all the necessary topics. And welcome everyone, Ife, AY, and Saxonia. Today is a kind of somber day because of the remembrance of some of our fellow Nigerians that are marking the Biafra Day. And it's not only for them, but they are the ones that remember it, obviously, because I didn't know it was today. I'm sure AY didn't know.
Are you studying afresh again?
You don't start now. Don't start. I'm just trying to ask you questions. So, but I just wanted us to touch that before we go to the main topic.
Okay. Let's go.
So I just wanted you to say a thing or two about, the Remembrance Day, and we all go through that. Then we can commence the topic. I think it makes sense to do something like that. Instead of us to just start talking about it.
Yeah, it's true. Sincerely, one thing we need to know and take seriously is there are people passing through pain, through what happened during Nigeria Civil War. This pain is real. This is the truth. In all honesty, I think Nigeria in general, the Nigerian leaders, they've not managed the situation well. This is second truth. You see, this was an opportunity again for, if I were Gawan, I will look for somebody to write me a very good speech that I will present to the Nigerian people. As a matter of fact, just accept your wrongdoing, that you were young. In fact, you made a mistake. The leaders are there made mistake. This is the truth. This is how to heal. They actually made a mistake. Both Yakubu Gowon and Ojukwu, I will not pity any of them. It was foolishness to push a country to a civil war where millions of people were massacred. There is no justification for it. And sincerely, if you study Nigeria Civil War very well, if you listen to people that participated in Nigeria Civil War, both of them, they were just power drunk. This is just the simple summary of the whole situation. They were power drunk. It was just showmanship, it was just ego.
But is it their fault though? Is it not just the people?
It's their fault. It was not necessary. They could have looked for a way to resolve it. Because don't forget, the followers, they don't know any better. Ojukwu was well respected in the East. Gowon was the head of state. So in Gowon assessment of the situation, I need to prevent the country from breaking up. Ojukwu situation, I need to protect my people. Despite there are some other ulterior motive for doing all that, But after the Civil War, we didn't manage the situation well, because that is why you see even till today, the country is not healed. It's still like crisis, problem. Nigeria don't believe in one Nigeria, Just open up the country. And the worst part of it, the country in general, no significant development. Now, we battle security. There is one thing Mr. Mo said today. One thing we must know is we can't afford another civil war. Anybody that is thinking of that, Nigeria cannot afford another civil war. Sincerely, if I was the president, if you talk about civil war, like you want to start another one, what I will do to you? We cannot afford it. If another civil war happen in Nigeria, bro, forget it. The one that happened, don't forget when Nigeria fought civil war, Nigeria population was around 60 million. Now you are dealing with population of 200-something million. Where are they gonna go? I've repeated this here. There is no Nigerian neighboring country that can accept 1 million refugees. So the war was brutal. You know, when you talk of the Asaba massacre, where you actually like how people were killed discriminately in the market, in the school, it was brutal. This is the honest truth. But I think Ojukwu miss it again. He would have been able to. I've spoken with people that their father were involved in this war. I know the feeling. I understand the pain. You see, when Mr. Tony is talking about his whole experience, each time he's saying it here, he want to cry. So those pain, we need to take them very seriously. Because sometimes we have to put ourselves in people's shoes. It's just like when somebody lost a loved one. When you see the person cry, if you've never lost a loved one before, you will not understand the pain. You might tell the person, oh, please be patient. Yeah, you can say that it's easy, but you will not understand the pain except you pass through that process. There are pain. If you've never experienced childbirth, even when a woman is telling you how painful it can be, you will not understand it. It's just the honest truth. So that's the way we should look at it. But I think Nigeria can heal. I think the biggest problem we're having right now is leadership. The right leadership that love the country, that we see the country as one, that would unite the country. Not all this leadership we are having nowadays. The person look at the country from a sectional angle. This is the problem we're also facing. That ended with Obasanjo. Obasanjo was able to really look at the country, try to.
Isn't that why it's important for me? That's why I personally support a Southeastern president, because it's going to make Nigeria automatically become more cohesive.
A Southeastern president that is qualified, that is.
Oh, come on, I know now. I'm not saying we should go and elect Agbero from the street now.
It's not the same people, because
like it's not the same now or anyone.
Yeah, if the person is, he has track record of doing stuff, track record of let the person be.
I think it will help the country a lot. It will help the country a lot.
It will help. So we need to get to that point. Sincerely, I also feel seriously. I'll be saying that we need some form of restructuring for the country to move us to. But that we need to discuss. The people need to discuss it. Like the COFAB Goodluck Jonathan conducted, for some reason it was not implemented. It's still there. Look at those paper and look at what
COFAB
is there.
Is not going to heal it if the people don't feel like they are part of the country. Because since that civil war, yes, there was an element of, if you look at how the Nigeria proceeded after that, Majek Fashe, so many people have come out from the middle, the southeast. According to, the Barrister Okonkwo, when he comes here, he talks about it all the time that he was the biggest star in Nigeria in the Nollywood, and he's a Southeasterner. So he tells you that it's not like Nigeria hasn't done things that indicates that looking at Southeasterners as outsiders is not part of this thing. But I still think that presidency is something else. That if a Southeastern, a qualified person, let me qualify it now, Southeastern person, someone like P2B emerges in politics, because I saw it. If he's shaking her head.
Hold on. You keep saying qualified. What do you mean by qualified?
Like what we are saying, not like the president will be having that will do whatever they like.
I don't know why people say that. Like, I don't expect it to be unqualified now. Like Peter Obi now, somebody that because AY here trolling.
Competent.
I mean, you keep saying it as if like the ones we have, even the current president is competent.
Yeah, that's what we say. We need.
To be fair, I'm not sure I care too much about that. See, I'm to be fair, from my own point of view, national cohesion is more important than competence.
National cohesion is very important. You know, people are
Well, you know, the way you're speaking, forefathers, is actually against what you said earlier in the other show. People came on that show and they spoke about Biafra and it not fully being understood, and they were going on and on. And when you came on and said, no, we shouldn't be on this, we should be in a different place, it's dangerous to have this paradigm where you're speaking as though we stop at Biafra. And I understood you to a point, but what you're saying now is that without an Eastern or Igbo president, the country can't move on, which was what was being said in the last show, in a way that we have to understand what has taken place, put our resolutions upon it, know whether or not we are honoring this kind of thing, and understand how it is that we are all one country. That is kind of what
Jagu, sorry.
Yeah, let me allow if he wants to say something.
Sorry,
if you speak, please.
Jagu, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Jagu, without Southeast president,
we know the rules now. AY, let Ify finish now. And the lady has to finish first.
Okay, so now you are pretending you love the women. Okay, if you go ahead.
I have always please, if you go ahead, don't mind AY.
So let me say this: if I don't think we Nigerians really grasp what happened in Biafra. I've said it here over and over again. The first time I saw my dad cry was when he was talking about how he lost his friend during the war. He will always say, Aga Biafra or Ogo Biafra. And he will always say, never, 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 ever witness war again in his life. People are still dealing with the scar of what happened. I wasn't born then. But listening to him, up until my dad passed, you can still feel the pain. I was, young when he was having this conversation with his father, that is my grandfather. And I can see my father tearing up. And he would tell you, that was how this person's son was. He went to war, did not come back. And this person did not went to war, did not, a lot of them. My question has always been, if they could bury a jollof rice in somebody's house, you go there and eat it and say it's very sweet until they cook it in your own house. What the Igbos are asking is not even too much. Just acknowledge that such a thing happened in that country. That is all they are asking. They're not asking for too much. Acknowledge that. Try and make amends.
But are they not acknowledging it? That's what
No, they are not. No, Nigerians. The Nigerian government, they are not acknowledging it. They just want to.
Okay, how can they acknowledge it? If I may ask?
No. See, let me tell you something. Forefather, you can argue this. Let me tell you something.
No, I'm not arguing it. I'm asking you because I would like to know what you expect.
If you don't address this issue of Biafra, we can never have peace.
No, how do you expect? What do you precisely expect from them?
Look, hold on. Whether we like it or not, because there is somebody in Enugu State who is still hurting. There is somebody in Anambra State who is still hurting. There is somebody in Imo State, Ebonyi State, that is still in Rivers, that is still hurting. The people that fought the war. And they felt that they are not included in this country called Nigeria. Mm-hmm. I hate to talk about it. I wasn't even born. But, little, like I said, I was a little child. And listening to my father talk about that, I cringe. I was like, oh my God. Only God knows what this man witnessed. We saw what Paul Kagame did in
What I don't understand is when we say Nigeria, because I'd like to know what they want Nigeria to do, not just to say acknowledge. I'm trying to ask you what you want Nigeria to do, because I'm trying to understand.
Father, sincerely, Nigeria have not acknowledged it.
Yeah,
see,
in what
I
way?
will help people with what he is talking about. Hold on. Okay, look at this this Gawan autobiography. That's what I just said now. If I were Gawan, I will write a very strong speech. That speech will include an apology in form of listing whatever happened. We were young. We made a lot of mistakes. Let's try to find unity and work together. There is a way you put that speech, at least some people are gonna see it and they actually feel there is some level of remorse. Because Gawan, even that excuse of he had malaria, like, you were the commander-in-chief. If I go into a meeting with you and commander, if I get back to the country and my people are saying, no, you can't accept these terms, I'm the commander-in-chief. I'm going to tell you, I've spoken with the people, with my executive. They said, no, we can't accept these terms. You have to be, you are in charge. You have to be in charge. Stop pretending that, oh no, after accepting some nonsense agreement, you came into the country and after 50 years, you tell people you had malaria. Are you kidding me? Like, that was too dumb. You see, you have to stand your ground. You have to explain to Nigeria, this is the reason why we went to war. Let me finish this. This is how I tried to resolve this issue. I would have really loved Ojukwu was still alive, to be honest. Let Ojukwu, let's have a rebuttal. Let's really know what happened. Because all these things, we still have a lot of speculation. Now, Ojukwu is not there. There is a...
Well, it's just going to be to and fro. The thing I want to...
Let me finish this. Give me 1 second. On the other hand, you see, I'll give you an example. Look at the case of Abiola. Abiola won an election. They deny Abiola. What Buhari did, Buhari recognized Abiola. When I listen to the children on TV, it's not that it's going to solve the whole problem. It's not that it's going to remove the whole pain, but they felt relieved. They felt happy. So, such could have happened with the Biafra war. Trust me. But I think both Obasanjo, Buhari, don't forget they participated in the war. They didn't want to go there. Obasanjo, that's why I praise it for some number of things. Obasanjo, in terms of unity, he united the country. Nobody will accuse Obasanjo of any tribalism, things like that. But
okay, let me add this. Let me add this before you carry on, because sometimes I feel like maybe we are not looking at the other side too. Because sometimes wars, what tends to happen after wars. I'm not saying what is specific to Nigeria. I'm saying things that are historical about civil wars in countries like in America. Now, you will not hear the American state apologizing to the Confederates that they fought against, or the British people in or Syria. Any war that has occurred, civil war, one side doesn't go and apologize, especially the winning side doesn't go and apologize. So
it's not apology like that. So it's a way to bring people together. No. In that speech, you can put even if it's not that you tell anybody sorry directly. For example, you have to recognize there was a war. We made a mistake. That war was unnecessary. There are things you can put in there that will make people feel better.
I agree with you. See, I agree. Yeah. Technically, I agree with you. At least intellectually.
It's not that you
hold on. Let me finish. See, what I'm struggling with is, why is it that other nations don't do it? That is, I don't understand intellectually. Why is it that they don't express regret that they caused loss of life on the side that they defeated?
You also need to know we are different, though. You also need to... Okay, if you go to Rwanda now, what happened in Rwanda? Rwanda genocide was worse than what happened in Nigeria. But Rwanda, we are able to move on because they put some things in place, like the president, you can identify yourself as Tutsi or Hutu, whoever you are, you identify as Rwanda. So, and apart from that, people, despite that guy is a dictator, he was able to bring justice into the system. So even despite, for example, I'm from a particular tribe, the country, they are not seeing me favoring my people.
Yeah,
they are
but
not
in
seeing
reality,
me.
no, actually, that's not true, you know.
Really?
There's a level of denial that is going on. If you look at the top richest people in Rwanda, they are all Tutsis. At the same time, if you look at the governing structure, the top position, the key positions are mostly Tutsis. So, but I think where they forgave him is the fact that he's governing well.
Yeah,
if you ask me,
that's a solution too.
The fact that that's my suspicion.
You see, if you watch how during Obasanjo, for example, he was able to share power within the geopolitical zones. Obasanjo, for example, the Senate president was for the Igbos most times. I think people during his 8 years, all the Senate presidents were from the Southeast. They kept that position for them. You see, if the president is coming from here, VP coming from here, so when you share power in that way, it will not be all-inclusive government. You know, people test to listen to you.
Man, this government is horrible.
So if you watch during, for example, during Buhari, during APC, during Buhari was from the north. The Senate president was from the north. Then the vice president from southwest. If you watch how they share power, you don't share power like that. What would that actually be better for Nigeria? Share power within the geopolitical zone. Even this religious consideration, left for me, I don't care. But as Nigeria stands today, you have to consider the religion too, because of the lack of trust. I mean, if the president is Muslim, let the vice president be Christian. If the president is Christian, let the vice president be Muslim. Left for me, I will not support that. But the way the country is, you have to pay attention to those stuff. So because there is lack of trust, there is a lot going on in the country, so that you bring everybody together. There is nothing wrong with that. For example, every tribe have people that are competent. Every religion have people that are competent. So why don't you just do it so that people will not say, oh, they do some things in the backyard, you know, against my people. So let's be hopeful, be fair. So that's the way me I see it too. It's just like when they talk of this south-north rotation. That's the least you can do. If you want to break that, that's the only thing remaining. So you
are trying to break it now.
Don't break it. Just let it stay there. Because sincerely, if I fear Nigeria pushing Nigeria into another war, God forbid, because it's not going to benefit anybody. If you think it's going to benefit you, wasting your time. It's not going to benefit anybody. So we should not get to that point.
Thank you.
Because that's the most popular.
Let's leave that topic. I don't think we want to dwell on talk about it for too long, because it's not the topic for the day. Saxonia, so you have a few words to say regarding the remembrance of the Biafra War and the lives that were lost.
What are we talking about this for a game? Like, we beat this to death. We resurrected.
No, but this is a different show now. This is a different live stream.
It's like,
so
come on.
You can just make it short now. You can make it short.
There's nothing, my brother, there's nothing to say, man. It's a very trivial issue. Listen, no matter what you say, even if you approach it like I tend to do from an academic standpoint, there's people that are going to still just nitpick. They're not going to listen. There's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. I spoke earlier. The moment I mentioned reprisal, boom. My man that was prior to that, very intelligent and astute. He picked on that word. He doesn't want to hear that it's a reprisal attack. I don't know how else you want to describe it. This person, that's how historians have documented it. But listen, it's a topic.
I think I hear where you're coming from, and I agree with your argument in terms of intellectual arguments. And That's why I backed your argument up. However, there's this other side that Ife raised just now, how she's never had a dad cry before, that her dad cried in front of her and explained those to what happened in the Civil War to her. And I myself have witnessed the level of I kind of, not like I'm the one that did it, but I've seen that kind of event occur here when Igbo Basic was on the panel. This is an old man on the panel, and he was crying because he heard on the news that some Southeasterners were being targeted in Lagos in the previous election. So he was on this panel and he was in tears. That's an old man. So what I felt was that, oh my God, this is really strong in people. You know, the feeling is really, really strong, because all that stuff probably brought memories back to him, and he was in tears. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. You think after all that time he would have moved away from it, but it's still very, very raw.
No, but
I don't understand. Sorry, let me finish. I don't understand why. I think I agree with AY to an extent that maybe good one should have used this as an opportunity. I don't know why.
No, but go on and actually spoken. Go on has actually given all these excuses. I was young. We didn't know what we were doing. Myself and Odumegu were friends. We stayed in each other's houses in London. I knew his family. They've said everything, and he's coming back now to talk about fever. My bottom line is, what are we talking about? Are we talking about seeking a solution? Are we talking about maybe there needs to be some kind of reparation, remembrance day? Are we like, what are we really talking? What I'm trying to figure out, because like we're just rehashing the same thing over and over.
I think to say that we should have a remembrance day, I think there's nothing wrong with that if Nigerians do that. But it flies against history, and I'm trying to find out why that is. Why is it that when
you can't make people's history your history? So just because it doesn't happen, or it rarely happens in other climes, does not mean Nigeria cannot decide to say, well, listen, on this day, we're going to remember our fallen heroes from both sides. I mean, but in fact, Nigeria actually did, because not, for example,
I think January 15th.
Kaduna Zeogo was buried with full military honors. Odumegu Ojukwu himself was buried with full military honors. So there's been attempts by Nigeria to force, and I use force lightly, to force this semblance of unity, which really doesn't happen and doesn't really exist, but they're trying. So it's not a situation of, well, Gowon should have said this. He said that. If you read this guy's memoirs and you've read their interviews and you followed them, like I've done since I was a child, they said it all. They've said all these things we're saying, they've said it all.
So, Sonia, do you know why I think they don't celebrate? They don't celebrate a lot of, like, if one side loses a civil war in nations, because it's kind of saying, if you celebrate the side that loses, first, you are not acknowledging the people that fought to preserve the nation, one, and secondly, you are a kind of saying, oh, you fought against the very existence of the nation, but we should be celebrating you.
No.
And I think that may be the reason why.
No,
sorry, because some other person will want to do it and say we are going to end up getting a holiday anyway.
When Nigeria ended the civil war, the primary term that Gowon himself used was no victor, no vanquished. So moving forward with that, you don't necessarily have to celebrate anybody or give reverence to anybody, but you're promoting unity and you just extending the arm of brotherhood. So it's not like saying, well, the Biafrans lost, so now we're going to praise them for losing, and then the people that won are going to say, well, so why did we die? That's not what's happening. What can happen here is just we remember this day and have a never again stamp to it. Just, okay, never again. We don't want to have to go through this thing where we have to starve 2-point-something million people or bomb ourselves or Asaba massacre. So this is exactly my problem with when people try to pick one side and say, well, this side was innocent or that side was guilty. I'm saying both sides committed atrocities. Both sides committed all sorts of evil. But in the Gowon fashion, when when the war was ended, the best thing would be to say, no victor, no vanquished. We were brothers that fought. We used means that were very evil on each other, and nobody's taking blame. Nobody's taking blame. Nobody's getting denigrated. Let's figure out a way to, we acknowledge everything that everybody did. This side did this, that side did this, whatever. We're not putting it on the scale and say, well, this person died more than mine, or 10 people died more than mine. If that's the case, then you're never going to find peace. So everybody come together and move on.
Let me ask both of you a question. Let me take it to another direction, right? So if you go to history, right, even the Persian Empire and the Russian Empire, they fought war for a long time. Today they are best of friends. Even the America, look at America and Japan. To the extent that you know what America did to Japan. Nobody has ever done it to any country. They even nuked the country, but they are good friends. The other thing I see is, it seems for we Black people, Africa in particular, we can easily forget and forgive people that hurt us outside our environment. Like when you go to some African people will defend slave trade. Some African people will defend all those kind of stuff, like how their people were maltreated. Even apartheid, there were Black people that supported it, that felt like, then what, you know? But it seems we can forgive and forget those stuff easily, but within ourselves, it seems it's more difficult. So
sorry,
that's
what did you say? We forgive.
Like people that hurt us, like as people. Let's say when you look at the slave trade, you will see Black people that will come and be defending it. You know, they will defend it. Obviously, it means you forgiving the people that hurt your forefathers.
Yeah.
We
That's
move
true.
on. But in our own eternal case, it become more difficult.
I think, to be fair, they don't. It's not in their living memory to an extent, and because civil war is like, Igbo Basic was here, he probably lived through it. I think some other person that was on the panel, I think was it Mr. James, also lived through it. So, but slavery is outside living memory. It was before colonization. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you have it, but for sure, I think in general, I think the leadership of the country, they didn't manage the situation well. This is what I'm gonna summarize.
I think maybe you're all right. Maybe to an extent, I moved position on this.
The other thing, right? If the country was working for everybody, the country was moving on. There is TISA. We don't have all these crises. The corruption, the insecurity, whatever that is going on in the country, I think people would have been able to forget more easily. Like you treating people nice, treating Nigeria just so now it's basically more like we are fighting ourselves. The politicians they are dividing us, we are fighting ourselves. The country is not good, unemployment is high, insecurity is there. People are getting poor more. You see, politicians do what they like, you see. So it's people getting more frustrated. It's part of the issue, you know. So that civil war, we could have learned one or two things and make sure we implement some things. We make laws to protect the people. Like this, what is it called? Hate law, they call it. Is that?
Hate speech law.
Hate speech, all those kind of. You make law against them, you know. Anybody that is making statement that will lead to stuff like war, genocide, you got to be tough on them. They know you are not playing around. But we neglected all that, so this stuff keep going on, you know. So I mean,
I agree. I think I moved my position a little bit because for me, you need to put your camera on. I moved my position a little bit because for me, I was looking at it from the point of view that there has to be a strong reason for why nations don't and empires don't apologize to the people that they conquer. And or in a civil war doesn't.
Sorry, look at it from our cultural.
No, but I'm trying to come to that. I feel like in modern times is demanding that you actually apologize. And you said something, AY, when you said we are actually different, but you didn't go on to describe how
I don't. You see, the forefather likes to keep.
Sorry. Let me just do what I'm saying, please. Sorry about that. AY said we are different, and I think I was listening to that, but he didn't finish the point. But I begin to think that I understand what he was trying to say, or maybe I just read it.
No, what it is, I think, unfortunately, you know, with all that's been said,
you're out of camera.
Pardon?
You're out of
I'm
camera.
Here now. I'm here. You can see me. I'm here.
What are you doing in that corner? What are you doing?
I don't know what he's doing in the corner. They're telling me he's out of camera. I say I'm here.
I'm here now. You don't share
that. Us to see your Moses face.
You see, you see that's how you just kept me out of the conversation. Anyway, you see, it's not that I necessarily wanted to move this subject on from Rudolph's 6 hours to here. However, you see, what you're saying, forefathers, in terms of no one apologizes. What happens when wars come to an end? They become diplomatic. And within the diplomacy, the terms of the loss of war or the winning of the war are discussed. And these discussions largely come from the point of view of the so-called winner. In Nigeria's case, the no victor, no vanquished is not just words. I know people in Nigeria always like to disrespect words when they want to say, the English is not our language. We don't speak, talking shit all the time. Those words mean something. And the meaning is a given. To say that, look, man, we fought 3 years roughhouse and none of it was nice. But I'm not playing the victor and I'm not seeing you as the vanquished. Do you know how deep that is? These are deep statements. If we understand the English that we were taught, and if we want to pay any respect to our inheritance. You see, you know, I don't like Nigerians a lot when they talk shit. We like talking shit, just letting shit fester and be in our way. You see, when Nigerians say to me that English is not my first language and they're trying to boast, I'm thinking, you don't even speak Yoruba correctly, let alone English is not your first language. You know, for your grandfather who spoke 3 or 4 different languages very well, you are now boasting that you are ignorant. Is that what you're telling me? I mean, what kind of argument is that? I don't, this kind of argument, I always throw it aside. Come to talk to me with shit. You see, there are things that a country hasn't managed well at all. Because, again, communication, we are lacking. We are lacking in gross terms where communication is concerned and what communication means. The fact that we know it is not right, that Biafra is almost like a forgotten space and it's getting more and more a muddle in terms of a kind of wholesome aspect thrown on what a war 3 years in Nigeria's history, what it meant to us and what we have done about it. This is all Nigeria wants to see. In these years, between 1967 and 1970, a horror took place on our land. And these were the people who suffered the majority of deaths. And we honor them because at the end of the day, they died for this country. That in itself would give us a real aspect of what unity means. And we have no respect. Nigerians don't have respect.
Yeah, but don't you think that after the apology, the next thing would be immediately?
That's not an apology. That's not an apology.
No,
that's a recognition. That's a recognition. No.
Yes, okay.
Because
let's say recognition. I'm trying to come from your point of view. Please hold on. What if after the recognition? Because personally, if it was me, I don't know, because I don't know. I can't put myself in the southeastern person's shoes. But if it was me, you say, okay, I recognize your laws and everything. Then after that, my mind will just go to the current situation. Okay, fine. We haven't had a president. We have 5 states. We have this. We have that. So the real problems still are there to deal with.
Which is what?
Political marginalization, infrastructural development within the region.
I'm saying that the marginalization of Biafra, again, is just a problem of negotiation and what has taken place since that time. And the fact that this whole thing has not been recognized. It hasn't been recognized within the states of Nigeria. It's not taught in schools. People don't understand what happened. We're all in the dark. And the more writings that seem to come out, the more lies that are being told. I mean, what kind of muddle is that? It's all bullshit. You see, forefather, when you argue about Nigeria as though it's a different space, me and you will know what Nigeria is. People can argue over nothing, and they spend hours doing it, as though it's doing anything to ease of their life. They just want to prove that my English is better than yours, my knowledge is more than yours. What is shit that people hug like they're stupid or that they're ego freaks? You see, these are side issues. The issue to the likes of myself and yourself is that this nation is being taken forward. And when we look at Nigeria and what it was left with, the first 6 years of Nigeria becoming a country and the last 6 years under colonial rule, there was something taking place underneath that was like a raging bull ready to come to the stadium. And there was a lot of proof being offered from leaders at the time. You see, I look back at the first outing of Nigeria when Tafawa Balewa went to America and he made a stance and he made a speech. Do you know that from that time, the Americans were blown away with what Nigeria had to present to them, to the point that they said, this country can't grow. Look at this man speaking better English than us. This man from the bush, as far as they were concerned, they didn't know what Nigeria was. They had no idea. But when Tafawa Balewa came to the stage and he showed them in simplified, beautifully spoken English. I don't know if you've seen the tapes. The only thing is that, unfortunately, maybe Tafawa Balewa, with the fact that he was the golden voice of Africa, maybe he didn't have the same intellect, ideology to take Nigeria where it needed to go, where it could have gone. Maybe he wasn't the man. I don't know. We will never know based on the fact that he died midway through. So, but then again, I always look at the consciousness of those in the South and look at what the size of the North in terms of geography and in terms of the numbers that they were saying that they had. These two things would have told someone like me who was born in the South that I need to be in full communication with the whole of my Southern brothers. And where we can prove majority, we are going to fight for our region of this nation because I know what we're putting in. But somehow that wasn't the conversation. That never became the conversation. Until this day, there are the two sides who seem to understand why such conversation didn't take place. But they have been the ultimate losers for them not making sure that the southern side of Nigeria is one, as opposed to being God knows how many. But it should have been one. If it was politically one, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. But I think what I wanted to highlight was that when nations like this go to war, I know that our situation is different. And in the case of the UK, I have to admit that the prime ministers, they seem to be apologizing every other day to Northern Ireland after decades of conflict. But recently, they've been doing a lot of apologizing. Maybe that is necessary in the context of Nigeria. And I'm not sure that is going to fix the problem. Personally, I think you have to do things like, there has to be signs. Personally, like when I was in Nigeria, I'm from the South, where I never thought the Southern person was going to be president ever. And because of that, I fear that maybe South people will start feeling like, okay, what's the point? These people are taking all our money, taking all our oil, and we don't even stand a chance of being president at all. So that could have been something that would be rising. So, and the same thing is there in the Southeast, where you hear people complain that, okay, we are being marginalized. So I feel like if they become, like, look at Obama. When Obama became president, a lot of black people forgot about opposition to they became more integrated into the American state. I feel it's going to help Nigeria. Do you think if they had like an Obi or any other Southeastern candidate in Nigeria become president, that will help in a positive direction?
When I think about Nigeria, I don't think about it in the terms that you set that question, because I don't like the fact that there is this north-south divide. I think that's a fault of Nigerian politics.
Yeah, but it's not. Let's not do that thing. It's not fair. It's not fair, because when you say you don't see race, like all those people say we don't see race. When is the side that's winning?
No. Listen, you might learn. Don't be outraged or triggered. Listen with your intellectual ears, please. I don't believe in the tribal nonsense that they've ever done in Nigeria concerning who should be given the vote. I don't believe in that. I believe the best man for the job should be always given the vote. If that just goes to one place all the time, then so be it. But idiots ruling that country is not my affair. I don't like that. So passing it to the north and finding an idiot, and then passing it back to the south and finding another idiot, I don't believe in that shit. You can if you want. That's Nigerian rubbish as far as I'm concerned. So when I look at somebody like Peter Obi coming in, I look at him as an individual. And that's how I looked at him in 2023 and the years building up to that. I looked at him as somebody who was seriously coming with a difference that could make sense. The kind of difference that will get somebody like me out of this country and back into Nigeria, because I want to partner a responsible government. I want to partner a response. I tried it under Goodluck Jonathan. I was in and out of Nigeria all the time at that throughout those 4 or 5 years. And during that time, he wasn't a bad president. He was just a bad administrator, caretaker. But as far as what he wanted to achieve, it was like, boy, one, I can make a buck, and two, maybe I can get him to think in this particular way, because you're becoming closer and closer to those who make decisions. So I'm looking at Nigeria in terms of where it should be on the world stage right now, and it's nowhere near there, I'm afraid. So when I look at Nigeria and I look at Peter Obi and what he could have done 2023, I don't think it doesn't mean that 2027 is for him. I believe he really missed his opportunity. I believe that the South missed an opportunity, because I think that, without being racist or any of these things, the matter of the fact in Nigeria right now, if the South doesn't have a notion of where it is that they are taking this country called Nigeria, the South, then the North would take the reins. And I don't believe that the North
Why
is
do we even believe
wait.
But
I
you are
do
going
not.
on, okay, you need to a bit round up so that other people
No,
can
no,
speak.
listen.
We can listen now,
don't,
but you can't go on like that.
don't disturb me anymore then. Don't disturb me anymore.
Okay, take a minute, please.
You keep doing it. You can't help yourself. But you didn't hear
Minute.
yourself talking. You didn't hear yourself talking before I was.
You are not
I
me
now
now.
started
Take a
speaking.
minute.
You didn't hear my silence before. Sit down a little bit. Sit down a little bit. What I'm trying to say to you people is that the North, as far as where they're going with Nigeria, we already know. And it's nowhere I want to go. I don't want to go where they're going. I've ended. It's not that expensive.
Oh, look at that.
And that's where I was going to end. That's where I was going to end, but you just like interrupting because you can't
Man
wait.
of Prestige, if you wanted to, if you want to say something, you have to have your camera on, I'm afraid. Jefferson, thank you for joining us. My position is beginning to move slightly. It's not like I had a position, to be fair. My own take is that we should not have this position where we say only until this issue is dealt with, Nigeria is not moving forward. That is what I don't appreciate, because more nations don't even come close to apologizing for such events. Like America didn't apologize to the South when they did what they did. So why is it that we have to say the nation doesn't move forward until this issue is resolved? And I agree with Jago to an extent when he said you just need a good leader. I think a good leader is similar to having a leader that enforces national cohesion, similar to a leader that empathizes with fellow citizens, that will apologize to fellow citizens when they do something wrong. It's similar to a good leader that will bring all nationals involved inside this thing. So it's not a mutually exclusive argument to say if you have a good leader, it's also a good thing for the nation. I will accept that. But generally, we don't tend to get that perfect leader. If we have it, good. But if we are going to get rubbish leaders who might as well have them from everywhere, isn't it? Does it not make sense? If we are going to get rubbish ones, let them get rubbish ones from every single corner of the country, so that one side doesn't feel excluded. You know, it's bad enough you're having bad leaders, but it's only from one section. It's not right. That's my point. So what do you make of it? And what do you make of, the remembrance and the discussion we have been having?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank Jago for stating the fact again. Thank you so much for stating the fact that the incident that happened in 1967 to 1970 cannot be brushed by a brush. And it's a very important part of our Nigerian history. And both sides had their spoils, but the people with more impact was within the Biafra region, the South and Southeast. Thank you for actually stating that. It takes people who are objective, who are not from this region, to at least state the obvious, And that being said, I want to face the reason why Nigeria is not moving forward. So, don't forget too that after the Biafra war, no victor, no vanquish, there was this speculation of fear, of trust. What do I mean? Like, for instance, now, between that time towards Goodluck Jonathan's time, we had difficulty in having key people in different positions, like in terms of when you talk of the Nigerian customs, Nigerian immigration, the Nigerian army generals, all those key positions. Then when you talk to some other aspects of the sectors of Nigeria too, they feel if certain set of Nigeria take certain kind of power, you have over-empowered them in a certain way. So there was skepticism. It was even obvious that even if you go and observe during Obasanjo's regime, are you aware it took his time to decentralize the artilleries of the country? Like, for instance, I'll give you a typical example. Of course, it's not hidden knowledge that during the time before Obasanjo took office, like as a civilian president, that the majority of the powerful artillery, like ND and all of that, was in the north. The military, strong military base, strong army, strong air force. Then the one they just leave by his side was maybe naval, of course, which is in Lagos. Then, of course, some skeletons in the south and southeast. So if you notice, there's always been
form of governance within the South and Southeast. If you look into the power architecture of things, you find out that most of the central power stations, their transmission stations, they have very good grid network in the southwest of Nigeria, then very skeletal grid network in the south. You can count how many grid lines, major lines, are entering into south and southeast, but it's uncountable, maybe in the north and in the southwest. And this is something that I saw with my own eyes on the national grid. You see, these are the systemic, systemic marginalization that we are talking about here, of which basically they are trying to resolve. You see, when they say country is inclusive, it should be inclusive on all fronts, you know, and inclusive with a lot of checkmates. You see, it's also public knowledge too that anybody that is president, for instance, let's not go too far. Look at our current president now. Of course, he's chief of army staff. He's from the southwest. Immigration, southwest. What they call it? Customs, southwest. Even the issue of customs was so bad that there was somebody. In fact, customs and police was so bad that there was two people who were very, very prominent, who were very good at their job. They were supposed to assume the top positions of police and customs, but of course they were fizzled out with early retirement, simply because of geographical expression. Now let that sink in. And you know, this has been going on. This has been going on consistently. Even down
who were those people? Were they of what extract or what ethnicity were they from?
Now look at this police guy, officer Frank Kumba, who was doing his job. He was among the people who were supposed to be what do you call it? Inspector General of Police. He was a DP and all of that, but he wasn't given the chance.
Because he was from where?
He's from the southeast now.
I see. Okay, make it clear to me.
So you understand where I'm coming from here? These are the politics. We can't deny all these things. And I'm not saying that, and of course, it was also a frown too during Jonathan's time when they gave someone like AJ Gas, chief of army staff. You see, people think we don't remember, but some of us remember all these things. Once they give someone from certain region a certain position, in terms of security, there's always this fear. That's always been like that. But in a way, somehow we're trying to come out of it. You see, then there should also be there should be less fear of people. Anybody who wants to be president should be president. I don't see the reason why, for instance, even last election or even to this election, you see our imams preaching to other, preaching to their followers that, oh, if you vote for an Igbo president, you don't forget, they have sympathy for Biafra. They are going to bring Biafra in, and I'm like, okay, you always like to paint a brush, and I don't understand why that has to be that way. I mean,
you know what, Jefferson, I actually think it would be the opposite, and at the same time, maybe we should accept that this is the nature of politics. Politics, you always, like in America, you always have let me finish. When Obama runs, they will always do racist this thing. Even when he's not running, they still do racist stuff about him, and like Trump doing the monkey this thing about him. So there's an element of politics in it. But let me finish my point. Let me finish the point because there's a point I'm driving at. Is it that don't you think that what is more important is a Southeasterner makes it to this in Aso Rock? Because in the sense that we've had from different regions of the country, I'm not even sure we've had anyone from Northeast president yet, or even North Central in this democratic dispensation. But because the Southeast has experienced such fracture in Nigeria, and some of these things that happen, and even with all that thing, let's face it, they still have one of the highest HDI in the country. Do you know that? Most people don't know that. One of the most developed parts of Nigeria is also in that southeast that we say like it's a backwater. It's not. It's one of the
was the awareness. Look at it. Try and connect it. It's our awareness of self-survival, knowing fully well that all the odds are against us. If we don't do what we have and if we don't get the necessary support from the government, we're going to be left out. So it was a conscious effort, knowing that, oh, look, this is what the government did to us far back after post-war. So we need to make sure we stand and survive. And that has been the drive. That's always been the drive. You understand? So that is why, and that's why when people say, why are you building up your village? It's not with clear eye. It's by accident. It was necessity. It has to be done anyways.
Yeah, but does that not mean that? Does that mean that maybe people have gotten over, like, I'm not saying they've forgotten the Civil War, but the Civil War is not like a major top issue. But the reason why that is coming up more and more is partly because of the dysfunction of the country.
Let me put this to you. Let me put it on the table. Let me put it on the table. Let me put this on the table. Let me allow me. Joe.
No, I want to finish. I don't want to forget. I'm so sorry, Dragon. Let me tell you what's enforcing all these things. The constant friction between, Southeast, Southwest, maybe for people who are in Lagos, Ibadan, different parts of the country and all of that. For instance, when everything seems to fizzle out and everything seems okay, there's not much to be an issue. But of course, when the electoral time season comes in, or when there's an incident that comes in, and especially now that we have the social media, people are being reminded of where they are from. And of course, even currently now, even in the so-called administration, this current administration, you have spokespeople like of Bayo who are misguided, who will come out and say, oh, listen, you will warn yourself. So if you try and vote against our wish, just like the Oba of Lagos did the other time, you vote against your wish, you guys are going to see what we're going to do to you. Talking to us like we are subjects. Even the so-called first lady is not exempted. You see, when all these callous statements are being made, when callous statements are being made, it now brings room for people trying to look out for what's next, so that they'll save themselves. Because it's very, very painful when you go on the social media occasionally and watch where people who are just living their normal lives, like there are some ladies and some people who are living their normal life, maybe out of one incident that happens, their business is being destroyed. Maybe they are in Sporshun or maybe they are in Baton. You hear, oh, their business has been destroyed. Just like that, and they report to the authorities look the other way. It will make people to feel not too safe. Or don't forget too, there was demolition of, and especially this thing happens a lot in Lagos, where people will follow the building codes, to even follow down to the permit and everything. But because we have people who are in power, who feel that they can use the instrument of office to intimidate people who are not from the region, they will say, oh, I will destroy your, for the sake you went against our political will, we will tell you who is the boss. All those kind of things. You see, these things are the factors that make us live in a fragmented society. And unfortunately, our leaders are not addressing it. They just sweep it and say it doesn't matter, which is very, very problematic. In the North, too, they have had their own fair share, too. But I think we need to really look into these things. Because even when Obi was trying to, in the first time he was contesting, right? In, he was contesting for presidency. In some Northerners, I think he went, I don't know where he went to. We were accusing him and saying that, oh, you told people to go and make ID card so that they will stay in Anambra. He actually addressed it there on. And it was discovered that this incident of people making ID card, I think it happened either under Rochas or, I think it was between Rochas or so, either Rochas or this current governor that say people should make ID card if they are staying here and all of that. But they tried to pin it on him. So these are the things.
I'm getting a little bit pissed with Peter Obi. I'm telling you, I'm getting a little bit pissed with him because personally, I'm beginning to. I think it was when he became a candidate and he emerged. I felt like, okay, this is an opportunity to have a kind of an Obama moment in Nigeria, where a competent, well-liked candidate emerges, and that after all the shenanigans of the election, let's say he didn't have an infrastructure and all the rest, they found a way to cheat him, and including his own party member cheated him clearly. Then when he had a chance to build it, he didn't do that. Instead, he moved from one party to another. So in a way, I mean, a little bit peace. In a way, he's pissing away a good opportunity.
We are missing something. Don't accuse him entirely. He did what he had to do to make sure he gets it all resolved. Don't also forget to.
Why did he not found his own party? Why did he not just found his own party?
What are you saying? Why did he not find his own party? Are you acting like people didn't know what happened?
What happened? I don't know.
What are you talking about? When he was trying to make sure that he gets his mandate, he did everything, went according to the books. They were
I'm not faulting him for that. I'm saying by now he should have been ready to become president. Fully ready to become president.
You should be ready to become president. Are you acting like as if you don't know the country you're in?
Yeah, but that doesn't stop him from forming a party, though.
I mean, come on. He didn't, there was no need for doing that. He worked with the... See, look, forming a party is not just I form a party. There are so many instruments to it. And he because of his philosophy,
he had 6 million voters. He had 6 million voters.
No, listen, his philosophy, he didn't just want to be creating parties just for the sake of it. He wants to work with the available institutions to effect change. Don't also forget to ABGA.
Why does he have to do that? The people are his institution.
No, listen, he did not form ABGA, but he was part of ABGA, and of course he wrote on that party. And then at the point he went to PDP, he didn't form it too. I mean, he's trying to work with what is available to get into office, because obviously his own philosophy is that he doesn't see the need of creating multiple parties from scratch and all of that when there's an existing platform.
Okay. Let's say he didn't. Why didn't a supporter of P2B? Okay, maybe that's us. Why didn't a supporter of P2B not create a political party and wait for him? Because in the end, sooner or later, you have to create a party in your image. People trust him. He has to create a party that believes in the kind of ideals that he believes in. Because now he goes to NDC. Many of those people that are in NDC are going to use him as a special purpose vehicle to get into this National Assembly, Senator.
Okay, my question goes like this. What do you want P2B to do, basically? Because at the end of the day, listen, it's also the same thing that goes to what is God. Is it this show? Because most times they always be pointing. At least for one, I also believe too that
he has 6 million votes.
Experience of running governance in holding government office. He has that one first, and he knows what is involved, and he knows what he can do better. So I mean, whether we want to use his popularity or not, that's left for them. But it's their own word against them. I'm also appreciating the fact that he's actually not desperate to become the president, but he's doing his best to run. At the end of the day, this is not a P2B affair, basically. It's just one person. It also the onus also is based on us to actually rally around him, to give him the necessary support that he needs to do.
How do you rally around him when he doesn't have a party of his own? All the people that are in that party now, they are not loyal to him. He just joined the party. They are there to get into National Assembly again. Corrupt people.
He doesn't need the loyalty. He needs you to be of like mind to enter into office and do things differently. And that is his philosophy. For those who want to be like what is this word for it? Is it I've forgotten it, this thing that attaches to a body and you suck. Yeah, you don't want to be those people that want to be lynches. Good luck to them. Good luck to them. You see, it is their own problem.
Jefferson, hear me out. See, P2B ran under Labour. Within how many months he joined Labour Party, and many of the let me explain now. Many of those Labour Party members, they didn't know P2B that much before then. They didn't owe him anything. So they were kind of corrupt people that were in Labour Party already. So they used P2B as a coattail to get into National Assembly and Senate and everything, and even in their own state assemblies and everything, and they all betrayed his ideals. The same thing is about he now went to he's now gone to NDC to go and enable people that have no interest of the country at heart to end up in those house assemblies to do the same thing again. That is my issue with what he is doing.
Or are you blaming the people who don't want to stand for what they
No. On this one, 50-50. I hope 50% people will be 50% the assembly members. The party members.
For those people, listen, if they want to be that way, it would have been better for them to stick to their APC or other party and figure it out. Do you see what
they are in NDC? They are in NDC now, not in NDC.
In there because they know that he stands a better chance, and things and the odds are actually against the current ruling party for obvious reasons. So they want to see that they can enter in as a vehicle. And don't forget, if Peter Obi had won that presidency, of course, his mantra would have definitely influenced whatever they are doing. And they know this very well.
Or they will betray him like they betray every other leader. They will go and start going there to go and start lining their pockets. As always. I think Peter believes that he can control them even if they are not of his persuasion or political persuasion. When he gets into Aso Rock, he will be able to control these people. Maybe he can.
Yeah.
But what has demonstrated that none of them are truly loyal to any ideal. They are just loyal to power. They are not loyal to any ideal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyway, at least you are honest to agree to that point. So, AY has spoken on this. Jack, what do you make of this issue of P2B going to NDC to get the ticket?
Oh, I have not spoken. What are you talking about? I was supposed to even speak before Jefferson.
I thought yes, you are supposed to speak before him. I thought you were the expert.
Forget about Jago. Kick Jago out. Let me.
Don't allow him to talk like that, too. You know, I was trying to get in before you guys just ignored the hell out of me. I'm always having to fight for space here.
Has P2B turned into a special purpose vehicle for all these?
No. I mean, really, the way this conversation has gone is not necessarily how I would like it. However, I'm going to come to your question directly. I agree with you, forefathers, not now, from a long time ago. Peter Obi going to Labour and not being able to make sense of the rubbish that was in that party called Labour and come with a real opposition to what's going on in Nigeria, I think was a failure. Him then showing us that he's doing the same basketball politics as has been done by every other Nigerian, jumping to ADC. I'm thinking this is perplexing. This doesn't even look right. After leaving Atiku from PDP, then you're going to form. This is rubbish, as my thinking goes. Everybody in Nigeria was telling, this is how they think, or this is thinking that he did so many things that Tinubu did so many things that didn't allow Peter Obi to have his own party and this one, that one. So many excuses that maybe I didn't bother to look into it too deeply. It just doesn't look right. And then when he lately jumps to this new party and he's making a coalition or a partnership with Kwankwaso as his running mate, I'm thinking, what about your man who you were running with before? I forgot his name. Dati Baba Dati. For what the clarity of that man made, where I am not necessarily able to listen through a lot of Peter Obi's. I don't really like his communication, unfortunately. When I take the time and listen to him, I find he's got a lot to say, but it doesn't seem to me to be a whole statesman. However, we don't need a whole statesman. We need someone to fix Nigeria from breaking apart completely. So this is 2023, come up to all that history. I don't believe 2027 is for him. I don't believe he can win. I don't understand that he doesn't understand that Tinubu has tied everything up to the tune of a good landslide of 80% in his favor. It's already done. So, we're going to have another 4 years of Tinubu, I'm afraid. There's no point in pretending to yourself that what has happened over the last 3 to 4 years in terms of an opposition for what nobody seems to like in Nigeria. Peter Obi, as the person that everybody believes is the next stand-up guy, has done very little in terms of any kind of opposition that makes any sense to me. It may make sense to you. If you can make it make sense to me, fair enough, but it doesn't make sense.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that, Jago. And AY, what do you make of this jumping around thing where now, to me, those people in NDC now we're just gonna using to get into the National Assemblies, state assemblies, to go and cash out, as they call it in Nigeria?
Honestly, first of all, I'm actually tired of Nigeria political parties. This season is actually getting worse. As we speak right now, both the APC, the ADC, the NDC, the PDP, they are all the same. All of them.
Yeah, man.
They are right now all the same. Sincerely, you see what the ADC, and NDC were doing? They were literally selling tickets for highest bidder. That's what they did this primary. So Peter Obi does not even have a say in that party. Peter Obi is there just to go there and get the presidential ticket. He does not even have a say. I think he does not want to do the heavy lifting. Peter Obi, he could have stayed in Labour Party. In fact, immediately after election, he needed to fight and rebuild Labour Party, rebuild the structure across. If he has shown leadership, probably even the rep member, the senator, they could have worked with him because he needed to organize them. He failed in that, to be honest. You know, he failed in that. He is the leader. He was the face of opposition immediately after 2023. You can't do the work alone. You see, even some of his top loyalists, they are kind of like abandoning him. So, Jago says something.
Let me ask you though, do you think that if he doesn't become president now, when is the next time the Southeastern president will be lined up again?
Nah, the next 8 years, power is going to the North. North will not even negotiate it. So we've not grown to that point where there will be like a form of electoral revolution where people will vote somebody out. Sincerely, after this time, you will not be able to.
Is it not going to be more than 8 years? We're looking at Tinubu. Let's say Tinubu goes and wins again, 4 years.
Yeah, that's
12 years.
So in 12 years, Peter Obi might be around 80.
He has to be a totally new person.
In next 12 years, Peter, I think it's like 68 now, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think Peter Obi will even contest in the next 12 years, except he will just try and keep contesting. I think 2023 was his best opportunity because right now, the APC, the Tinubu government, in terms of free and fair election, is getting really worse. I don't know if you follow the APC primary. It was a disaster. It was, I call it APC.
I saw that one though, but that is within party.
It doesn't matter. That's what you will see. So
but let me ask you. I know I was on a panel with you when we discussed this some time ago. Let's say Peter Obi with his 6 million voters, he still has at least 5 million or 3 million of them. Among that 3 million, he can get 200,000 of them out and say, I will recruit you people. You go with your smartphones. If you don't, we'll give you one. You go to all the polling stations, you record what is going on there from morning to night and make sure all the votes are counted. Is it possible to still rig under other circumstances?
Let me just be very clear. No. Right now. The time is even too short. So Peter Obi, he would have formed a very strong opposition, work with like-minded across the country, recruit more people, build the structure after 2023 election. He will now he will have a very strong political advisor team where they are looking at these issues. Okay, first of all, I try to block the loopholes. Work with even other opposition in other parties, like Atiku and Mitchell, other people, to fight for the electoral reform. They would have been able to push it to the point that you tell the government, if there is no proper electoral reform, we are going to boycott the election in 2027. And you do it. I still respect APC in 2014, 2015. They gave PDP a fight for their money. That was the strongest opposition I've seen in Nigeria. They were determined. They were even telling them, listen, if you rig this election, we got to create a parallel government.
But why did El Rufai get himself arrested now? You see, because El Rufai, if he was out, he will be making a lot of problems right now for the government.
Yeah, that's part of the reason, because El Rufai is fearless, right? So he would have been the guy in the face of opposition. He doesn't care because he knows a lot too, right? That's why you see they keep El Rufai away. El Rufai is the person that will be talking. If you go back to 2015, 2014, Lai Mohammed, if he's in Kano, any little thing, press conference, El Rufai is talking from this, Amechi is talking from this. People were very bold speaking up. You see, Peter B, sincerely, Peter B is, first of all, he's a perfect gentleman. And sincerely, it's not a typical Nigerian politician.
He's hardly the way he's behaving. He's hardly like. I am more of a politician than Peter B. I'm telling you.
Peter B doesn't like anything that is stronger than water. He doesn't like.
He doesn't like to play politics at all. So, completely anti-politics.
In Anambra, you have to go check how he came into office. So it was more like Ojukwu was at the forefront. Ojukwu, don't forget, he's influenced in Anambra politics. So Ojukwu was at the forefront, and that was how he got into power, technically. And don't forget, this is an homogeneous society somehow. But when it comes to Nigeria, the politics is completely different. So Soludo would have been able to play national politics better. Peter B is not a typical Nigerian politician. He's just...
Soludo doesn't have what it takes, please.
Do politics in Nigeria?
Jefferson. Hold on. Jefferson, if Soludo has 6 million votes, Tinubu will catch a heart attack. He will not let Tinubu rest.
Who is Soludo?
Peter B is too much of a gentleman. What kind of gentleman thing be this one?
He's a gentleman because he doesn't play the kind of politics that Nigeria currently plays.
No, he does not understand national politics. From a distance, to be honest, Peter B is too gentle for national politics.
This gentleman thing is too much. What is this?
You can't be gentle with this guy. So
it's actually appealing to Nigerians to follow due process and vote according to.
But it's not enough to win. It's not enough to win.
Until now, he's not a gentleman now.
I hear you.
Why do you guys like deceiving yourselves?
Hold up.
What's gentlemanly about what?
The election are not free and fair.
Because he doesn't seem to want to play dirty.
You see, listen, it's either you guys. It's either.
Let me finish, guys. You see. Hold on. You see. Peter Obi supporters, the core obedience supporters, they are part of the problem of Peter Obi. When people that say something about Peter Obi, they were quick to attack. When you say something correct, they're quick to attack.
I don't understand now. So what
I'll give you an example. Hold on, I'll give you an example. That guy that follows
us now. Are you saying don't have radical supporters?
Dr. Moga
doesn't have radical supporters. And what made him get into office? What are the instruments that made him to get into office? Do you understand where I'm coming from here?
Who is that?
But we need to also look at all these things in context.
Who are you talking about? Who?
Now, you say you were saying something about Peter B's supporters. Now, Tinubu also has supporters. Two sets of people have different supporters. Now, you also need to look at the instruments that are governing
okay, let me explain it to you. I will help you. Let me help you. Tinubu is from a party that is the biggest political party in the whole of Africa. APC is not small. They have structure in every corner of the country. This is strength. That's politics. So APC can bring anybody out and make him popular, make him win election based on that structure.
Combination of ACN, CPC, and
yes,
I forgot that. I think there were 3 of them.
So what is wrong with that? That's how politics is played.
Supporter base. That supporter base was in time past.
Who?
That supporters base we're talking about, those 3 parties that form the APC. And you know, I'm just looking at we are coming down from somewhere.
Okay.
You know, and of course, so many factors led to the emergence of, at the time, it was Buhari that was running too. So Buhari also has natural supporters at the time. So do you see where all these things
see, hold on. This is why I don't. Okay, APC naturally. APC is the biggest party in the country. No, even you, if APC give you, why do you think the people are killing themselves over APC ticket? If APC give you ticket, you have chances of winning the election because that's the biggest party. It's not about you, it's about the structure.
They are ruling party. They have been there for how many years now? They have the financial base. So what
you are getting this wrong. You hold on. Let me explain politics to you.
It was in time past.
Hold on. This is not past. We are talking of today, right now.
Supporters.
You're talking about support. We're talking about. Listen. APC is the biggest political party with structure across the country. In Nigeria, for you to win an election, you need that structure. So people don't know when you say political structure, what political structure does. They can pay, for example, Tinubu can decide to say, I will only go to Kano. I'm not going to enter any remote area. I will only go to Kano City. The people that will go to remote area, villages, local government to look for vote are these loyal party members. So you don't need to be there. For example, does Tinubu have people in remote villages? How many states does he have? NDC and Tinubu have, NDC and Peter Obi have structure across. Which state can you call?
Why are you acting as if you don't know what's going on?
No, I know. No, this is maybe Bubure will understand this, but this is the real politics. You see. Let me. Wait, Jefferson.
The time when LP happened, they said it didn't have structure. The same thing you said is the same thing the same thing you said was the same thing they said for LP at the time.
What
happened in the election?
Let me tell you, hold on. If Peter Obi, if Labour Party had structure, nobody can rig that election. Peter Obi will win that election. If Labour Party had structure all over the country, you can't rig the election. Peter Obi will win because Peter Obi was very popular. They would have protected those votes. People are not getting it. If you go and take Peter Obi results in 2023, you will see most of those results are from big cities.
Let me ask a question, sir. So are you telling us now that Obi won the election and it was rigged out?
Repeat.
Are you saying Obi won the election, but he was rigged out?
Obi, no. That's not what I'm saying. Here is what I'm saying. First of all, no, that's not what I'm saying. Here is what I'm saying.
And that's why he was in court. And Obi is not a foolish person, you know. If he knew he lost the election, he won't have embarrassed himself to go and be dragging what he didn't win. I know that guy for sure. Nobody is perfect, but I think there's what they call conviction. If they are not convinced,
but the point AY was making
to be frustrating the efforts of trying to make sure that someone's mandate is being restored. But that's a story for another.
Jefferson, I think there's a point. I think there's a point AY was making, and Saxonia has also highlighted that is what looking into, because Saxonia said something about whether P2B won the election, and AY said something about the outskirts. You know, I also highlighted that point, that the outskirts is where the magic happens, because if your party members are flipped. No, sorry. Let me get to your point. If your party members are flipped, let's say you have Labour Party members, that are in the outskirts, they flip and they support the opposition party. Even if they are supposed to be representing a party, they will betray their party, and hence APC will win. That's the form of rigging.
That's what happened.
If your party member don't betray you, there's no way they can cheat you. If your party member doesn't betray you.
Do you know?
Yeah,
Okay,
let me just 1 second. But we're bringing in this cheating aspect. So what I'm saying is, AY, because the point AY made that I jumped on was him saying, well, if Labor had a structure, then they wouldn't have been cheated. And I'm saying, are you saying they cheated them out of winning? Is what I'm trying to get.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me say this. For example, Labour Party could not feed polling unit agent in more than half of the polling unit all over the country. Do you know what that means? You go to polling unit, you don't have
already lost half of the country.
Huh?
You almost already lost half of the country by doing
you almost already lost half of the country.
If those half of the country are not voting for you anyways?
But you would have gotten some numbers from there.
No. See, we are talking of in an ideal situation, you have those. So if there are people to vote for you in those areas, those agents will be able to be your eye over there, overlook see what is going on, protect your votes.
Yeah, but if they didn't vote for you, what vote is there to protect?
You see, that's the problem. You don't understand.
You see what I'm saying?
The vote was not protected. That's what happened.
Listen, well, Jefferson,
polling unit party loyalists.
Jefferson, I understand what he's saying, but hear me out. Just walk with me for a second. This is what I'm saying. Are we saying that he got cheated? If we're not saying he got cheated, then him having people there made the difference anyways.
If AY doesn't want to say me, I will say it.
All right, that's what I want to hear. Like,
no, yes. I'm telling you, he was cheated out of in that election. I say without fear of favor.
I think you can argue that he was cheated because one, the polling there's polling evidence that show that he had lead in some significant. At the moment, he was leading Tinubu. At the same time, there is if you look at Rivers State, there's actual evidence that he was rigged out. The question is whether the same pattern repeated itself.
Hold on. This is my point. Wait, one second. So this is my point. Forefathers. Jefferson. Wait, Jefferson.
The so-called armed forces who was loyal to the
Jefferson, we get it.
Let me ask Jefferson a question.
No, let me just line with this. You said you don't think he won. Jefferson said he thinks he won. Forefathers, do you think the votes that was supposedly cheated away from him was significant enough to cost him the presidency?
Let me ask Jefferson.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Let me ask Jefferson a question.
So it doesn't matter if you had people there or 10 people got in the ballots, it would have been insignificant anyways, is what I'm trying to figure out.
He may have gotten enough to even hit 7 million.
Forefather, let me ask.
But not enough to win the presidency.
Maybe not enough.
Hold on.
The only reason why I'm saying that is because if two parties are contesting for power and one party divides into four, there is a chance that the part that divides into four will lose more votes.
Let me ask Jefferson. Sorry, Forefather. Jefferson, how many political parties you think are in United States of America?
There are definitely more than two.
So what do you think is only two parties you hear all over the country? There are actually a lot of them. Why do you think it's only two you hear all over the country?
Yeah, because of their prevailing membership, the prevailing activities, and the
it's the structure. That is what is called the structure. There are states in America, for example, let's say blue state, red, you can't win election there, so you don't bother. There are some red states, blue Democrat know they can't win election there, it's not going to happen. So the state that determine election in America, when you hear the swing state, these are states that can go both ways. But those red states are established. you can't win them. Forget about them. So it's because of the structure.
For presidential election, it does break the structure, though. If that presidential candidate is from that state, it does break the structural.
Few times, rare.
But those factors doesn't really play. There are even
They
times
play
when,
1 million.
Oh, wait. There are instances where maybe the flag bearer, right, might be out of his mind, and even party members will feel aggrieved and say, look, for the sake, look, we know we're in the same party, but this guy is out of his mind. And in that case, we are going to flip it to the other guy.
In Nigeria,
happens,
which
right?
election do you know? Give me an example.
What are you talking about now?
No, give me an example of an election you know in Nigeria that happened.
It happened in the 2015 election. There were some people that voted against that.
2015 APC, that is what I'm saying. APC built their structure.
So was it about structure? Was it about influence?
Hold on. Let me give you the structure in 2015. Let me break it down for you. What happened? APC had 5 governors, city governors. Tinubu was there. Tinubu himself is a structure. Forget political party. Buhari is a structure. Forget political party. So that's why you see
Buhari. And Atiku is equally a structure too. Now was part of them.
Atiku don't have that.
So you can't just sweep it like that off the books, because if not for these 3 people, they won't have won. You know that Buhari won't have emerged.
Buhari in the north.
If Atiku, hold on. If Atiku,
okay. Let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you the
party not come together.
Hold on.
Don't forget these things.
Buhari contested the election. I think that was the 4th time. Abi, 3 or 4 time. Is consistent 10 million votes in each of those elections.
Yes, now, but Atiku also
and 10 million that they actually just giving them the 10 million.
They gave it to him.
They stealing millions of
No. Anyway, you can't do this. You can't just say that Atiku supporters wasn't part of it.
Where Atiku supporters? No. Hold on. Don't worry. Hold on.
We're going to be switching topics soon.
Let me finish this.
We'll go to a break, then finish this topic and go to that of Israel.
I'm not saying that the other 2 don't have
Atiku does not have the popularity.
Also play the role too.
Atiku does not have the popularity of Buhari pre-2015. Forget about it. They are not in the same category. See, the only 2 people with organic followers from 1999 to date is, in terms of the country, Buhari has displayed that. Peter Obi has displayed that.
But Atiku, when Atiku also contested against Buhari too,
let me finish this. So when you see, hold on, even Tinubu
landslide. So you cannot dismiss
landslide. Where?
The 2019 election did Buhari
landslide? Where now?
Landslide. 2019 election.
Buhari defeated him in the north.
Was it a landslide between Buhari and Atiku? Was it a landslide?
No, you just want to. I don't think you want to understand this politics. You want to argue.
No, we can't dismiss it. Check 2019 election.
2019, don't forget, the popularity of Buhari was diminishing already. But if you go check the other election, 2019, don't forget, Buhari was in power. So there was a lot of grievances across the country.
That's what I'm telling you now, that Atiku's followership cannot be dismissed. Don't make it look like he's
no. Atiku don't have followership. Like I'm telling you this for free.
I see. Let me add this. I don't know for sure, but I see. Atiku did have PDP that had structure.
Why they behave like this?
So I think Jefferson will have to be careful, because I know that Jefferson. Hold on. Now, let me add to this so I understand where I'm coming from, Jefferson.
Results. Look at the election results.
Jefferson, let me just add to this so that we know where I'm coming from.
It's just useless.
See, Jefferson, Atiku is capable of winning votes.
Yep.
Especially when he's behind a structure like PDP. But I'm not 100% certain whether he will garner the same amount of votes outside PDP. That will be the first time he will be trying that, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something we'll have to watch out.
For example,
can we move on from the topic? We have to round
let
up.
me just say you see Tinubu, for example. Tinubu, he does not have organic followership, but he has political structure. That's what is winning election in the Southwest for him. When you talk of organic followership like Buhari, like the one Peter Obi had, no, he does not have that, but he has structure, very, very strong one that can defeat you anywhere.
Yeah, but let us analyze the structure now.
And he has a lot of loyalists.
Criminality structure.
Yeah, he still have loyalists.
He has a lot of loyalists along across the Southwest.
It's properly streamlined. I want to see how we win election.
Which election? Which one? 2027?
The structure that he said he had.
Let me be honest. Let me be honest with you. The way the opposition, the way they are going, the way Tinubu will flush them,
They will flog them. See, I know where you are going. You flog them because, see, let me tell you, I can tell you what to be used. Armed forces, INEC, judiciary, finish. Come on, this one for road now. Make me say it.
But the opposition is supposed to unite.
He doesn't need. See, Jefferson. Doesn't see? He hardly. The Tinubu. No, Jefferson. Hold on. Tinubu hardly needs to rig. It is shown that he has a lot of infrastructure on the ground. He has a lot of governors backing him too. Then you see the opposition. Instead of them to come together, they are not.
They scatter.
That guy has 30 governors behind him.
No, you see, we're saying the same thing. The governors have one vote. So when they finish doing all the elections, what will the governors use to protect the vote? You know, the same armed forces within their society.
Right. Okay, Jefferson, I do agree with you that an element of rigging is going to be very necessary. I do agree with you that because he has the governors, the courts, the INEC, and armed forces and the police, yes. But barring all that, is the opposition strong enough to wrest power from him as things stand right now? I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
They have what it takes.
I don't think
if the process is being adhered to
in a free and fair election,
Tinubu has to come from the podium, and as he was before he fell and he insulted Nigerians openly, and like something really bad has to happen to him before he will lose his election.
The opposition is doing a bad job right now, a horrible job, horrible. You know.
Yeah, thank you. I think let's move on to the next one. I think there's no estimate
what you have to do to make an awareness. It's just left for the process to do for the process to do their job. That's just all Nigerians are asking for, right? Or is it a crime for them to observe due process?
Father, we stop it. Let's move.
I think let's get to the Israeli.
But let me ask one last question, Jefferson. Which party is not rigging in Nigeria? They all rig. All of them, they rig. You cannot absolve anybody.
Listen, and that is why APC should do everything within their own arsenal to checkmate the excesses of rigging, but do it on an objective point of view. But hopefully, they will do it as a party, but they will do their own due diligence.
So, are you agreeing with Bubure that all the parties rig elections?
Oh, they all rig. The other day we saw videos of children in the southeast voting.
Bubure, I was thinking Jefferson was going to deny that.
Nah, they all rigged. So it makes no sense for me for us to accuse one party and absolve the other one, knowing that in Nigerian politics today, the best rigger wins. That's just the bottom line. Whoever cheats
wins. Well, fine. That is based on what the system is and everything. Monies have been spent.
I guess it comes to the best organized wins.
That is no. So that's why they say, okay, let them observe the electronic process and all the process involved. But we all know where we are going today. That
is Nigeria ready for electronic process? Nigeria is not ready.
I think Nigeria, it is. See, Jefferson. I don't know why Jefferson. Calm down. Jefferson, hold on. The problem is not, no matter, even if you get competing system, if your party members that you assigned to go and represent you at polling stations betray you, then it means the opposition or the other party can do anything to any electronic thing that you submit, and which is not going to be bulletproof, especially if they have a way of compromises, or the people vote by hand. They can change the vote anyhow. If your own party members are not there, even worse.
Can do this. You know, we always know how to. You see, from us here, we always know how to overanalyze everything. But what have we done differently? That's where the big question stands in.
But what I'm trying to highlight is that the election, the system is not the problem. It's us that are the problem. We are not fighting to stop the rigging. It's us, because if we have the capacity to stop it, but for some reason we're not doing it. It's going to cost a few $1 million, but if you do it right, you can prevent rigging in any polling station.
No, you can't. Not in Nigeria. Not in Nigeria. Someone just needs to sit down in Estonia.
Are you saying if you have officials in all the polling units in Nigeria, you cannot?
No. You can minimize it. You can minimize it. But until there is a deterrent, right, for cheating at the polls, a strict deterrence, and people can see that someone that voted twice, for example, got 20 years, or someone that stole a ballot got 50 years, no possibility of parole, or someone that stabbed someone or bullied someone into not voting got 2 consecutive 75-year sentences, and they know that he's going to die in prison. It's not going to stop, no matter what computer deterrence we put. You have to put physical deterrence and make sure that the people see that there's a punishment for cheating at the polls. They treat it like treason. Barring that, no matter, even if you put 10 military officers in charge of each poll, people are still going to cheat. It's just human nature. They cheat in the United States. You think they with all the technological advances, with all the structure, institutional structure for justice we have here in the United States, people still cheat. So think about a place like Nigeria where there's no deterrence. They're going to cheat all day. All day.
That's not nice. People cheating like that is not really nice to observe. So first, I think let's take a break. This in Jefferson. We're going to take a break and come back and discuss the expansion of the Gaza war during a time when they are supposed to be enjoying a little bit of peace. It looks like Netanyahu has ordered his soldiers to take over 70% of Gaza now. When is
not alive.
when they said this in what they call it, there is supposed to be a peace ceasefire going on right now, but clearly nobody has told that to Netanyahu to observe. All right, so let's see what we can. I need to get this thing out actually. Where is it again? I'm trying to find this video to play before we commence our break. Let's see, is that it there? Okay, now that's a different stuff. Okay, I think that should be fine. Okay, let's do that. And we'll come back in a few minutes.
Cover my path wherever I go. Speak for my soul like holy.
What is going on? I can't even control my back end anymore. I can't even control this back end.
Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Putenken Sukabo, Anile Zupa, Anto, Alva, and we're on your man, Weba, Ide, we're on your baby. Come on, Anya Bano, yeah, I have a candle, Kanga, and you do it, yeah, you kill him, kill him, kill him, yeah, kill him,
Ebili nzekwa betigbo obodo oyibo atazia Namuo na nnamu
אנחנו עכשיו ב-60% משטח הרצועה, אתם יודעים את זה. היינו ב-50, עברנו ל-60. הדירקטיבה שלי היא לעבור תלכו לפי הסדר. קודם כל 70. בואו נתחיל בזה. לופתים אותם מכל עבר, אנחנו נטפל בשאריות.
Israel's Prime Minister has shocked and angered a lot of people after saying his country will occupy even more of the Gaza Strip. Here's what you need to know. When a peace deal headed by Donald Trump was agreed to end the war in Gaza, the Strip was divided into two, and Israel occupied about half of it, with plans to eventually withdraw entirely. But since then, Israeli forces have been gradually edging forward, taking more land. And now the Prime Minister says that expansion is going to speed up. So why is he saying this? Well, partly to thwart Hamas, partly because he does believe that Israel should occupy as much land as possible ahead of a potential new deal between America and Iran. But also, well, there's an election coming up later this year here, and Netanyahu's image is all about unapologetic strength and military might. The opposition say it was right to go to war in Gaza, but believe Netanyahu's belligerence has damaged Israel's international standing.
There's one thing the Israeli government should have done many times, long ago, and didn't, which is say we're sorry for the loss of life, of innocent lives in Gaza. Children should not die in grown-ups' wars, and countries, democratic countries, should be able to have sympathy towards about the death of bystanders.
Gaza is still being attacked regularly by the Israeli military. And while the ceasefire agreement has certainly cut the number of deaths dramatically, the atmosphere is still one of nervousness and anxiety. This is still a place in crisis. Aid, food, medicine, all under strain, and so are the people.
لأنه احنا عايشين في 40% من القطاع ومش عايشين، يعني الموت إلنا أحسن من الحياة اللي احنا عايشينها.
طب ولما ياخذوا 70% وش بده يضل؟ وين تروح الناس؟ وين يقعدوا الناس؟ وين يعيشوا الناس؟ الآن ما فيش وسع للناس.
Around 900 Palestinians have been killed here by the Israeli military since the so-called peace plan was signed. More than 2 million people are now squashed into half of the Gaza Strip. The pain and the suffering are obvious.
حتى الآن في قصف وتحذيرات، وحتى الآن في قصف بدون ما بيحذروش، بيرموا على البني آدمين وعلى الناس وهم في مكانهم. قبل يومين 30 نفر استشهد. طب مش حرام؟ مش حرام يعني كل هدول الناس تموت وتستشهد؟
All right, let me get this out of the way. Hold on, it's just gone full screen on me. Technical issues taking off. All right, now kick it out of the way and get this one out of the way too. All right, so this is what we technology, you know, these things, they can never conform totally to your will. I think you've all heard it there. They are looking to take 70% of the land now. And this has been the story forever, really. Let's face it. They've been taking land from the Palestinians and from everywhere else. What confounds me sometimes is that some people still walk around thinking that Israel is just fighting for its survival. People are trying to kill it. That's why it's doing all those things. And when you see it happening, and you know, I said earlier on that people that don't embrace reality, they are almost doing the devil's work. Because how can you see the divine creation of God, that's the reality itself, you ignore it and you just say stuff that doesn't resemble reality? But clearly these people are taking the land from the people that they are oppressing. Technically the Palestinians are actually Israelis because Israel controls the territory. So they are oppressing them. They are not giving them a chance to vote. They are not letting them go. They are holding them prisoners. It's like that is the reverse Moses story here we are seeing here. And since the so-called ceasefire, from what I gather from that report, 900 Palestinians have lost their lives. 900 after ceasefire. Hamas is not at war with Israel. 900 has lost their lives.
Do you really believe only 900 have lost their lives?
The one that they've reported now.
That Israel has reported.
Yes, if you go to Lebanon, you see the same thing again. And when I tell like people like KJ and even Chim, these people, even people that you don't expect within our Nigerian culture, tell them that this is happening. they will argue with you like this is not true, or I don't understand that. Why would anybody just see something evil and not call it evil?
Nobody in the world at this point, except someone that 8 months ago we could attribute denial to delusion. Right now, as the world stands today, the 30th, today's date, 2026 May, anybody that cannot see the evil of that's been committed by Israel is just plainly what it is, just pure evil. That's just what it is. Let's not, no matter how you want to cut, slice, and dice it, there were people before that maybe because of their evangelical upbringing, because of the brainwashing that the media has done to people all over the world, believed that Israel was fighting for its survival. Yes, they believed that. But as time went on, people have come to see especially with all the broadcasts we're seeing, especially in social media, with people on the ground and people being able to differentiate between fact and fiction. Nobody in their right mind right now, not even the Israelis, cannot see that what they're doing is wrong, except you're just evil. That is it. Even Netanyahu himself is doing his best to steal as much because he knows that the support that Israel used to enjoy from the United States is coming to an end. They know it. It is obvious by this time next year, especially if there's a new House, a new Congress that is not filled up with all these shields that are begging not to be exposed by the Epstein file. Because we have to remember what people are forgetting. This all started over a cover-up for the Epstein files. It was about nothing else. It was about how are we going to distract from the Epstein files? How is Netanyahu going to distract from his corruption trials in Israel, which even Trump got involved in and asked that Herzog, the Israeli president, grants Netanyahu a pardon. And the president was like, oh, maybe you want to stick to American affairs, stop getting involved in Israeli affairs. In fact, do you know that there was a resolution that is being proposed in the US Congress right now to unite the United States Army and the IDF and make them one?
Production.
Wow.
Too.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah. So when someone like myself comes on here and I'm saying we're an occupied nation, and I have people like GD, I'm not like, no, please stop talking. You still got Africa on your breath. You don't even understand what's going on. Okay. Where have you ever seen that the country people call a colony of the United States, all of a sudden, US Congress is proposing that the Israeli Defense Forces enjoys the same benefits as the United States Army, the United States Marines. Not only that, if Israel was ever to be at war, we will have to automatically go over there and defend them. So in essence, they're making both forces one.
Yeah, let me add one more thing to what you are saying, because I discovered something recently that it's almost that lends credence to what you are saying. That even like in the Israeli military, where they train for, physicians for trauma injuries for war, the cadavers that they use, bodies that they use for training.
Yeah, Palestinians.
They are getting them from America.
They were that's true, but they were also using Palestinian live bodies.
That one goes without saying. But the reason why they are getting them from America, because they are special ones. They said they inject them with fluids. They are special cadavers. They get them from America, and American universities, the medical students and everything were investigating this, and they came out with it and said, how is it that something that is meant for the American military is being given to Israelis?
Dude, 100%, I can tell. Listen, a picture came out, or a few pictures came out on Thursday. They blurred the faces a little bit, but they showed Donald Trump engaging in what looked like he was kissing someone that looked like an underage girl. What we know, especially with the way they made sure Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene lost their seats and how they kicked out was the Tulsi Gabbard and every other person that is General Brown and all these other people.
Let me just put a disclaimer. We don't have any evidence. It's alleged that Trump is kissing a little.
Well, I did say that. Well, nobody's saying we have evidence. We also have free speech in America. So, also with what we have with Tulsi Gabbard getting kicked out, it is obvious And there's no gainsaying it. Whatever is in those Epstein files will shake the world when it's revealed. In fact, the FBI is supposedly going to investigate Epstein's Island because they believe there are buried bodies on there. So we're dealing with people that don't mind burning the world just to make sure certain things don't come out. There's no point. You're taking Gaza, okay, but you've bombed how much of Lebanon right now? You've crossed into the Golan Heights. You've taken that. You're saying you're gonna take what? Next is Egypt and Saudi Arabia. You're gonna attack Turkey. At what point do the last group of people that want to pretend this is not a genocide? Listen, if there was a paper that came out of the Israeli government, I think about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and the paper said, if there would have not been an outcry in the world, they would have totally genocided the entire Palestine. Wiped them out, ethnically cleansed all of them, and killed everybody.
They would have done that. But let me ask you though, what is this thing with UAE and many of these Arab countries underneath the table? They are all egging Israel on to keep doing what it is doing. It's like
which ones?
This is not only Israel's doing. Like UAE definitely is allied with Israel, and many of the Gulf Arab nations have decided to turn a blind eye because they don't like Iran. They want to use Israel to bring Iran down. So, but how about the Palestinians? If you like Israel so much, then asking them to settle the Palestinian issue, then deal with Iran together.
Well, but that is exactly why an agreement cannot be signed with the United States right now, because Saudi and Kuwait and Qatar said without a guarantee that there will be a two-state solution, maybe based on the pre-1967 borders, they're not going to normalize relations with the United States, with Israel. So what Donald Trump tried to do this past week was to insist that all these other countries come on board. And we know this is Netanyahu's doing. This is not Donald Trump's position. That before an agreement or a ceasefire will be signed with Iran, all the other countries have to come on board and agree with the Abraham Accord. The Abraham Accord is basically the Israeli Accord. So the rest of the countries are like, how is that our business? We're not coming on board for that. And Saudi Arabia put out a message, and by MBS, prior to that was a minister, and they said, no, if you do not guarantee a two-state solution and a stop to the killings and the genociding of the Palestinians, then we're not going to sign on to it.
But boom, see, do you think if these Arab, sorry guys, I know I'm asking me a lot of questions. Do you think that these Gulf state monarchs, if they have put their foot down and say, hey, sort this Palestinian issue out, we can't do anything else, and the pressure, especially Trump, with all the money and power that they have, and say, sort this out so that we can go and do better business, do you think they would not have succeeded in getting a Palestinian state by now?
No, they wouldn't have, because the bottom line is Israel does not want it. Every other person wants it. Israel does not want it, and Israel controls the United States, and whatever Israel says is what goes. These countries want to make money. Donald Trump wants to make money. The Gulf states want to make money, and they want to keep their heads on their neck. They know normalizing relationships with Israel right now is a death sentence. We're going to wake up one day, they're going to overthrow all of them and drag them in the streets of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi. They know that. But they want to do business.
Are you sure that's what they're afraid of? Or they are
100% that's what's going to happen to them. 110%. If they should normalize relations with Israel right now, we're going to wake up simultaneously. They're going to take, the Saudis are going to take over the royal family. They're going to kill everybody. They're going to kill the Kuwaitis.
almost did, though. They almost did.
110%. 110%. So it's not just that. I'm not saying they don't want peace for the Palestinians, and that is why they're fighting. But they also know that their life is at stake if they do not get justice for the Palestinians. Not only is it going to affect their economy and their lifestyle, but their lives are going to be at stake. So, and Israel knows this. So Israel is also gambling that, okay, if we can destabilize them enough, everybody wants peace. This is the bottom line. Everybody else wants peace except Israel. Everybody else, except Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, Banea, all of them.
To be fair to Israel, based on my analysis, they also do want peace. It's just that they want more territory first. It's just a simple calculation. Give them more territory. Then
they don't want peace. If I guarantee you this, listen, Ben Solomon, MBS, was the first crown prince to attempt to normalize relations with Israel. Allow them direct flights from Tel Aviv to Jeddah, Tel Aviv to Riyadh, allow them to even come into Mecca and Medina, which they're not supposed to. Business, he was opening it up. He was willing to sign defense treaties. He was ready for all of this. But what did Israel, as Israel always done? They don't care about anybody else. They'll kill you. So we have a murderous, a bloodthirsty group of people that America itself cannot rein in because they have things on America that America does not want the world to see. That is the problem.
Before I move to, I think Jefferson should speak next because he's like an opposition to this. One point you made about the murderous nature of the way the Israeli regime, or this current regime anyway, behaves. I'm sure most of them behave similar way.
No, they've always been the same.
Do you think, because generally when you observe these things happen in life, you are going to get a countering force. I fear, one of my biggest fears is that there's going to be another nation that will look at Israel right now and say, you know what, let's do it their way. And they're going to come out and they're going to be just as ruthless and devilish and very, very evil. I get a feeling that you always get a counter force that appears in the world like that.
I think everybody is scared of the mutually assured destruction that they know Israel is willing to carry out. So I think all the world
worried that there's another worse one coming out. And hold on.
Yeah. They're gonna.
And I fear that it might even be the ruler of Iran right now that is pissed to hell, and he's seen how this violent regime is doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and what they will be learning from it is that, hey, holding back is nonsense. Let's go for all out. Since this guy,
if there's a third war, everybody's going to get involved this time. It's going to break out everywhere, because it's not going to. Right now, I think what's going on is America realized, okay, we cannot beat these people, and we cannot beat them by putting our ships up 1,000 miles off the coast of the Persian Gulf. There's no way we're going to do it. We can't attempt a land invasion. We're going to get slaughtered. They figured out they're hitting us pinpoint accuracy. We're running out of defensive batteries. We're running out of missile interceptors. We can only. This is all what I was trying to get out of Eccentric Cats the other day. He said, we produce this. I said, good. How many do you produce a year? You don't produce. You produce a very negligible amount a year. So America right now, it is obvious America is trying to show up its stockpile because it was initially very depleted. This is why they even agreed to a ceasefire. This is why Israel was begging for a ceasefire, because all the Iranian missiles were coming in, all the radars had been destroyed, everything had been destroyed. Iran was kicking ass, right? Each side is getting ready for the third strike. But Donald Trump and the United States know it is not in the best interest of the United States to go to war now. The Iranians don't want to go to war either because it is not in the best interest of Iran to go to war. Only one side is saying you have to go in there and finish the job. Israel. Nobody else wants to go to war. Iran doesn't want to go to war. They've been beat left and right, destroyed. America doesn't want to go to war because their weapons have been depleted, and it has made us.
What you are saying is true when you look at it from the surface. Like nobody wants to go to war. And I think that I'm beginning to worry that paradigm is going to run past now. Israel has used pagers to destroy people. Israel has used AI to do killings. They have now even assassinated heads of states, like straight out. They are doing so many things that I feel like this is spinning out of control. And that leader that is sitting in Iran right now is not going to be like his dad. No way. Not after his own dad has died. He's fine. His wife is dead.
All that doesn't matter. You can.
It's a risk.
Yeah, but you listen. You can only fight with weapons. You can't fight with the anger in your heart is not going to do much.
Nuclear materials.
Right, but you're not going to fling nuclear materials at your opponent with your bare hands. You're not going to do that, and you're not going to. You're not going to fight. You're not going to fight your opponent with the anger in your heart. You can only fight with weapons, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, and whatnot. They are not willing to go to war right now. They don't want it. It makes no sense.
Just hope so.
United States, it's obvious. United States does not want to go to war. Nobody wants to go to war. The only people that are pushing for that war.
You are making the point for me. Israel is the only craziest one that is willing to do
right. So
my point is that nature tends to create a counter to that, and that counter could emerge from an angry person.
Right. So let me get to the point I keep skipping. So to the one that you brought up, that okay, what if a crazier nation was to basically attack Israel? And I said it's not going to happen. And the reason why it's not going to happen is Israel is not scared of destroying the world. Everybody knows that now. They're not scared of.
That's the problem. They too are not scared. That is the danger that Israel is posing.
That's what I just said. I said, you're not listening to me. You're not listening. I said, Israel is not scared of destroying the world. Not another nation. No other nation. If that was the case, Russia could have been attacked because their interests in the Middle East are being troubled. Turkey could have been attacked then. Nobody's attacking because they know the Israelis, maybe it's because of that Samson option that they claim it's a protocol for the Israeli government. But nobody wants to attack. But the only way to end it like this, the only way to force Israel to the table is not going to be military action because they want that military action. They're not scared of shedding blood. We've seen that they're a very evil group of people. The world has to do what they did to South Africa during apartheid and just refuse to trade with Israel. This is what the world just has to do. Like the Spanish ministers are calling for, the Italian prime minister, Belgium finance minister, just stop trading with them. Stop supplying them arms like Spain has done. Anyway, do you know that Peter Thiel
is working with them?
Yeah, that's fine. India hasn't even stopped their people from shitting on the streets. We don't care. They don't count. So, do you? Yeah, okay. So they can't stop open defecation. Yeah, we really care about them. Anyway, do you know that Peter Thiel has run to Argentina?
Who is that?
Peter Thiel.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Go check it out. Oh, you know that? Yeah, he has run to Argentina. He's gotten Argentine citizenship. He has moved his kids over there. They've even registered for school. He has gotten New Zealand citizenship, which he got like 2 years ago. And he has built his underground bunker. So there's a lot going on. And when you start piecing these things together, this is why Donald Trump, I can see like he wants peace because everything is about to blow up in a way that I fear that at some point the living the living will envy the dead if we keep going on with all this nonsense.
Obviously, Trump does not want to continue this war. This is just the truth. It's not going to favor America because it's really hurting the American system. Everything is really like it's not going to survive it because obviously they don't have. The only solution is just to negotiate and have peace. But they said there is MOU actually. Trump is looking at it.
Let's not go that far yet. The Israeli one now that wants to take 70%.
You see, sincerely, for me, both Israel, both Donald Trump, I'm so even tired of having that discussion. Like Bobunre was saying earlier, like first of all, the people supported this evil. They are my biggest headache sometimes. Especially after when the person come and try to talk straight, all kind of BS. And now in the past couple of weeks, Donald Trump supporter on this platform, they are muted now. They don't talk anymore. Now I think they are just even them. The reality is them on the face. So I told them, it's not only me that will suffer. I will buy gas. Don't worry, I will be okay. Even when you hear us complaining, we are still buying. The food stuff in America system, interest rate is up, stock market is down, unemployment is going up, inflation number are high, everything is going against the country. So when you hear Trump still making noise, he's just making all this loud noise. If you go to grocery now, you pick $1, $2, $3, $200. I'm like, what do you buy? Not normal grocery. Like, let me go pick up some stuff at Costco. Bam, 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 bam. 200. I'm like, so it's really crazy.
Three apples and an orange.
So you see, like these are actually bad. So Trump is actually scared that look at what he did. You spent billions with that, and you were ratting. Oh, you destroy all the military, Iranian military. You destroy the navy. I said no. It's Mami water they are using to control Strait of Hormuz. It's Mami water they are using.
The guy, they lie a lot.
Trump will say 20 things. It's only one that is correct. I've never seen human being like that. None evil.
None.
That is why when I see people that's supposed to, I'm like, is something wrong with you people?
Can I interject a little bit?
Go ahead.
So a lot of Nigerians, go, including my mom. My mom supported Trump. And she supported Trump based on gay issue.
Yeah.
And like I always ask her, Mommy, what is even your business? You don't understand that. It's all about religious ideology. Because he's gonna stop this gay thing. That is if she asks 100% of Nigerians, that is the main reason. So you're talking about the economy. The economy is hitting everybody. The only reason why Trump is still struggling with these people is pride. How he's gonna pull American troops out of Iran. That is the only problem, Trump, because he doesn't want to say that, people look at him very stupid to say that he lost the war. That is the only, if you know Trump always wants to come out on top. Even when he's losing,
Trump is willing to lose a war, not when Obama has done better than him. That is the one that kills him.
That's what he's not going to lose the war. All these things he's doing, negotiation, 10 bullet point, all these things. He's just dragging this thing to see if anybody will intervene and say, you know what, and end the war, or, intervene between America and Iran. They are losing the war. America, they're not gaining anything. I have never seen the American economy as bad as it is. During COVID, we saw what happened during COVID, and Biden was able to, fix some part of it. Americans weren't happy. They keep saying that Biden should go, that he doesn't know what he's doing, that he's old and all that stuff. Look at it. We are buying gas $2 something before this guy took over. Here we are.
Bro, I have a car I use.
Did you call me bro?
No, not you. It's Fafa that I'm talking to.
Okay.
Are you bro? After all, people are changing from men to women, women to men. So you never know.
I'm not doing
Okay,
that.
okay. That's all. So these are actually very bad. Like
Really
apart
bad.
from that, you see the Israeli thing. That one just a sad one. That when you look at the world, it's crazy. Do you know? It was recently, I know, even the Rwanda genocide. Most of the military, the bullet that we are used, we actually supplied by the Israelis.
Why is it that whenever these things are happening, they're always there?
And the apartheid you hear,
they are ruthless.
They were the only people, major country that were doing business with them. They supported it 100%. So that is why I begin to think when you see all this genocide happening, the crisis happening, you see people that will come and support those foolishness. It's sad what is happening with
Do you know that
Gaza?
Nigeria is the country that has the highest favorability towards Israel? Can you believe that in the world? Even more than India, that Israelis like to love India so much.
Yeah.
But Nigeria has higher favorability to Israel.
So the other thing, right? What may adjust you if I were in the Iranian position, with the killing that happened in Iran, kill my father, kill my leader, bro, I'm not giving up. I'm gonna have nuclear weapon. Period. That's the only way you can protect yourself against any damn crazy country.
After you take
a lot of things into
medicine.
Iran does not need nuclear weapons.
No, you gotta put a lot of things. Mind you, people are dying.
Yes.
What I would do if I was Iran, I would be a nuclear threshold state. I will not get a nuclear bomb, but I will be close in case they decide to come at me with all kinds of.
Iran
attack Iran with tactical nuclear weapon. What are you going to do?
Well, listen. Well, we don't know what attack. To me, it's all a nuclear weapon. We've never seen a tactical nuke, so-called tactical nuke, in action. All we know that it works just like a conventional nuclear weapon. We've seen it in testing. We've never seen it in real-life battleground. Use it.
It's about the yield, isn't it?
Right. But if I was, they call it tactical, but like it doesn't kill millions of people at the same time or hundreds of thousands. But this is what I'm saying. I say Iran does not need nuclear weapons.
Why you say that?
And even, well, because they can defend themselves.
Gulf countries to
no, because no. The best defense for Iran right now is somehow stabilize its society. That's what Iran needs. And because this is the advantage that America and Israel have tried to destabilize them by inciting the populace against them. It hasn't worked. And the main way they've tried to use this is incentivizing violence through wrecking the economy. So what Iran needs right now more than anything else is economic stability. Once Iran can achieve that, then, Donald Trump already has proposed a $200 to $300 billion loan. But Iran is saying we're not letting Jared Kushner anywhere on our land because they want Jared Kushner to be in charge of rebuilding Iran. And they're like, hell no.
Oh, way.
Oh, we want the money that you froze, right? So Iran needs economic stability. Then that will lead to political stability. Then they need somehow to find peace with the Middle East and make sure America, the GCC countries can see right now that America cannot defend them.
Do you see he was threatening Oman?
How is that?
Oman,
if America wants a war with them, you say they should be advocating for all these things?
Well, no, this is what I'm saying. No. I'm saying a nuclear weapon is not needed. Even if Iran had, I'll tell you something right now. Even if Iran had a nuclear weapon, America has different ways that it can knock down an Iranian nuclear weapon. And even if it comes into the United States, one Iranian nuclear weapon or 10 Iranian nuclear weapons is not going to destroy the whole United States. But the United States has weapons to wipe out Iran in 24 hours if they wish to. So this is what I'm saying. What Iran, no, they will still be invaded. What Iran needs, hold on one second. So Iran has ways. The United States is not Iran's threat. Israel is Iran's threat. Iran has ways to deter Israel from a sustained campaign, which are the ballistic missiles, and they've shown us the column missiles, the hypersonic missiles. We can defend ourselves. Nuclear weapon is not an Iranian problem, and this is why Iran also is suing for peace, and they're saying, give us our money and give us money to rebuild our society. Nuclear weapons is not what Iran is.
That argument is a little bit, you are not looking at it from a longer term or a medium term point of view, because those technology, those ballistic missiles that they are sending, the defending interceptor missiles are getting better and better at knocking them down. So
not true at all.
It will be dangerous for Iran to face let's say they start beating Israel down one day, and Israel decides that enough is enough, and they're going to deploy one of their nukes just to make a point. When they do that, that would be disastrous for Iran. Maybe
it doesn't matter if Iran. It does not matter from a tactical standpoint.
Then what would Iran do?
Let me land. One second. If Iran has, let's say 10 nuclear warheads like Pakistan, if Israel is still going to launch a nuclear weapon at Iran, it will still do it. It's not going to stop anything.
But then Israel will know that it too will be doomed. But the other way
Israel does not. But that's the thing. Israel, there are ways to still inflict damage on Israel. Israel is not hitting Iran with a nuclear weapon.
How with just ballistic missiles? How?
Let me lie. Well, they don't have just ballistic missiles. They have hypersonic missiles. They have missiles that they haven't even shown the world. They have missiles that China will always supply these people. Russia will always supply them. That is not their main issue now. A nuclear weapon is only a nuclear weapon, and insistence on a nuclear weapon by Iran is going to only going to increase and prolong the economic pain that the government and the people are feeling right now. What Iran needs to do is somehow, what the United States is doing, suing for peace. If they get peace, they get their money, all right? If they can get this loan, this $200-300 billion reconstruction loan, without the involvement of people like Jared Kushner, and what's the other guy's name? I forget. The one that runs around with Jared Kushner like his tail. If they can get those things, the rest is minor. Then they can sue for peace.
Witkoff.
There you go, Steve Witkoff. So they can sue for peace with the GCC countries, normalize relations, and then from there, let's see how things do. But Iran can handle Israel. That's no problem. But they don't need a nuclear weapon. Iran is not even seeking a nuclear weapon. It's like we're forgetting that. Iran hasn't been seeking a nuclear weapon.
They are not seeking. The question you have to ask yourself tactically now, they have to ask themselves whether they shouldn't. America has already threatened their civilization once. Israel has threatened them. As a matter of fact, last month, there was a significant fear that Israel might actually come out as a nuclear power by using it in Iran. There was a real fear of that. So what
you think Israel is not going to happen? If you do that, it's not going to happen. And if it happens, then you've just started World War III. And everybody go hide in the cave and may the next organism survive, because everybody's going to die.
You see, now that's your argument has come full circle. Because first you said Israel doesn't care. And now to stop this, hold on. I want to submit to you that you have come full circle. Because for this your argument to be correct, that the world will go into this in a total Armageddon, then to stop that is for Iran to have it. Because if Iran has it, Israel will never do it.
That is not true.
So Israel will make Iran has
and I'm telling you, see, this is how you conflate issues, and then you want to score a point. Like just now you insisted, just now you just insisted that I say what if it happens? And I'm saying my belief is that it's not going to happen. You said, but what if? So I gave you a what if answer. Then you're like, oh, yeah, well, you've come full circle. And now you're saying, okay, if Israel is not going to do it, because the moment you do it, you draw Russia into the war. You draw China into the war.
Well, you said they don't care.
Listen again. The moment they do it, we talked about different contexts. You can't bring a different context and throw it into another context. We know Israel doesn't care. At the same time, they are still in a situation where they know that if the world's band together, it's over for them. The world knows this. The world has not ganged up. Hold on 1 second. So the world is not taking military action against Israel. You would think, using like your position, that the world would have formed the United Nations intervention force or something and attacked Israel. But that's not what the world is doing. The world is trying to be diplomatic, realizing that we are dealing with not only a mad regime, but we're also dealing with the effects of the hypocrisy from the past. These are the same nations. Every nation speaking out against Israel right now was a nation that supported Israel at one time. They allowed these things to happen. If not for them, the world will not find itself in the conundrum that it presently finds itself. So what the world is trying to do is weasel out of all of this and figure out what is the best way to corral these madmen. We're going to issue warrants. The next step is to issue, and then we're going to remove treaties that give them weapons. Then the next step, I believe, would be to start sanctions, boycotts. Thank you. Sanctions, boycotts, and so on and so forth. But military option, trust me, nobody's really.
What you just said just now is the only tested solution against a nuclear power, like the South African regime. And
right,
I
you're going to isolate them.
A good chance of I think it stands a good chance of working against Israel. I think
that's the only way, because the only person that's going to stand with them is the United States. And at some point, especially if the regime change, well, maybe I shouldn't say regime, even though it is. If the government changes in the United States and say the Democrats take the House, and there are now people that are being funded by AIPAC, because AIPAC has a stranglehold. AIPAC was literally boasting about the fact that they took out Thomas Macy, that they took out Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, if you speak against us, we will fund your opponent and kick you out. So
that is crazy, they're taking out some two people, two scalps.
Right. So once we start having this awakening that is currently happening in the United States, and candidates that are refusing to be Israeli shields, candidates that are not taking money from AIPAC or super PACs, candidates that are not beholden to Israel and are not swearing allegiance to Israel become governing officials in the United States, slowly but surely we will wean ourselves out of the influence of Israel, and we will take our rightful place in the community of nations. Because what's going on right now, they have obviously have things against our elected officials. It is clear. It is glaring. And this is why they can say, you want a deal? Oh, no, we're not taking that deal. This is why we go to Pakistan and we negotiating with the Pakistanis, the Omanis, the Iranians, and J.D. Vance is running to the phone allegedly to go talk to Netanyahu and tell him, like, this is the proposal we want to agree to. And they said Netanyahu was like, man, if you don't get the F out of my face with that and go back to war, we don't want that. So what do they have against our officials? I think to a large extent, most of us can assume rightly what they have against us.
We don't know
once,
fully the scope of their power to an extent. But I think what this
you don't know the scope of their power?
Scotita was saying that the moment American politicians start seeing that politically it's not favoring them, they will ditch Israel this very quickly.
Obviously.
So it tells you that is the limit of their power. The moment the politicians start losing votes that even the Israeli money cannot give them.
But Israel has to this is what Israel has to keep doing in America. They have to make sure the people that are blackmailable are still in power. The moment you have someone that's, let's say me, for example, what are you going to black? I wasn't on Epstein Island. You can't blackmail me with nothing. If I was in power, you're in power. If he's in power, AY, Jagan, whatever, none of us was on Epstein Island. So we're going to work according to our consciences or our biases. Nobody can control us, except maybe you can blackmail our family, our lives, things like that. But at this point, it is obvious that they have things against these people, and the more they are in power, the world is not going to be at peace. Once they leave, we're going to have peace.
I think we are in a conundrum here because the Palestinian issue is revealing something within the Israeli state that is very incompatible with the situation as it stands right now, because the Israelis or the Zionists want Israel to be a Jewish state. In other words, they don't want the Jewish population to become equal or minorities within their own country. Otherwise, they consider that the death of the country. Now, the Palestinians are there and they want the land because they say that land is part of their territory, because they don't want the Palestinians to be there. So you have to cleanse the Palestinians away from there. But somehow the world won't let them do that. And they too refuse to accept the Palestinians. So where are the Palestinians going to go? So that issue has to be solved. Until that issue is solved, this thing is going to keep, because Israel is not in any mood, because they still want the land. So they will, as a matter of fact, when there is a big conflagration, they have the chance. That's the best chance they have, because
Israel already owns the land.
Pardon?
Israel already owns the land.
Yeah, but the Palestinians are still there. That's
right, but Israel already owns the land. Look at the West Bank, for example.
Yes.
They go there, they kick you out of your house, they say don't come back. If you come back, you're going to die. Similar to what they did in 47. Similar to did what in 48 and 53. It's the same. Israel owns the land. But the problem now is Israel is expanding.
What do you mean?
Israel is going past. They don't care. Trust me, they can take Gaza tomorrow if they want to. If they want the whole of Gaza tomorrow, 6 p.m. tomorrow, Israeli time, they're going to take it. They're expanding. The problem right now is they are going past the Golan. They've extending their borders in Lebanon.
Yeah, they've crossed the
past
Litani
Beirut. They've crossed Litani. The next places on the road is what, the Saudis and the Egyptians.
So you see why I said the reason why they are doing this, because they never want to remain where they are right now. How do you square this thing? You are saying Iran should do this. No, this country is still going crazy. I guess maybe sanctions will work. Yeah, if they don't have money, they will slow down. They won't have enough energy to be
the world has to corral them.
Yeah,
corral them
that's the only solution.
Economically. And let's see how far America is willing, because what's going to happen? You're going to keep taking on funds to Israel. At some point, the homeless people in Skid Row and Middle America are going to get mad. Like, wait, we heard there's a place called Israel. You're giving all this money. What's going on with my welfare check? What's going on with my Medicaid? Why couldn't I see a doctor yesterday? How come I don't get the free phones no more and the passes? Why am I hungry? Why can't I pay my rent? Why is Section 8 not paying my rent? You see what I'm saying? So at some point, it's going to trickle down and Americans are going to stand up. And Americans are standing up. And Americans, especially the evangelicals, are opening their eyes and realizing that the Zionists really don't like Christians. You're just a useful tool for their message and their advances. Americans are starting to wake up for their interest. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. And Americans are starting to wake up and say, they really don't like us. Americans are learning more about Judaism. Americans are realizing, what do they think about Jesus? What do they think about his mother? Holy crap, it's not what they've been feeding us for the last 60 years. You see what I'm saying? So
one thing about Israelis, they are they remember people that don't favor them. I fear that some of the things going on in South Africa right now, and even in Nigeria, because it was right after the Nigerian president, I think, voted in support of a resolution.
The vice president.
Yeah, the vice president. That's when this genocide thing started. Yeah, he made a speech. The genocide thing started. Then in South Africa, they did their own thing. The genocide accusation went straight on. Then now is xenophobic attacks.
Yeah, but listen. Before it gets to you guys, I don't know how, if you're an ardent user of social media. They put out $750 million. They're not hiding it. They're attacking. They literally will attack all their enemies using the media. So back in the days, it would be CNN and MSNBC and BBC and Sky News. Everybody had the same talking point. Now, what they do is they pay influencers. If you go online, for example, some of the biggest people propagating Israeli propaganda, when you check, they're from Nigeria. You look at where they're from, 6 out of 10 names you see are from Nigeria. And then when they stop paying them, like 6-7 months ago, it dies down. And then when they start paying them again, all you see are Nigerians, anti-Islamic propaganda, anti-Iranian slander, pro-Israel Nigerians with Israeli flags, all kinds of. They exposed a bunch of them at least twice in the last 8 months.
Okay, let's explore this one going on the continent, which really concerns us. The issue, Jefferson, don't worry, you're not going to run from this Israeli conversation, because it looks like you decided to go quiet the moment you hear Israel. It's like that when all these people, when Israel is not doing so well, they will just keep quiet like they don't know anything. Then the next thing, they will just start supporting Israel again. Let's go on with the Palestinians. But that said, there's an Ebola outbreak right now in DRC. And it appears to be spreading. They reported over 1,000 cases of Ebola cases. So the issue now, that I think they found somebody with Ebola too in Uganda. So they are trying to contain it. And luckily, Ebola seems to be one of those dangerous, pandemics that doesn't spread that rapidly. So I don't know, do you have any information about this recent one? Because it's just been going on. People are just thinking, it's like one of the old ones. Is there anything different, or do you think this is going to fizzle out too?
I don't know. Is it in early stages? Didn't Uganda? Yeah, didn't they close their border?
I don't.
Because I was looking at something earlier today, and I think they said they closed their border.
You want me to play videos about it so that we can get?
Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
Okay, let's do that. Let me get this up now. I think that's the Ebola one now.
The World Health Organization arriving in Bunia, the epicenter of the outbreak, to hold talks in the DRC today.
But while focusing on the emergency, we should use it as opportunity to build the health system, because in every crisis, there is opportunity.
On the outskirts of Bunia, where he was speaking, they are reconstructing an Ebola treatment center. Medical staff say many people refuse to acknowledge the epidemic. This clinic was burned down by people who'd stormed the hospital, angry they could not bury the body of a loved one themselves. All schools are open, as well as hygiene. It's here they're trying to educate pupils about the disease and what they can do to stop the spread.
We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States.
The Trump administration has said it wants Americans who may have been exposed to the virus to be quarantined elsewhere. Millions of people are heading to the US for the World Cup next month. Kenya, which hasn't had a single case of the virus linked to the current outbreak and is 1,000 miles away from the epicenter, is where the US wants to send them. That's gone down like a lead balloon here. A high court in Nairobi ordering a temporary suspension of plans to open up a facility for US citizens.
If something is dangerous for Americans, there's no way it can be safe for Kenyans. Any agreement that is being agreed between Kenya and America or any other places, there must be the public interest.
RFK, the health secretary of the United States, posted himself catching snakes earlier this week. The US withdrew from the World Health Organization in January. He said it was a legacy institution which had become mired in bureaucracy and power politics. The WHO said the decision makes the world less safe. While countries turn inward, those on the front line all the more isolated. Scientists at Oxford University say they're developing a new vaccine that could enter clinical trials within a couple of months. A baby succumbed to the disease after its mother also died of the virus. Women and children remain the most vulnerable in areas where treatment is scant, because this strain can be survived with good medical care. There is little hope without.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to Devi Sridhar, who is Professor of Global Public Health at the University of Edinburgh. She chaired a 2014 panel on the global response to Ebola. I asked her about the level of worry as the virus is outpacing the response in the DRC.
Yes, I mean, already we're several weeks behind detecting even that it was Ebola. The initial tests that we have, which are for the Zaire strain, didn't pick up that there was a new strain. And then even right now, there's about a 50% positivity in suspected cases, which tells us that there are a lot of cases out there that we're not catching. And so I think there's a real worry right now that actually the chains of transmission are moving faster than our attempts to kind of break those and get on top of, those who are infected.
And the death rate, the WHO tell us, is 30 to 50%. Now, I don't think that's unusual for Ebola, but it still speaks to the urgency, right, of doing something.
Right now, real discussions in the scientific community of actually using two existing Ebola vaccines for the Zaire strain. There's worry that actually if you go in with a vaccine that has partial efficacy or potentially not enough efficacy for people to feel convinced to take it, you could actually increase, vaccine hesitancy.
You mentioned the importance of the healthcare workers having the right PPE. It seems that some of them don't.
Yeah, PPE is a huge challenge. So the way Ebola spreads is through bodily fluids. So think of blood, secretions, saliva. And so those most at risk are family members who are caring for someone who's ill, or healthcare workers who are working, in close proximity to those who are getting more and more severe and trying to save their life. And so right now, the real urgency is in getting that PPE out to healthcare workers, but also working on safe burials. We know that, some people might think you're only infectious when you're alive, but actually those who do die of Ebola, those burials being safe is very important, because actually that's another route of transmission.
Red Cross workers, on that point, are having to bury people who died of Ebola under police escort.
So it is really tricky, because it's too easy to go in with a Western mindset and just say, oh, who cares? This is what you need to do according to, transmission or public health or, immunology. But actually, it's very difficult in those situations when people say, actually, we don't care because this is what we've done, and get very angry if you do try to take the bodies of their loved ones.
The United States seems to be saying they don't want anyone with suspected cases, any of their own healthcare workers, perhaps who've been out there, to come back to the United States. They want to set up a quarantine center in Kenya instead, where there's also no cases right now. So what do you make of that idea?
It's quite shocking. I don't think we've seen something like this from, I would say, like a G7 country before. The general thing has been in the past, if you're infected, think back to 2014, that you get repatriated to your home country and you're given the highest level of medical care there. That's what happened in 2014. And so it seems really bizarre to be doing this.
Not least because the United States was withdrawn from the WHO that would be at the forefront of this with huge amounts of US money. I mean, the US says it's putting in $100 million to this outbreak, but how does that compare to what it used to put up as a member?
Yeah, the US used to put in, I mean, it was one of the main contributors, I mean, close to $1 billion, you would say, towards, you know, global health as a whole. So to get it cut back to this, and now it's kind of a knee-jerk response. Actually, there is an argument to be made that if those cuts hadn't been made, it hadn't removed itself from the WHO, would actually this have been picked up quicker? Could they have actually had resources come in faster? And so it is really worrisome. And it's, again, the importance of aid. It's really easy to take health security for granted until something like this happens, which is why we have an aid system, why we have these kind of agencies, and why you do, even in times of what you call peace, do need to have a system which can respond to these quickly and is funded.
Professor Devi Sridhar, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is not, it's not reached Nigeria, so it doesn't seem like a problem for us. You saw, you were laughing when you heard about the hospital.
Oh yeah, burning down.
Is there anything in DRC that looks good? God help us. Like, why is it that every time you look at DRC, it looks like some kind of, wow, it really looks horrible. But their capital must look good now. Why do we?
How many places in Nigeria look good?
Lagos, Abuja, Kano.
What?
Port Harcourt.
Kano,
okay.
Lagos, no, Abuja, yes. Lagos is a slum.
No, yeah, but compare that to DRC.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, yeah, no.
DRC is not that the way they show them. I'm sure this is a lie, because I'm sure there are areas that are really nice in DRC.
Oh, definitely.
But you never see it.
Yeah, because it's not the norm. It's not the norm.
Because they make it look like that's the place God hates the most. Like, the people look so dreary. It looks like everything just looks depressing in that
You're
country.
funny, man. You this man. You're funny,
it's
man.
A fact now. It's a fact.
No, listen, my friend.
They especially look bad.
My friend, you like talking and just talk and just keep talking.
I'm just telling you what I saw.
My brother, listen. If you understand the history of the Congo, you would more wonder why this particular place has been under such hell, as opposed to seeing them and say, look at the squalor that is seen whenever I come across Congo being shown. It's not fair. These are people that haven't had a nice, fair cut of slice of their own nation's wealth. It's a country that's been ripped apart by themselves included, especially during the time of Mobutu. So he's come through. You don't know the kind of money that he spent on looking after himself. That these places now they have been overgrown in the forest, but you can still see the money that was spent and the beauty that he was spending on himself. For the I mean, you could look at many countries like this. Gabon is like that. Equatorial Guinea. All these countries along there, they're just countries that were basically for one person.
Nigeria is like that.
Well, Nigeria is like that still in a different term. There has been something that gives those people who are Nigerians a semblance of cutting a deal for themselves. I won't say the government is giving them anything, but they're able to, build their own homes, drill their own borehole, and support the kind of intelligence that is supposed to have come from nations like this at some level. But when you look at the Congo, but they haven't been given a break. Understand that really and truly, they've never been, just like the rest of African countries, but them, I think the worst, have never, ever seen freedom. They've never been emancipated in any way. They've never had, there's nothing there that suggests that they've had any advantage. The first Leopold Then his people, the Belgians, then the Americans got involved in all kind of skullduggery there. And then they positioned Mobutu so they can start looting the nation. And as they were
After
all
Mobutu was who? Kabila, right? Laurent Kabila?
yeah, that's even around now. But they've done nothing. These aren't people who are at the point of understanding even what to do about their country. Me personally, I think that country should be shut down. I think the whole of Africa is supposed to support that country in not allowing any goods to come out of there from now. That what we do in this nation is to build it, use it as our bank, use it where it's out of bounds from any other nationality who isn't African. Cut everybody off.
You know what you said just now is very, very interesting actually, because the concept of shutting the continent down, the problem of doing that is, one, we need some things from the outside. And I actually think it's not as incredible, or how do I put it? It's not as not viable. Yeah, it's more viable than we like to think. Because if you are saying you just want to stay on your own, it will be hard for anyone to say, no, how dare you try to say that as a group of people. But the problem with that is that then they will say, okay, if you want to stay on your own, they don't ask us for our own things.
That's why you got to be tactical with it.
So I think that's where that. But Japan did it. Japan did it for 200 years. Nobody came into Japan. They were not having it.
Yeah, but you think Japan could do it if it was 2020?
No. Now after
Japan today has no need to, really.
No, I said assuming they had to, and we're in the same position from back then, will they be able to close the society?
I don't know. All I will say is that when I think about Japan today and the difference between today and then was the difference between a feudal society and the society that they have now. They are players and major players. And no matter what's happening with the economy right now, if they have a policy change in certain aspects, they can still come out as top billers, being who they are. Whereas we in Africa have to understand that we've got to set our continent up in order that we understand the bargaining and the negotiation that's going on. So my personal politics always goes like this: West Africa should be West Africa, one nation, and it includes all of the francophone countries in that area. And as we're doing that, and we're leading a nation that's as physically, geographically as big as America, geographically as big as China, then you're holding a serious economy. And if you can run that economy and show the lead on East Africa and Southern Africa, then we leave the Congo out. And what we use the Congo to do is to build its intelligence, to build its networks, to build that nation, whilst we have these rather large concentrations of economies on the African continent. Sorry.
I was going to say, let me ask you, it is 2026 and you're the president of Nigeria right now, or if you don't want to use yourself, if you're an advisor to the president, would you tell him right now to try to seek some sort of integration with the rest of West Africa, or would you say, what would your suggestion be?
You see, this is a very good question. Very, very good question, and I thank you for the option to be either the president or not, because I don't want to be the president. But I would answer it in not necessarily both ways, but coming from the standpoint of the presidency and what a presidency needs to be doing officially on the international scale. We as Nigerians are the special group of people, whatever, that have the greatest advantage of achieving such a plan. And if that West Africa, what I would do from now, advising or being the president, is let them know that, listen, security-wise, we have to get together with those countries who have already set their sights on getting rid of terrorism. We've got to join them and make sure terrorism isn't a part of West Africa. And we've got to get every other West African country on board. So once that is done, I'm bringing to the table the fact that we have to re-energize our economies. We have to have our economy under one. The way Nigeria is, from where Ghana is, the next greatest economy, that's a wide gap. It's an extreme, as you said, Lagos is Ghana. Lagos alone is Ghana. There's a couple of other states that the GDP is bigger than the whole of Ghana. So given this, we have to lead. And the lead doesn't have to be that we concentrate everything on security. We could give security to some other part of Africa that would increase the trust that we need amongst ourselves. If we have that kind of leadership, then all of the commodities that are coming out of West Africa, we can now concentrate this and give DRC a rest in terms of always trying to trade. See what DRC's...
No, but DRC is all like, I'd say forget DRC for now. Let's concentrate on our backyard.
West Africa, yes.
Right.
I'd agree. But the reason why I'm speaking about DRC is just that we have to protect that place. And
Nothing Africa can do for DRC. Not right now, not in the next 10, 15 years. Forget about it.
I don't know. I hear you, brother, but I don't know if I want to accept that, man. Because I just know what's happening in that place. We're not, as a businessman myself, I was given the opportunity to go to DRC several times and I refused to go. And in my refusal, the story I was hearing from Chinese people that I knew who were going down there, from people in Botswana, people in Angola who was tripping in there regularly to take all kinds of things, people from Russia, people from as far away as Afghanistan.
There's too many powerful interests in the DRC.
Yes, this is why
Africa cannot protect DRC. We can't.
I don't know.
We're not equipped.
Are you what I put to you is that West Africa came together, East Africa came together, Southern Africa came together. Under the auspices of their economies, we are looking to see how we can merge. But we have given ourselves this space, and all three regions are working. Maybe North Africa as well, but let's not even complicate the matter for now.
See, Jago, let me add something. I think like what he asked is a kind of question that you have to, if you are looking at it from one point of view, you say make West Africa become one state. Some other person will argue that okay, make Nigeria very strong, then you can have influence, or even then acquire more states into your own this in the nation. I am going to think that maybe it doesn't even matter, because like if you are a strong state, let's say you're a strong state that is self-asserting, what is going to happen is that the next nations around you, they will want them to become, the powers of the world will want them to become strong too. So they will empower them. Just like if you look at what is going on in Nigeria right now and many West African states, you see the French and the British and the Americans, their hands are everywhere. They are trying to circle.
Yeah, but that is where if you're powerful, say Nigeria played its cards right, especially when we had that oil boom in the 70s. And we were leading the fights, not just for Africa, but for the whole Black world. We were influencing things from Zimbabwe to South Africa to the Caribbean. If Nigeria played its cards right, you become strong and you influence the internal politics of those other countries. They become your serfdoms before the West could even have a say or even realize what's going on. But we didn't do that.
That's what Iran did. Now, Iran cultivated these relationships. I think part of the problem is not necessarily even the West anymore. I think it has become a generational issue where the older generation that are subservient to Western interests are the ones basically ruling over the country.
We don't have intelligent people at the helm.
Yeah. I mean, when you bring up Iran, but you have to understand Iran's deeper intelligence in understanding who their enemy was.
And who they are.
Yes, once they understand, it was clearer as to who they were. And what's become clearer is as they go on, and it seems to the outside world that these people are crazy, what's actually happening is a serious consolidation of their people. And they're even showing you the difference between a Persian and an Arab. Yes, we are Muslim, but we're not Arab. This is something that I know of Iranian people. They will put their foot down and tell you that they're not Arab every single time, because there's a way that they behave that Arabs behave differently. And I've seen it in too many occasions. So with this, there needs to be an appreciation of what they've been able
Thank you for coming in, Ife.
What is she going? Sorry, darling. Take care, lovely.
See ya. Thank you for joining us.
So there's a difference, and I always feel that Nigeria doesn't seem to understand its responsibility or its difference. We're just so muddled up. If we weren't as muddled up as we were, the intelligentsia that Nigeria has would have been harnessed by now. Right now, we don't have any intelligentsia. We don't.
I think maybe you may be right, but the result is that our leadership are not ambitious. They don't have any strategy.
Imagine
they're not forward thinking.
No, yes, this is it. Imagine, forefather, not after the likes of Zeke, after the likes of Awolowo, after the premiership of Tafawa Balewa. Well, I don't care what you want to say about them in historical terms, but they did a lot. They did a lot to show.
They didn't though.
Wait. They did a lot to show an example of what intelligence can do. And that is the only legacy that Nigerians have. So we all go away and become super intelligent through our education. However, we've not been able to join the intelligence of the education that we've received over the years. We've not been able to build upon our intelligence. This is what we're supposed to have done. You see, it's easy to jump in and say, oh, they didn't do anything. Look, bruh, up to today, they did the best. You can't tell me anything. Up to today, they did the very... Bruh, there's nothing you can tell me. There's nothing you can tell me.
Nothing. Don't be obstinate. Let's try to listen to each other. Why are we like being blockers? Let's try.
No, it's not that they block. You see that first regime. Wait, look at it like this, forefather. That first regime. So you want to talk? Let me stand my full point. Then you can jump back. The first regime was the best regime, and it changed at the time of the war. And by the time it changed, the oil that was found in the Niger Delta, instead of it belonging to the Niger Delta, like every other economy was before when they had regions, it was snatched from them. Now look at the dust pit that the Niger Delta has become. Is that sensible? Is that?
It didn't belong to the Niger Delta. It belonged to the eastern region. So that's part of
it. It belongs to Nigeria. It belongs to Nigeria.
Then when he said it belonged to the Niger Delta, it actually belonged to the
eastern region.
Yes,
it was the eastern region.
Eastern region, yeah, it was the eastern region. Yeah. So, but my feeling is at this stage in the world, if you look at many African countries, they have very, very old leaders, especially important ones, and they don't like in Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire. Senegal, they have a new one.
Uganda.
You see, yeah, Ghana too. You see, the Senegalese
Uganda.
Oh, Uganda! Oh my God, that one is Museveni.
Yeah,
that one is really
Museveni.
Yeah, and so many of them are
even
like
Kagame
that.
is not a kid.
Tinubu, like is one of the oldest.
Tinubu is young, guy. Tinubu cannot be more than like 63. 62, 63 years old.
No, he's older than that.
No, I'm not being facetious. I'm just playing around.
But I think he's ill. He's ill because his body. I mean, a lot of people's body is not strong, but he looks.
Yeah, but let me see what I'm saying, Django. Let me see what I'm saying. See, because I feel like the problem with our people is we have an opportunity now. We could have, if we had younger leaders, they would be more ambitious for us. They may make mistakes, but I think they will be more ambitious. They want to change it. But these old ones, They double down. The sign of it is how Tinubu changed the national anthem to that of the British woman. They can't even rename their country. The way of their thinking is not, this is not Oyibo man deliberately doing it right now anymore. It's just the mindset, because the Chinese are there to help them out, to move things on, like they help China, the Iranians, and even helping Russians today. But they won't take it. Like, and I'm sure that's what happened before too. We always think that before is that different from now. There was Soviet Union then that would have helped these nations build something big. They could have been ambitious. I feel like our leaders lack ambition. They are scared of their own shadow. They could have just said, you know what? I don't care. If you want to have military base here, I'll give it to you. But you're going to give me this. You see how Cuba invited Soviet Union to come and put nuclear missile in their territory? And look at the big trouble that almost caused. Till today, that is the reason why Cuba was not invaded. Because that was part of the agreement. And they said, if we do this, you're not going to invade Cuba again. You see what I mean? So you have to be ambitious. If you're not ambitious, you're just dead. And our
they don't think far. They don't think far. Listen, in Nigeria, which is why when y'all was talking about the DRC, and I mentioned Lagos, and I said Nigeria is the same. Each time I see a video coming from Nigeria, I see these big buildings, beautiful buildings, and I'm like, where are the sidewalks?
Oh, bro.
Where are signs of an underground drainage system?
Do you think they even
where are signs of a filtration plant?
We are not walking on the streets like you now. We are traveling with cities.
You see what I'm saying? Like, where are these signs? They'll say a 10-lane. They'll tell you, oh, we have 4 lanes, 5 lanes, and each lane is only big enough for a bicycle. And you see people driving, and you say, why are they going in the middle of the lane? And you see that the lanes are not even big enough for the cars. These are things that just common sense.
That are on our roads, and they are not even supposed to be on our roads.
This is just things that common sense. Like, if the country was run by orangutans, or it was like, just, oh, it's really an animal kingdom, hippos reside here, and zebras, you'll see a few humans, I get it. In 2026, you cannot build a standard city. Are you serious?
See, Bumumre, we have an opportunity here. I feel like Africa could be transformed. I think Dangote is right. Africa could be transformed within 5-10 years, really. People think it's impossible, but with the access to certain technologies that even the Chinese didn't have access to, like AI technology, we can bridge so many gaps. Like all in short, there are so many things that are so mundane. They don't even employ PhD holders anymore.
Half the things
the latest news about AI.
Well, half the things that we need just to transform our conditions by way of infrastructure. It doesn't need AI. It just needs people going to work, and there's enough people there. People going to work, and people being skilled enough to be finished.
Yeah, but if you have AI, you will get to solutions faster.
I'm not saying I'm not arguing
through the evolution that the Chinese went
through. Forefathers, most places are actually abandoning AI right now because they're realizing that the cost outweighs the benefit. So, for example, Microsoft. Yes, of course. Actually, Microsoft right now has told its workers only use AI if necessary because it's too expensive. Amazon
it's stopping the cause of thought. It doesn't do good for the thought.
It doesn't do much good. So I think they're realizing. Amazon also on Thursday put out a memo: no more AI. It's not helping. It's like.
What do you mean? No more AI where?
Amazon is limiting it.
Do you think that you understand AI?
I'm saying, what area are they limiting it? Everywhere in their organization?
Yes, AI, period.
Let me confirm this. That's odd. I don't see that. I don't see that. It's like suspending Google or suspending.
No, it's not the same.
No.
It's not the same.
No, I knew from when you were speaking that you didn't understand. You don't understand what AI is.
Because people think AI, is just like check and say what's the capital of this. And automation too expensive.
Okay, now look at the question. Look at what they wrote here. This is my point. It is a specific area, and it's to stop them from competing in using AI. They are
what do you mean
competing. Okay, let me see. It says Amazon scraps AI leader board to stop workers chasing usage scores. It says senior executive tells staff don't use AI just for the sake of using AI as cost rises. So they are basically saying they don't want the cost to be too much because they're just using it for
because, like I said, sir, the cost outweighs the benefit. I started off by telling you that.
Yeah, but it's not. Hold on. My point is that it doesn't mean that there's no benefit. They are saying that they are using it for things that are not necessary.
They didn't say there's no benefit.
The cost outweighs the benefit.
Okay.
I didn't say there's no benefit.
I get you.
I can't repeat.
Because you're saying they say they should stop using it.
No, he didn't say that. Bro, you have to follow the conversation, honestly. You're taking
he
us
said
back.
they should stop using it.
He just told you what he said. Oh, please. You see, what I wanted to say.
Okay. Repeat what you said again, just so we are clear before he goes.
No, basically, I did say that. I did say that.
Exactly. That's what I was telling you.
In essence, I did say that. But in essence, the cost outweighs the benefit. Is the bottom line.
I still understood it in the way you last explained it. In the way you explained it, I had seen this before, but it wasn't the same thing as you saw. What you saw, I did see that one, but I wasn't thinking about the cost and benefit. What I was thinking about is what they have said about they say that the worst school reports all over the world right now have come out due to the education from primary to secondary.
Oh yeah, that too.
Has always been using computers, and in those computers, AI is involved, and with that, they have done the worst in their cognitive.
Because it's not letting people think anymore. They just
that's right.
They don't want to read. They don't want to think. They don't want to.
The brain is not firing like it would in other generations before. So we're using our brain more than the generation, which is the first time it's happened. So these things have to be understood. The danger.
They're talking about forefathers.
You know what I mean?
I said it weeks ago that the last vestige of our knowledge has to be focused on critical thinking, because you don't need to know that much facts anymore, but you need to know logic. Very, very important.
What's logic without facts?
Let me ask you two of you.
The logic is that if you want something, when you demand something, you have to know how whether that thing is beneficial to you before you give AI the question, because the AI could mislead you. It could give its own interpretation.
So that means you should know facts. That means you should know the facts.
You have to have an idea of the fact, and if the AI gives you answer, you have to be able to compare it. In other words, you have to know whether it is giving you the right information or not.
So you have to have the facts.
To have some critical thinking.
You have to have the facts. So you have to have the facts.
No, you don't.
But anyway, Jack was going to say something.
I was just going to ask. Let me ask you. It's another subject.
Calm down now. Come on, don't do this. You guys are not moderating. This guy answer question and they just handed it to Jack as if he's
no, because he was going to ask a question, and then you asked the question.
It's okay to just let go.
Troublemaker has come in. Who says there's only you or 4? 5 people have just walked in. It's one man, but it's 5. He's going to cause trouble before he leaves. So let's keep it calm. So the point I'm making is that AI. Let me read what he said before we just go on. Amazon has shut down an internal leaderboard that tracks employees' use of AI tools after workers tried to boost their scores with unnecessary activity that increased the company's cost.
This is the cost.
So it's because of that competition to get scores. That is why they were using it, and they were basically misusing AI for that purpose.
Well, I still think you have to expand your mind as to because it's not just that's being said in that report. There's a lot more.
There are other things, right? There's more.
Yeah, man.
Employees. Okay, let me repeat.
No, wait. No, don't keep reading, forefathers. We're up to date. You see, we're up to date. That's the difference here.
How are you up to date? You just say.
Well, let me put this to you. Don't argue about everything. No, I want to put something.
No. Both of you are making sense, but he's also making sense. Like, let's hear both sides.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, he's not saying you're wrong.
Anyway, what I'm trying to put to us, I don't know. I know that some of us have religious aspects that follow us, which is cool. But I want to ask: does anybody understand what Ifa is?
Yeah.
What the Ifa is in its logic?
Basically, AI.
Thanks, my brother. I have to really salute you, bro. I have to salute you, because those people that don't know that
people have said it now, and this kind of stuff that brings us down. Tell me how Ifa is AI. Tell me how Ifa is AI. And this guy also that gets us in trouble.
No, come on,
you're every very bad behavior. You can't be this.
Wait, forefather. I
tell us how Ifa is AI. If you
wait, before you even do that, my brother. Before you even do that, I asked an open question. I didn't know who was going to answer it. And it's not that I didn't think Boom Boom Ray would answer it, but I know that Boom Boom Ray, he has a wide mind, although he is a religious person. And I don't mean that in any connotation, because he's an individual, and that's how I take it. So him answering correctly a question that I just threw out, he's going to get some support for answering that question accurately, as far as I'm concerned.
When I don't know why it is accurate.
Well, why would you know when you don't look and you're not looking and you're reading book upside down?
When you want me to sing and I know something and start praising tell us why Ifa is AI before we start waffling everywhere.
When you missed the whole of your primary school, how would you know?
AI before he started insulting me. Tell us why Ifa is AI. You're not telling us.
African contemporary religion.
You see, Saxonia just went and agreed with him. When he didn't even make any point. He didn't
agree with me. He answered.
I answered what
he didn't agree with me. He answered a question.
Let me go to Saxonia now. Saxonia, tell us why Ifa is AI, please. Because
God. So listen, I'm not going to pretend like I am an Ifa Babalawo. So I'm not going to pretend. So what I'm going to do, the little I know, so basically maybe I don't offend people, and I don't speak out of acting like I know more than the little I know. I'll just advise you to go read about Ifa, the divination system, how the algorithm is involved, how they get their messages, and the school of thought.
You did well, my brother, in answering with such.
By that standard.
He did well in answering with such a disclaimer.
No, not really.
Stop starting the conversation.
Let me try and answer it for you.
Hold on, Jago. Hold on. Let me just say what you were going to say. By that standard, tell me how every other religion is not this AI.
Well, okay. Maybe you might have, I wouldn't say every other religion, but maybe you might have a point that there are religions or spirituality systems that are run the same as Ifa. You might have a point there. And I wouldn't say Ifa is just the sole system that uses this method. That's why I said what you have to do is either go read or go seek out knowledge from a more knowledgeable person, because I'm not the one. I know a little bit, but I don't want to sound like a fool talking about it. I just know a little bit from what people that are in the religion have explained to myself. I told you the other day, remember I told you myself and AY, we spoke to a traditionalist and he was explaining, actually I would think you even know, and he was explaining all of these things to us. And we were like, whoa, like this is very similar to Islam and Judaism, and you know what I mean? So yeah.
So like I'm kind of agnostic about it, but I would like Jago to explain like
okay,
like AI.
Well, I'm going to put it to you like this: with all the disclaimers that have already been put down by Boom Boom Ray, IFRA is something I've looked at for some time. And what I've seen is that it has a lot of details within it and is quite deep. And in its depth, there is a logic system that they use in their divination. And that logic system is the binary code. And that binary code is older in terms of its scientific logic than most religions in the world. That the only few religions that have it were the Egyptians and the Chinese.
Right.
These were the civilizations that had similar way of divination of logic. And what they did was to follow the binary code. 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 4, 1, 6. And they keep doing this. And as they're giving their definitions, they're getting answers from their random throwing down of the logic, as it were. I'll put it there. They call it Odu, but I'll put it to you.
Yes. Odu.
I'll put it to you as logic. And this logic gives them the answer to their questions. And it works in such an accurate way that it is why, largely, when the Europeans look at Yoruba tradition and how that tradition carried itself from the West Africa into the Caribbean, into the Americas, they've seen almost why, because of the strength that it has in terms of being more than just spiritual, but being a transition between what is spiritual and what is physical. So there are all these transcending things that take place within the IFA. So when you compare it with today's computers and you compare it with today's AI, you can see that there's been a
convergence, right?
Between the two, a different language almost that is suggesting the same outcome.
But still based on mathematics.
Based on mathematics.
Yeah, so I agree. You know what I mean? So this is why I always argue that African spirituality is actually based on science, right? Like, for instance, if you look at Igbo traditional religion, you know, like they do things like they worship trees, they respect the Vinaya nature, you know, the revere nature, right? They, like, if you go to some communities, you're not allowed to kill some animals. They use that to preserve the natural environment, right? And then you look at like where my pops came from, my pops community, you're not allowed to cut down trees without appeasing the spirit of the tree, right? Yes. But if you look at it scientifically, when you cut down trees, you're destroying homes for birds. You're destroying the environment, right?
Bees, worms.
If you go to a place like called Okigwe in Abia State, right, they have erosion, big erosion, massive erosion, like the land is splitting.
Yeah.
You can't imagine how big this thing is, right? And it has to do with the tree, how they treat the environment, right? Because the trees are what holds the ground, you know, the roots and everything.
The soil.
So spirituality is rooted in earth science, right? Unlike European and Arab religion. I mean, Arab religion, I don't know much about it, but Christianity itself,
the Arabs actually use the same system.
Crap. You know what I'm saying? It's all woo nonsense. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's why our people, like in Igbo land, we call church Oloka. Oloka means a house where people talk. And the thing is, like, people say, "Oh, I'm going to Oloka." I'm like, listen to what you're actually saying and translate that properly. Your ancestors knew what it was. Like, if you guys have watched, there's a show called NDC, right? NDC is like a comedy show where they make fun of like the colonialists, right? The white guy will come in and start preaching, and the translator will mistranslate,
misrepresent everything. Yeah, right. I see that.
Exactly. Everyone start laughing at him, right? Because, like,
I thought it was actually Ichioku.
Huh?
I thought it was Ichioku.
Let's go one DC.
Was it one DC?
No, one DC.
Yeah, my boy was playing it for me like a few years ago.
Yeah. So it tells you our ancestors knew this shit was crap, but we don't. Like us, we think ourselves as smarter than our ancestors. But you know what I'm saying? Like, people are willing to go to war.
Are you sure we are not?
I don't think we are.
Are you sure we are?
Are we sure? Exactly.
I think based on, if you are measuring it based on what we can achieve in the current world, I would say we are.
Yeah, I mean, collectively, what we can achieve collectively, not individually, right? Because I mean, these guys were
individually.
They were iron smelting when there was no technology. They were iron smelting that takes how many degrees of furnace to iron smelt.
You have more knowledge to manage the actual creation of the Most High. You have more knowledge, insight into the creation of the Most High now than before, because you can manipulate it based on the sciences that you have been taught. You can manipulate the environment better now than you can manipulate before. If you study meteorology, you'll be able to predict the weather better than somebody that has this thing.
I don't believe that. I don't believe. I believe that's just the sense of where we are today. When you see I'm a person who does a lot of architecture because properties and all these bits and pieces are part of my portfolio. And when I look at Nigeria and the mess of the country that it's in, and you can hardly see Nigerian design that has come to the modernized level. If you look at Nigerian fashion along the way, you can see that there's been, whilst they've got such a core of their culture within the fashion of today, there is a sweet way of translating that they've found. The creativity of Nigerian fashion people have found a way of translating that into the modern day. But we, with our architecture, we've rather disowned it. But what's happened, if you're looking carefully enough, if you see the nets and sort of carry houses where people would put up their net, and most of the best nets in the world are African or Asian. And this has been a way of sustainability.
Why are we talking about nets? Since when has nets been compared to internet?
I think other people are here understanding your lack of primary schooling.
You can't say 2 words without trying to insult me. I don't know why you feel like you have to tear me down to make your point. The point I'm making is just a fact that
what I'm saying this is where I'm saying profile.
We have more capability now than we had before.
What you see is that the science and the system that it took to build a sustainable shut-down house that you can carry on your back to the next place and set up again rather in no time at all. And it's protecting you and your family and your surroundings. Once you see these kind of transversions, the Europeans have taken it on board and looking at more sustainable ways of housing. And when you look at this, you wonder, what's all this thing that we have built up in all these Western countries there, half of it is unnecessary, half of it is vanity, half of it not really doing anything for the system.
Well, what does that got to do with the argument, though?
Because there's a way.
Modern people had more capability than people in the past.
What it tells us is that in previous times, if we speak about sustainability, we have to speak about previous times. We can't speak about the last 50 years when we're talking about sustainability.
I think there's the last 50 years. What we talk about you contextualize it now. You contextualize the argument by saying sustainability.
If you're following me,
it wasn't because the original conversation wasn't contextualized that way. It was talking about capability.
No. But what it is, I was just presenting the fact that I disagree with you based on what is modern and if modern is the best. So I was giving you an understanding
based on it's a fair point.
Yes.
So like in furthering the conversation, right? Don't you guys think like the reason why Nigeria isn't progressing, right? Most African countries, because we moved away from our own systems, right? Our own architecture, our own technology, and all the aspects of our culture, right? Like we actually like kind of started from fresh to rebuild our society using the Western
based on somebody else's style.
Exactly. Our political system, we have a political system. If you go to like the villages in Ebola, I don't talk about other regions because
what kind of political system do they have?
They have something called
communal. Everybody was involved.
The village-based political system.
Yeah, but it worked for us. It worked for us.
It worked for us. That's why
you asked him in the most condescending way. What kind of system do they have?
It worked for us. That's why you colonized.
But it worked for us.
It was working. We were colonized and enslaved.
Our political system is not patriarchal.
I wish it was.
Our political system is not patriarchal, right? Igbo people have, like, in the families, you have your first daughter all have like government. They call them the Adat, right? Ask anyone here.
Yeah.
That and the Adat they have their own. They have jurisdiction that can actually enforce laws, right? They can enforce certain types of laws, right? And then you have the first sons. They have their own government, and then you have the elders. The elders have their own government. And it's very democratic. This is the most democratic system than the system.
That's quite true. The Igbo people are quite egalitarian, kind of.
Exactly. You know, we moved away from our own system. That's probably why we.
I actually think the Igbos are quite unique in Nigeria. Although I'm not sure I've seen any other group that is like that. Maybe the chief, the middle belt, they tend to be quite independent. But the Ghana, I think they are also. They have the king. Those ones have king, but the Igbo don't.
All over Africa, we had all unique. Sorry, were you done?
I think the Igbos are quite unique in some ways.
No, I think unique is the wrong term. I think it's still very African.
That's false. They have a kingship system.
I don't think it was done for fathers.
They have a kingship system. They call them Eze. Eze is a leader. It's a king. It's almost like a king. Then you have a law.
Eze is like that.
It's a fair point, but if you say, but say they use it, I mean, the Igbo don't have Eze or something like that.
No, there was a time. And where you have to give it reasoning is that within the Yoruba system of kingship and chieftaincy, it was still done in an egalitarian way. There was nobody that was starving in the system. You can't be in the system and be starving.
Yeah, exactly.
If you are banished from your society, which what would happen at the worst, I mean, to be banished from your society is worse than going to prison, to be frank. You would have to go and find solace amongst others or build your own. And that's was
and
the society, well, one second, essentially, the society in the Yoruba system could because people think it was just a monarchy and the Oba had all the powers. No, they could actually ask the Oba to kill himself and give him a parrot egg in the calabash, present it to himself.
How many times did they do that?
They did it a few times.
They did it, bro. They did it.
They were busy wiping out everybody that would give them that calabash.
No,
they didn't even. You out there preaching the calabash.
No, we had Africa. We had our own system, bro.
That's better than the European system. The feudal system, right? No.
Actually, let me say this, Seneca. You see, one of the biggest problems Africa always had was a succession system. They make it so that they are so chaotic. When they want to succeed, they leave two sons to fight it out, or even cousins. Cousins are also involved in succession. It's not strictly patrilineal or
no. Okay. No.
African one is not very strict.
It was.
Family members have a say.
What part of the world, since you've understood power, as there never been contention to sit on the highest seat?
Oh, no,
it's inevitable. Even in the democratic system, you could have a vice president that's trying to get you out of there to attain your position. So it's not.
In the
African sense, it wasn't unusual.
I've looked into this before, especially in the empires that Nigeria had. The succession system was very, very chaotic, especially if
Did you look at the system in Europe in the dark ages?
I compared it.
Come on, man.
Based on that,
do you know that you are now?
Based on the research,
wait. Let me give this to you.
Were a lot stricter with that than.
Okay, let me show you this. Sometimes you sound to me very much. It's not a bad thing necessarily. I can take the point of view, but you sound to me very, I don't know what to call it, hypocritical or flip-flopping, or don't know what you're actually. I don't know what to call it, but at times you come across. Just wait.
You want me to start insulting you too?
No,
come on, we're having a good conversation. Let's
these are observations.
You never say one thing without
allow me to finish. I never say anything without you allowing me to finish. So you understand where I'm coming from. You seem to me to be speaking from the point of view of what the white people did was always better than what we did. And there are many black people
No,
that
actually.
well, yes, actually, because when we're putting this to you, that these are our findings. There's not one person putting these to you. You just seem to be afraid of hearing it. That there is a difference. There are people who have studied these things. You see,
But I still have studied it
I tell
myself
you
too.
part of my plan. You see, outside Lagos, we're Lagos City, not Lagos State. Lagos City, there's a big fat green, and it just continues until you get down to what do you call it? Badagry.
Badagry.
Yeah. Now, within after what I propose is that there should be a massive park, bigger than Hyde Park, bigger than Central
Park. Yeah.
In New York, and there should be a big park. So this is after Ogumo to Ikeja, going on a straight line, right on the left-hand side, if you like, if you're looking down at the map. Then there's a city, a small town, the size of Ikorodu, that I would like to take over to build African architecture everywhere, old and new, useful, vibrant, selling them as a museum, living museum example
That would be good for
of
tourism.
how Africa is supposed to
That'll
look.
be good for the ecosystem.
Look at my man; he's caught up already. I know that I'm going to have to give more lessons for forefathers to come on board. I don't know which one.
Because you see, when I looked at what happened in the Songhai Empire, the Mali Empire. Their rule for succession involves family members too. It's not only from the king to the son, like the way Europeans tend to do. So because of that, it can lead to succession wars almost all the time. Whenever a king dies, it leads to a succession war. But in Europe, some European countries, they are spared that because their system is strictly from the king to the son.
So lineage.
Yeah, because
lineage.
Because the king.
But you argue that family members are lineage. I guess I don't know how we look
because
at
the
it.
king went.
Well, what used to happen? What used to happen? Because before you get a king in Europe, he's wielding the sword. He's a strong man.
Probably killed everybody in line.
Yeah, man. Well, he ain't no joker. But by the time he has children and his children are laid up in luxury, the next generation sometimes became very poor, weak kings.
European monarchy, like they married within their own family.
So even lineage was
they're
tough.
married within their families. Brothers marry sisters. You know what I'm saying? And they have inbreed children. That's how they maintain their throne. Because they're inbreeding within. They are, sleeping within.
That went on.
But back to the AI talk, we veered off. I think Central Cash was saying something.
All right, go ahead. I think for me, the original point was that AI could help us speed up.
No, we were comparing African spirituality system.
Let's move it forward a little bit, if I may.
Oh, okay.
I want to put it to forefather. I want to put it to forefather. Forefather, with AI, the way you understand it today, and where it's going, and the fact that it's getting wiser and wiser, and people who have created these instruments, machineries, technology, they themselves have warned about the dangers that may or may not be institutionalized or just mushroomed out of this machine. Does that give you any sense of human control over human creation?
So here's the thing, right? AI.
You literally asked me and you straight off answer. But it's all right.
Hold on.
Our people are ruthless. They are ruthless in their lack of control.
They're going too nice, here's my theory right here about AIs, right? AIs, right? If you look at the scaling of it, AI intelligence, right? How it's scaling up, right? If you can project in the next 1,000 years, right? AI could become sentient, right? So here's the thing. Here's what I think. Here's what I personally think. I think, I think the planet itself, right, wants to create an intelligent life form.
Yes, God.
And that's human, exactly.
Yeah, you're trying to create God. That's it.
Not AI, actually, not humans, actually, right? Humans, I would say humans are like the shortcut, right? The planet has, the nature, let's just say nature. Nature has looked, the planet has looked, it doesn't have billions of years to evolve a level 1 intelligent life form, level 1 civilization, intelligent life form, right? And cassava scale. I forgot the proper term.
Right.
So what it did was it used a shortcut by creating human, right? Humans will create
the Kashev scale.
Yeah. Humans will create an intelligent life form that will reach that level. And here's the positive about it, right? If you look at how our relationship with our environment, we are pretty parasitical to our environment. That's why there's climate change. If you look at the climate is a mess. No one can deny that. If you go to Nigeria right now, the heat is killing.
The cloud, bro. You're landing in a plane, like what the hell?
Yeah, well, exactly. If you like get in the airport, the heat will hit you like it's like a storm. Like whoa, right? So that's how. If you look at all the life forms, if you look at bees, if you look at all the microbial life forms, there's a symbiotic relationship they have with the planet. The bees are responsible for the 1/3 of the food that we eat, right? So they actually give something back to the planet. We don't. We do not. Carbon dioxide. We don't give anything, right?
We take.
I think that is a very, very serious accusation against humanity. You can't just say we don't give
I
anything.
want you to prove how does human activity contribute to the betterment of the planet?
Our population alone, do you know how much manure we're putting under the ground? we defecate all over the place. We put in manure under the ground. See, point is that I don't think
you know how many extinctions that happen because of human activities.
However, let me say this though: humanity may represent even the savior of life on earth itself if we get advanced enough and become powerful enough. Without the mind of humanity, let's say a meteorite is coming, it can wipe out half of all life. But if families are around, we could divert.
Forefathers. We could, but maybe we won't. Forefathers, look at how much, for example, degradation of the environment all these data centers are causing all over the world. Look at how much water is being used. Look at how much the waste is being disposed. Look at how much electricity is needed to run these facilities.
Yeah, but they are doing something. They are cooking up God. That is why.
Basically.
But destroying the planet in the process.
No, they're not destroying. To be fair, why do we say they are destroying the planet? Can we give us the scale of energy that they're using? Let me find out.
Astronomical.
Because it may be that we're exaggerating this a little bit.
No, we're not. We're not exaggerating.
Okay, how much?
For example, they had a lot of towns now in the United States are refusing the data centers to open up in their societies. They're like, no, we don't want it. Because the water alone that is being consumed to cool down the engines of these machines is enough water for them to use in a year, or 36 months they're using 2 days.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they have to dispose of that waste too.
That's right.
And
here's the thing: humans, like AI, posing a danger to humanity is actually a thing. It's a thing, right? Because if you think about it, right, if there's an alien, an advanced species, right, that just emerged on this planet, and they see that the planet is hurting, right? That the Earth, what would you call that? Like the death of the Earth, right? It's accelerating, and then they look, who's responsible for this? Oh, is this species? Oh, your activity is going to cause our extinction. Let's get rid of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you this information. The total energy consumption of AI in around the world is come to about 30 gigawatts, which is about 6 times higher than that of Nigeria. But and they say it's going to surge to 40 gigawatts. But that of the US energy generation is 1,200 gigawatts. So this is my point. I sometimes I feel like we have to actually look at the numbers. They said these numbers are lies before we start saying, oh, AI is, taking over the world and destroying everything in the world. The US is generating 1.something.
You've done no projection on what you just read.
Listen, wait. Okay. So, like the concerns we've raised about the water consumption, the disposal of the water because it turns into waste, the effect on the environment by these data centers. Did you even try
how
to
much
check them
information
out?
there is? How much information there is?
But you went to just one line and you're like, oh yeah, 40 gigawatts and 1,000 gigawatts. Oh yeah, so
I agree that there's water, but water is not necessarily our biggest problem, is it? Because there's water abundant in the ocean that if you need to have it
is
fresh,
every water in the ocean drinkable?
Drinkable, yeah.
Does AI need drinkable water? What are we talking about? Does AI need drinkable water?
Well, the waters in the cities that they are located are drinkable for the most part. And those are what they're using to cool down the engines that run these data centers.
I agree. I can get that argument, but I think the argument should be either they move them to areas where they can use other sources of water instead of sapping water.
You think if they could do that, they wouldn't do that? You think they wouldn't think about that?
They want to save costs. They want to save costs. That's what they are doing. They don't want to do the wiring of this thing all the way from.
Okay, so the bottom line now is the bottom line as it stands now is AI data centers are a bane on the environment. That is just the bottom line right now. No, well, maybe they should have. Maybe they should.
I'm not, to be fair, I'm not that convinced. Aircrafts are probably doing far worse than AI would ever do. And I'm not sure aircraft is doing all that much good.
All right. Yeah, you cannot just isolate that. It's all part of the argument, right? Like human activity accelerates like the decline of the planet, right? That it's all part of it. You know what I'm saying? It's all part of it. And in order for the planet to survive, guess what? The planet will get rid of a species that's creating a problem. Look what happened to dinosaurs, right? Dinosaurs, if you think about it, they were a disaster to the environment. The planet got rid of them. That's what I think. I think the planet got rid of them because the planet felt like, hey, these species are gonna fuck shit up. Get out of here. Right?
How were the disaster on the planet?
For you to be able to understand all these things,
Jefferson, have you been doing steroids? You looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger, man.
I don't know, that's not up to you.
That's just wicked behavior.
So you see, for you to understand all these things, you need to know that from you have to start from basic definition. You see, according to science, they say matter is anything that has space and has weight and space. Then we also have about energy can be transformed from one form to another, and everything is energy, right? You see, people say, "Oh, AI, this, blah blah blah," and then the data systems we are talking about and the consumption, they are all energy systems that has very very high computation. So don't also forget too that there have been so many energy systems that have been on ground in inception, but due to so many advancements and influences and interest, some energy systems were purposely destroyed and some were let to the limelight. So when you now look at the data
I was going to ask that, but I didn't want to interrupt.
What form of energy system? Can you explain, please?
When you look at the data centers, those data centers are powered by energy systems.
No, Jefferson, which ones were discarded and
data centers that will still do the same job? And don't forget, people that are creating these high data centers too. Initially, just like you had computers that were very big, you can have the smaller ones, smaller miniature versions of them. So, I mean, there's a lot of innovation that is constantly ongoing, you know. that can be able to accommodate our technological needs. And again, I know people are afraid about AI, this, AI, that. Yes, AI is a thing of concern now, because if you look at now, you find that let me not even go too far. In the next 5 to 10 years now, it might be very, very scary to say that people might not really need to go to school to learn. Why? Because knowledge is readily available, and it's something to actually think of. Because even within workflows, do you know, is that bad now? Even if you look very carefully, you say people that are into software engineering and all of that, they are saying that most of their jobs will be extinct because we have bots that can be able to do those jobs. If that can happen, then how much more other tasks in terms of driving, machining,
or anything that involves robotics?
Jefferson, in the school aspect, right? What's going to happen is the curriculum is going to be changed, because right now the curriculum is designed to create workers, right? But if you don't have any job for humans to do, you have to restructure the curriculum totally, right? Well, I can't personally. I don't know how, but that's where they're gonna go. They're gonna do.
I think you have to restructure the curriculum to look like what. I think. Hold on. Let me add to this. I think that's an interesting point. Hold on, Jefferson. You just gave me what they come and start.
No, it's not like that, Paul. It's not because. It's not because he said something.
What this guy said.
No. Why can't you let him finish?
Let me finish.
You have to let him finish. It's not because he said something that interested you.
Let me advise you.
The point I wanted to make was that you see, he doesn't listen to people when people are talking. He just goes on talking. Jefferson, you don't do that. Don't do that, Jefferson. He's hearing you. You pretend as if he doesn't hear you. He's hearing you. Pretend as if he doesn't hear you.
He has the right.
You just keep going on.
You're bullying him.
Like a Chinese man in London. He only understands English when he wants to.
He will just ignore you and just keep going on. He pretend as if he didn't hear you. See, the point you made about the training that they need to give people when there is no job to do anything, I think is similar to, if you look at the way aristocrats live today, the kind of stuff they like to learn may be the part that will be going forward. And one thing that those elites tend to learn, they also tend to learn what they call it. They used to call it a different term, but it's in a way it's critical thinking too. But there's something they used to call it. I've forgotten the name. So they do that, and they do literature, they do culture, and all the things.
Yeah, like you call liberal, kind of like liberal.
What's that thing again? I forgot what they call it.
Like liberal studies, right?
At this time is different.
I understand your.
It's not like the medieval or industrial.
Hold on. So, if you look at most of the scientific innovations, right, in the past, and a lot of concepts like calculus, right, these were all invented or innovated by the elites in Europe. These guys, Isaac Newton, all these guys were elites, right? They didn't go to work. They were all in their lab working on math formulas, right?
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? So that was reserved for just the elites. The ordinary people were just in the farming for, making food. You know what I'm saying?
Subs, man. Subs.
Yeah, I think that's the positive thing about AI. Even though it looks like it's negative, right? If AI will force the paradigm shift where our curriculum has to be changed, where you're not going to be going to school to study how to operate a machine because you're not going to be running the machine.
Puerto Rican and African studies.
Exactly.
But I feel like there will be 1,000 ways that jobs will be created. Like, what you guys
create a job. Why do
you? No, hold on. Let me explain what I'm saying here. Like the concept that you brought up about IFA. And when I read about it here, what is surmised was that the IFA tradition seems to imply, that's what they kind of learned from it, was that if you have an AI system, it has to be based on humans being able to read the interpretation of it. But if you let the AI decide, necessarily, that's how they applied it in their own way, where they come like community to decide what the divination means or something like that. So maybe in the future, human beings AI will be there, and there will be so many things that they will be doing that human beings will be trained to a kind of operate the AI somehow, or monitor. They will train them to understand what is going on and
but forefathers, in the meantime, they're training them for this. Let me just end this, Jefferson, one quick. So in the meantime, what did you say, Jefferson? Go ahead.
It will be more dangerous at the time, and if we're not careful, if we allow the AI to, which is obviously happening, if they allow the AI to fully think for us, it will also in a way affect our spirituality in the future.
Because they're creating God. Let me just add, this is what I wanted to ask. Go. In the meantime, forefathers, while we're talking about education, like Jagun and the Central Cats talk about, and you forefathers are talking about employment, and Jefferson has talked about spirituality. I think I want to go towards the employment aspect, right? So in the meantime, while AI is doing all these things, what happens to society when all these people have lost a means of living?
Right.
And they cannot provide for themselves.
Right. So
what happens to society at that point?
What's going to happen to society? Well, here's the thing. A society that does not depend on, the system where you have to work to earn money, you have to restructure that system. There has to be a paradigm shift. That paradigm shift will affect the system as well. It'll affect the system of economy, right? And I imagine if there's what do you call that? There's a name, there's a term for it. Some guy run for a presidential election. I think it's a universal basic income, right? Everyone gets paid a certain amount of money, right, by the government because you don't work. You have basic needs. You have your home.
But where's the money going to come from?
Money? Why do you need money? There's abundance.
There you go. You see, there's a problem. Where's the money going to come from?
When you don't need for money, you see, this is why communism is the future. But let me just, I've got the name of that subject that they teach children. It's called verbal reasoning. They teach them to people that are going to go on to do high aptitude. This is subjects in secondary school and advanced. They teach it to young children, and most of these posh children, like in the context of the UK, they call them posh. They teach them those type of reasoning, and that reasoning is technically critical reasoning that I'm talking about.
Right.
That will stop. That will outlive AI, because there are CEOs testifying that they are firing PhD people, employees right now because AI can do their jobs.
That's right.
So the core that you need is reasoning.
So the main reason, essentially, I just want 30 seconds. The main reason I asked that question is, doesn't this beg that at some point it'll be necessary for the governments in charge to figure out a way to eliminate a section or a lot of sections of the population?
Large swathes.
Why?
This is where.
To prevent unrest. If people are jobless, there you go. If people are jobless and they cannot provide for themselves, and the society, the governments in charge haven't figured out a system on schooling people, keeping them busy, getting their minds off the doom that society is facing, or employing people, because there are no jobs. Automation has taken over everything. Robotics has taken over everything.
But maybe that's what the COVID thing
No.
is. No. How people react when they are doing
that. Can I come in now? I've waited for rather a while.
Let me make this point. There will be
rather a while. Let me say this. You see,
jobs, right?
Wait, no. Let me just quickly say this. It's important because we're speaking about things almost as though they're so esoteric that they're not with us right now. The fact of the matter is, there have been 3 tests laid out globally that we have missed the fact that there are tests. And these tests have proven that the majority of people would fall into these systems that you're speaking about quite easily. And the way that they will fall into it is that they won't and they will be being paid. Now, the fact that during COVID, there was almost a them against us, if you noticed. There are those that weren't ready to take any stupid action, and there are those that giddy up and queued for it. Now, this was a division, and that division marked the test, which said 55% of the world took that injection, and 25% not.
Yo, Jago, gotta be careful with this.
No. Just listen to me, because I know what I'm talking about.
But
We all were wondering. We were all here wondering where the money comes from. Why would they do this? How can they give you money for free? Wouldn't it be wonderful to get into critical thinking and being able to pit yourself against machines? Maybe it sounds like fun, but they would have already caught you by then. This is just typical 419, if you ask me.
But they listen. But during
Wait, I've been listening. I'm trying to put that there is a question before we get into Valhalla. You guys might experience, and that question is: how do we transition from who we are now to who we might, if we stay alive, into this future? I keep telling it to everybody: the world is at war, whether you understand it like that or not.
The world is at war with what? With who? Like
well, for me, it's a spiritual war, and the spiritual war, as your spirit, if you are not your flesh. Your flesh is an aspect of you. Your mind is an aspect of you, but your spirit is also an aspect of you.
What is spirit? What is spirit? What do you mean by spirit? Like,
well, let me continue. You know, if you haven't been grown up in an African way, that's not my fault.
Africa, we don't believe spirit. We don't believe spirit, man.
They won't tell you that, but it's basically the unknown.
Of course, I'm telling him that. What is spirit? Like, I can't explain it. I can explain it. The fact that I need explaining to another African who has just been speaking to me about African Scientology and didn't understand that before the Scientology took place.
But he's asking a pertinent question.
There was a spiritual happening. If you're speaking about,
you can't be using wishy-washy language. What precision?
It's not. You see, it may be wishy-washy language to you to use a word.
He didn't say spirit. He said spiritual.
You see?
Okay, what is spiritual?
Okay, just wait a minute, please, before you just latch on to one word and mistake every other wisdom.
As the nature of his spirit.
I'm trying to offer you people.
Is that not spiritual? As the nature of his spirit.
Let me not say what I was about to say. All it is that we've spoken a lot. There's a position that we have gone to that misses out a whole chunk. And that chunk is where we are now. And if we are understanding the last 5 years of our lives upon this planet Earth, and we have an understanding of Nigeria's possibilities and the fact that these possibilities are like a brick getting over a wall by itself, you know, they are almost impossible. We understand that. Yet we are speaking about future things where there's a host of possibilities that has been offered to us by technology. But there is a price to pay. And whether or not we're willing to pay that price is where we question how we get from here to there. Because where the sustenance comes from, and in making sure that you can just do normal things like go shopping and feed yourself, you know, where those things are going to come from, tied up in a string of, God knows what you call it, galactic, Scientologic, legalisms that you yourself won't be able to understand necessarily. That's what you're going to have to pay.
That's fine. Here's the thing, right? When it comes to AI, right, there's an aspect of us, humans, right, that overrides our need to control AI. That is called competition, right? When you are talking about, hey, we got to control AI and all that, countries are competing to create artificial intelligence that could, become independent, right? That could become sentient. That's what every country is pushing towards, creating the most intelligent AI. You know, that competitive nature of ours overrides our need to cooperate and control something, right? That we could perceive as a problem. Our ability to compete would accelerate AI, right? It's like a program.
To the point of what? To the point of what?
Go ahead.
Where would that acceleration benefit a human being? Tell me.
Which is what I was about to ask, because you just mentioned that the aim of, and I agree with you, that the aim of most advanced societies right now is to create the best AI, which will in turn end up being sentient beings.
Right.
And Jagan is asking a very pertinent question. How does that benefit us in the end if these things become independent of our control?
Well,
so when they become
how does it benefit? Here's the thing, right? The of course there will be benefit, right? There are, some of the benefits are kind of selfish, right? Like the billionaires are trying to create AIs to sell them. Like Google wants you to people subscriptions, right? They're looking at it from the commercial point of view, but we got to look at it from a holistic point of view, right? AI, artificial intelligence, if it gets to a point where I think it would get to, what it will do is it will create a paradigm shift that will move us to the next level. You got to understand.
Which points do you think it'll get to?
Okay.
If you guys have watched Terminator, if you guys have watched the movie Terminator, it will give you.
If you look at
wait, Jefferson, hold up, let him finish.
Hold on. What we are going to enter in the future.
So for instance, right now, if you look at in theoretical physics, we haven't really come up with any new theory in theoretical physics. We haven't come up with any new theory. Like theoretical physics almost it's stagnated. AI is actually doing a lot.
No, it's not stagnated. There are many theories that even current physicists do not know about.
No,
that they are still exploring. So they have not explored. They have not even reached. So don't worry.
No, but that's what he's saying. It's stagnated. They haven't made those discoveries yet.
They have not. What we're looking for now, it's the particle of gravity. If the concept, I forgot the name. They're trying to find the gravity. That's perfect.
Well, let me even shock you. There's another one too, which is in the line of the theory of relativity, which has to do with tachyons. In fact, a lecturer was speaking about tachyons, which is faster than the speed of light. But I know that there's nothing on this planet that will be faster than the speed of light. That's something in the spiritual realm. So when they were talking about that, I was just laughing at them.
Right.
Well said. You see, if I may again, wait. If I may again, it seems to me that both Jefferson and now Eze, right there.
Don't summarize.
It seems to me that both of you are coming from a very scientific point of view, which is good, and I like understanding.
But Jefferson is adding a spiritual aspect.
He is indeed. Wait, yes, he is indeed, and that's why I agree with his last point, because I would come at this from understanding of science, best of my understanding. And then I can't leave the spiritual world because of what I have seen in my life, where what God has put down.
Which God?
Science discovers.
God Almighty.
And that's how it works, because everything is already set. So science has made vast improvements for us as human beings, but it's done nothing in terms of telling us who put the science there, and how that science applies, and how little we still know about science, the scientific world. As how
but if science
wait, let me just land.
Okay.
You see me, I'm quite quiet at a time because I'm listening. Conversation. What I'm trying to put to us is that, again, if we understand who we are as human beings, that we have fallacies, foibles, personalities, strengths and weaknesses, and we understand ourselves like this, and then we understand that there are aspects of us, and these aspects are quite interesting with our mind. Sometimes you could be thinking, and you're thinking against yourself, but you're thinking almost against, if you're thinking clearly and objectively, you're thinking almost against something else. And you have to wonder what that something else is, if you're a thinker. So, in going into these realms of us as in the human state that we are. We understand that we have a physical body, an active mind, and if we thought further, we have an active spirit. That spirit does so many things in our life that we should understand that it's with us. It gets us up in the morning. It allows us to feel. It allows us to feel before we know. It allows us so many activities. If we are people who put ourselves and our spirit as one. Now, when I know that this is what I contain, this is what I contain as an individual. When they now start speaking to me about AI and where it can take us, my thoughts, I'm afraid, go to the point that this is what I've been having a conversation with all my life. And they are trying to replicate it in the physical. And in this replication, I can see so many fears and suspicions that I have as a spirit being. So when I look what
Also,
the
remember
let me even add to what this guy said.
Remember the blacksmith.
Saying,
Wait, hold on. The blacksmith. What the Jude? Hold on. When we invented cars, the blacksmiths didn't like that because it ran them out. It destroyed their business, right? So, fearing new technologies and new innovations.
No. You see, that's not the argument I'm having here. I'm not having that. I'm not having that argument here. That's not what I'm saying. I understand all of that history. Wait. All I'm trying to put to you.
Jaguar allowed Jefferson to say something. I think he wanted to say something.
I did for a while, and then my man was going to take over. Allow me to land, please.
He's going to come back. Let him just finish. Jefferson, say what you want to say.
Interrupt you, but it's in line to what you are saying. Please forgive me and give me a split seconds. Have we actually wondered while a society, maybe in Switzerland, will actually take so much time and energy and resources to build a collider, high-speed collider, dig up Earth in you're not even talking in small, maybe we're not even talking in miniature scale, kilometer of landmass of collider
to replicate the Big Bang.
The God particle. We were.
Though scientifically, it is a good venture that they are trying to discover particles. But if you had foresight, you know that it's beyond that. There's no way people will sit down and say they want to build a machine that will be used to accelerate light to a very high speed. Say you want to discover the atomic structure of a particle without some kind of benefits. Because what I'm saying is that there's something, just like you said, there's something very mystical about CERN, actually. Because they didn't just build it just because they want to discover particles. They actually built it because there was an agenda to discover other realms and time portals.
Oh my God.
Dude,
no.
Even if there were time portals, they are still doing it from the point of view of scientific research. In other words, it will be something that they can measure, they can get evidence for, and possibly be able to actually utilize it for a purpose.
They already have
necessarily do that. Why CERN is quite a good example. I would wonder during that whole era where they were speaking 2 years before they spoke about it, 2 years after it actually happened. Now, when you look at that time period, did you see the amount of ceremonies that they did along with all the so-called scientific measures that they were taking? I'm asking you, I'm putting it out there.
I heard about that they were doing some kind of rituals on the premises there of the sun, but that could be something, a fraternity that is involved, like, there are individuals involved there.
Why are there so-called religious or spiritual rituals being laid out in a scientific proceedings, which is what you're carrying off. You're telling us that it's all scientific.
Why do we bury chicken next to a new building or whatever, or slaughter a chicken? People do things that they believe is going to give them spiritual kind of protection or.
I don't think that shows a lot of understanding. The reason why I asked that is because this is a high value. I mean, billions were spent upon this system. This is a world thing that Jefferson reminds us, and it speaks about.
But there's no evidence to the contrary. What are you insinuating?
Wait now. We haven't heard
what he's asking you for, fathers, is, in essence, is can you imagine if it was Africans that built these colliders, and then on the eve of them trying to test it, they had a bunch of people running around with fires. What would you say? That's what he's asking you.
Well, they do that. They do that in African culture too.
Right, we know that, but he's saying, like Jefferson is saying, that doesn't that strike your mind that there might be something more than they're letting on? And just leaving it to science.
I don't know why 1 and 2 doesn't add up for 2. 1 and 1 doesn't add up to 2 for my man. That's why I blaming his primary school now.
Okay, you started again now. You guys are doing. Let me allow Jefferson to say.
That was give us the ability to reason, right? We as human beings, especially on this platform, we shouldn't just take every information hook, line, and sinker. Yes, we have our biases, but we just be thinking for ourselves to know what's going on.
The Hadron Collider, the particle that they're looking for has already been theorized. It's already been theorized. It's already well known in physics. They're trying to
that not be Higgs this particle.
We know, but it's far more than that. It is actually far more than that, bro.
What is it? What else? What is it?
No,
what else?
if I talk about that one, me,
I've said this before. I'm not sure whether because they are looking for more stuff makes much of a difference. It's just like they are looking for the Higgs particle. If they are looking for dark matter, what does it matter? They are still looking for something more.
Excuse me, nobody will take their time to dig up that large space just to discover a tiny particle.
Oh my God! Hold on. Did you hear what he just said? Hold on, calm down, please. Did he just say just to discover a tiny particle? That tiny particle is what created the nuclear weapons. That tiny particle, when they discover it, could revolutionize transportation, could revolutionize so many different things. So even our understanding of the universe.
It could be another form of energy. It could be another form of
particles anyway. You think
the thing about tiny particles is that the smaller they are, the more consequential they are actually, because it means that they are everywhere. There are so many, because the amount of particles in your hair follicle, one hair follicle alone, is billions or maybe even trillions. So for them to go even below that, to go and investigate what is beneath that, it tells that thing is very, very important to our very reality itself. So I'm not sure it's different from science. And the practices that they are doing, it just shows that they are still human beings that still have remnants of our old ways.
Something was already there. You see, the thing is, humanity, they are always studying and always discovering. But obviously, everything is always with us. And then make it simple for you. Even the words that come out of our words are far more powerful than all the bullshit they were doing today. Sorry, I don't mean to be vulgar.
I like metaphysics. I think the thing about these people, they do what they call metaphysics. Have you ever heard of metaphysics?
Than every single thing that we're doing today. They're not the digging, they're not the boo and everything. It's the words. Words are powerful.
Yo, Jefferson, listen,
now, if you speak evil,
your pessimism is why Africa cannot make strides.
Wait, let Jefferson finish. He's about to say something very profound about the water speaking to water.
We always have this suspicion. We always have this suspicion, like when we look at science.
Please hold on, please. If you speak life to water, if you speak good words to water in one cup, call that cup A. Put it in one place. Speak very vulgar words.
Harsh, mean, wicked words to water.
And do your scientific checks, like do an extra.
No, they actually did the calculation on the waves and how the waters move and how they react.
Exactly.
And then the ones that were spoken to with nice, gentle, kind words reacted calmly. And then the ones that were spoken to with very harsh words were like very turbulent, nothing moving them.
The color of the water changed.
Hold on, Jefferson.
The color water changed. Yeah, there you go. The color changed too.
Jefferson,
Right.
can you replicate? Jefferson, no, listen.
Calm down.
Jefferson,
Calm down first.
No, you calm down
first.
You calm down. Can you
Do you know what that means?
Can you replicate that? And
know what that means?
Replicate that and bring it next week and show us. Replicate what you just claimed right now. That
It's not
it's going to affect the water. Replicate it.
Go find it on
No, it was
YouTube.
a scientific. It was a scientific study. Actually,
Go
you can
find
check
it.
it online.
It was a Japanese man that did it first. It was a Japanese
Can I just add to this? See, the problem I have with this whole conversation is that somebody will come back and say, "Oh, the other day I saw a dead body, somebody that had died, and he was walking around in the shadow, then he vanished." Okay, fine. You say
why you sliding KJ? You sliding KJ.
No, let's not go there. Or you say that somebody prayed for water and they reacted differently. Maybe that is true. What you say? No, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to make a point here. Maybe what you are saying is true. That I think I've seen a report on a TV documentary where they said if you pray for water, it has slightly different characteristics. The crystalline level characteristic changes. Maybe it is true, but the question you don't know is why it is reacting. And that is the thing. When you have an unknown, stop pretending as if you know what you're talking about.
No, there is a known there. The known. Wait. Please just wait. Please wait. Don't be like that. That's how you began, and I don't know why nobody recognized it. What was said is that words have power, and an example given actually speaking to water is an experiment that has been taken. I've seen that experiment, and there was a lot in it. And what it tells us is that there is something to do with the human voice in terms of its vibrations and what it's actually communicating, that it communicates, not just in terms of language and words, but in vibrations. And these vibrations suggest that the vibrations upon the water has an effect. And the types of words you speak to this water differentiates to the point of one water is actually good for you and the other water is undrinkable. Now, this is quite a deep experiment. It wasn't a fling away somebody back down. These are serious, well-founded.
That should be the experiment, man.
So you know why forefathers and eccentric cats are rejecting it? Because they're relating it to God and religion.
It may not have anything to do with the sound. It may have something to do with the thought. Because the human beings. Sorry. Let me just add it again. I'll keep interrupting you. Sorry. In quantum physics, they believe that human beings can affect things on the subatomic level. Like that. In other words, that's the double slit experiment that they talked about. So it could be that there is a phenomenon whereby if you say good words or pray for water or something like that, that it will affect it on a subatomic level, thereby changing its crystalline state. It is possible. I'm not going to dispute that, but don't pretend as if you know why it is happening, because you don't have any link between here and there. You just know that you said the word.
I tell you the way
I think what is doing.
Okay, I've heard you a second time. You kind of repeat yourself. I tell you why I understand that, and maybe Jefferson, maybe Uruguay as well. I don't know. But the reason why I take to it is because I have a strong founding within my own spirit, and my own spirit dictates to me that as strong as I am, as weak as I am, that power, that energy is not coming through me directly. There's an involvement with another entity. I know how I'm looking at myself. It's up to you guys if you know how you're looking at yourself. In that, when I read that there is power in words, when I read that God supposedly spoke this whole existence into existence from his word, when I read that words matter. When I understand what communication has done in my life and to expound my understanding.
What
When I
about other species that
I can't give up.
What about other species that don't use words?
Weighty now.
You can't be saying that without being challenged. Like you
Wait, you can challenge me, but not whilst I'm speaking in the middle of it.
No, I'm asking you, what about species that don't have language?
This is a grown up.
Yeah,
this is where the grown ups are. This is where the grown ups. You can't be acting like a child. What I'm trying to put to us is that the relationship between me and myself, you and yourself, is the greatest relationship that you are ever gonna have. And if you break that relationship, you see, you can break your relationship with your brother, your mother. But breaking the relationship with yourself is what you are going to answer to within the next 5 minutes of this lifespan that we are holding. Let me put that to you.
If you're talking to an entity that's alien entity, that could be a sign of schizophrenia, bro.
Yeah, you can carry on with that if you wish. But I'm not afraid of those words. They mean nothing to me.
Would you forget about these things? Look, would you say, look, there's nothing that is more supreme than the word that has the supreme power. Nothing past it. There's nothing that is bigger than that.
Cats, do they? What about the word?
What has supreme power? What has supreme power?
But cats don't have our level of intelligence.
They don't? Yeah, they do.
Our level of intelligence, would you say a cat is as smart as you are?
Well, let me tell you, even down to talk about the power of words. I'm like, other species, what about microbial life forms that don't use words? What about your cells?
Yeah, but they don't have our intelligence, so they don't have our needs, so they don't have our power. Power in quotes. But let me ask you, since you mentioned that, okay, if you think you're hearing things, then it might be a sign of schizophrenia. All right, so would you agree that there's a possibility? I wouldn't say there is. I know there is because from experience, right? But I wouldn't impose that on you because I don't know your lived experience. So would you say there's a possibility that there are people that could have a foretelling of things that will happen in the future, not in the distant future, maybe some, but I'm saying like in the immediate future, a couple of days, 3 days, but they will see it in like a dream or in a vision.
It's called, if you watch the news today, if you look on your phone on the weather app, it will tell you what the weather would be tomorrow.
No. I'm saying like you went to sleep, for example. You know, because I'm just trying to go based on your assertion that if you hear voices like when Javin was talking, it's a sign of schizophrenia, and I'm saying that could be true. But do you also agree that there are people that could have a foretelling of the future? Have you ever heard of like seen documentaries to that effect or personal stories to that effect?
I mean, okay, here's the thing, right? I've seen people with savant syndrome, right?
Right.
If you tell them it's particular dates, they will tell you the events that happen in that date, any type of date, right?
I'm not talking about not happened, will happen.
They'll predict the future. Well, here's the thing, right? Okay, it's based on a school of thought, right? Where the reality has already been written in stone. If you believe in there's a name for it in physics, right? Everything has already been planned and it's going to happen the way it is.
Which we call destiny.
Fatalism.
The concept of probability, right? The future cannot be like, for instance, if you go out in the street right now and walk out on the freeway, you could get hit by a car. That's a possibility. That possibility is right. If you walk inside your kitchen and eat food, you would have food in your stomach. That's a possibility, and you're not doing it. Those possibilities are there. Those realities are there, right? So, which particular one are you going to predict?
I'm saying something as astounding. Like, I'm not going to work in 2 days because I had a dream that it's September 8th,
Yep.
2001. But I'm not going to work tomorrow, and I'm not going to work in 2 days because I had a dream that the Twin Towers fell down. And while I was running out of the building, I looked on the calendar and I saw it was September 11th. And I had this dream on September 8th. I'm just making that up, of course.
Yeah.
So I'm saying it's that kind of possibility. Do you think it is possible for people to have a premonition that something will happen in the future, and it does happen?
Listen, okay. Here, hold on, let me ask you. There's a guy called Jules Vaughn, right? Jules Vaughn wrote, he writes like fictional novels, right? Most of the things that he wrote about, like technologies that he wrote about in the 1800s, those technologies are we have it right now, right? So, what I've always told people is that writers, people that write, actually predicts the future, right? Better than like, you know, the so-called prophets. If you look at Star Trek, most of the technology in Star Trek, we have them now, right? We can speak on the phone. I'm talking to you guys. You guys are elsewhere in the world somewhere, right? These are the things that people talk about when they talk about
in the Quran. A lot of things that they predicted 1400 years ago just happening now.
Right. We draw inspiration.
You would say that it's more like crossing the line.
Oh my God!
I won't do that if I were you, because
dude, what are you talking? Are you trying to interject?
Yes,
okay,
I have to, because that is not right. You said that people were able to see the future better than what the prophets. Are you kidding me?
Not what I said. That's not what I said. You got to listen first. I said the writers, people that write.
No, he said writers. He was just comparing. He didn't say they see it better.
Exactly. People that write fictional novels. Listen, let me explain what I said. People that write fictional novels, people that write scientific fictions, they actually predict future better than any prophet. Like, you go read your Bible.
You said what he's arguing against.
Go read your Revelation. All the crap they talk about.
That's what I thought he meant.
Moses was on earth.
They couldn't predict. They couldn't predict
the car. Scientific minds during their time.
Listen, man, let me talk.
No, they had scientific minds during their time, and they could not phantom the miracles and whatever. They could not phantom the so-called sorcery that God was using Moses to perform at the time.
Sorcery.
It could not happen. They couldn't phantom it.
It's a fictional story.
Okay, let's even go to that of Daniel.
Yeah, but if they cannot phantom it, is that not hold on. Is that not the difference between that and science?
Their wise men could not interpret.
Jefferson, is that not the problem? If you see something that you cannot understand and only happened once, how is that your knowledge?
No.
Not knowledge for humanity.
Things better than the prophets. No.
Please. No. Here's what I said. No, dude, don't tell me what I said. I'm here. You don't tell me what I said.
Yeah.
I said
you clearly.
Fictional writers.
What fiction now? Where are they getting their inspiration from?
Dude, shut up for a second.
People write sci-fi this in all the time.
Wait, we're having a good time. Jefferson, let him speak. Jefferson,
people
let him
write sci-fi books all the time.
People that write science, sci-fi, predict the future better than any prophet. That's what I said, and I can put money on it, and I can give you examples of it. I already told you.
No. I don't think. What has been said has been understood by me.
Go read
for the third time. Jefferson came up and said, that's what you said. I thought you were going to come with something different. You didn't, and thank God you didn't. Because that's wait. So I understand that it's not perplexing to me. There are people that think scientifically, and there are people that understand science, and they go that way, and they crowd their mind with it, and to the point that, to me, they don't really give any space for much else, and that to me is a shame. It's the same level of shame for any religious bigot that is out there. However, I'm not in these areas. As I've said, who I am. I've said who I am. I know I have a spirit. I know I have a mind. I know I have a physical body. And within these three, I negotiate. And negotiation sees me through this world. And in my travel, I don't know about you, but in my travel, I use every aspect of it. If you are not using every aspect of it, or if you're oppressing an aspect of it, then that's fair enough. I'm speaking from the point of view of humanity, and that as a human being, I recognize there is something in this world that is the architect, and given that I live with this.
Humans, we have what you call psychic ability.
Can I finish?
If you smell, if I'm cooking,
Can I just finish?
Hey, hold on. If I'm cooking,
no, you hold on.
No, it's actually gonna let him finish. So you go after.
What's the matter with you, man? You hold on.
Good. Your microphone is not good.
At these people's level.
No, Jago, we couldn't hear you because your microphone is breaking up.
I beg your pardon, all of you. Having said what I'm trying to say, I live in a beautiful world, and I see the damage that's within it. And the damage that's within it is largely done by human beings and the progresses that we have made. And a lot of the progresses that we have made, I've seen to be unnecessary. I love the luxury of it. I love living in luxury. It's better than living in poverty. But either one, either level, you have to understand that today is different than yesterday, our histories. And we have got to this point from so many levels of our progression. And we are going somewhere. And that's somewhere where we're going, it needs serious negotiation. And to take away an aspect of who you are, what you are gifted with, we have to remember scientifically as well, we only use about 5 to 10% of our brain. This is a deep thing. It means that even we may have in-depth knowledge that we have no knowledge of. We don't know what it is to be haven't fully utilized our human being, and we are creating something that could outperform us. And I feel that this needs a lot of questioning, a lot of negotiation, and not belittling and bigotry. Bigotry can come from anywhere. Don't think because you don't believe in God.
I think you're confusing.
Because you don't believe in God that you can't be a bigot.
Jago, I think you're confusing challenging. I think you're confusing challenging the method of ascertaining the truth of things for challenging the idea that is being postulated or proposed. Because in reality, that's the question. Because you can't just say, okay, I saw a light somewhere. But then you say, okay, that thing is divine or something. You don't know that because you have not really used any particular ways to know that thing. You just insinuated, you just made a leap. And that is the problem with
I don't think that's what I've only spoken from a humanistic point of view. I've spoken from a humanistic I've spoken from a humanistic point of view and told you the faculties of the human body.
No, you said you have a body, you have a soul, you have this. You don't know any of those. You just think you do, but you don't. It's not
according to you, because you haven't looked into. Well, you know what? You can't. Your body. Unfortunately, what you're saying, you can't tell me. As I said, whether or not you have a relationship with your own being. That's what I spoke about. A relationship with your own being. To the point that this is what I see, and in myself, if when we look at each other as beings, you have missed out a whole side of your own being. That's not my fault. I'm telling you what I recognize within myself.
I haven't missed out anything. You
must have. You must have.
What you are perceiving, I have no. I have similar perception.
How do you come to that conclusion?
No, you are reaching a conclusion that you don't have a right to reach, even because you're just just groping in that. You are just saying.
No, what do you mean? Tell me what you mean.
Let me ask you. What does that spiritual being represent? What is that spiritual being that you say?
I told you that this is what it represents. It represents me when I wake up in the morning. It's not my flesh that is waking up. It's my spirit that wakes up, and that wakes me up. That's every morning. I don't know if you understand that, forefather. You see, when you die, your flesh is still there. Nothing inside it. I don't know if you've seen a dead body before, but what you know is that person in that dead body is no longer there. He has gone. What do you mean, how do I know that? because I can see.
How do you know the person is gone?
I can see his flesh, and I can't see him.
Okay, now let me give you a concept now that you have to understand the reality.
What you're running away from is that you have a lack of understanding on these things.
I hear what you are saying, but hear me out. What I'm trying to tell you here. If you have, let's say, a radio cassette player, you decide to take it apart into its components. What is that? Where is that radio cassette anymore? The radio cassette player was there, but when you take it apart, it becomes something else, isn't it? That is the point. Life is telling you what it is.
No, let me keep on with Forefather for a minute.
Hold on.
Because
remember, what you are describing is an actually abstract thing. Because that radio cassette, you gave it a name. The parts and everything coming together is now a radio cassette player with a cassette.
You see, unfortunately,
hold on. Listen. If you are listening, you are going to understand. If you have that radio cassette player, everything coming together, if you take it apart, where is that radio cassette player? Has it gone into heaven? You assuming, you are making a leap and saying that radio cassette player had a spirit and is gone to heaven.
Okay, can I come back to you?
I think that is.
No, leave him, please.
No, that is exactly you are confusing material things.
No. You're speaking on
something invisible that you cannot see.
No. You're speaking on, but you've proven nothing. Unfortunately, wait, Jefferson, can you hold on? Unfortunately, you have compared a human being to a man-made radio. Immediately start.
No, you didn't do that.
A completely odd position. Now,
I'm comparing material to material things.
I still
material thing.
I still allowed you to finish your argument, which I say is nothing. It's a nothing argument. But I listened where I knew where you were going, and I knew again where you were going was not to the level that I'm speaking. When I'm speaking to you about a human being. I'm speaking to you about the sanctity of the human being, and what I've seen science do.
What is the sanctity? What is the sanctity of the human being?
Why don't you understand language? It's English I'm speaking.
I want to know
sanctity.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that the flesh, the mind, and the spirit of a human cannot be compared to a radio. Firstly.
Exactly. By what standard? Where did you get that from?
Because that's the comparison that you offered.
Like everything else.
That's the comparison that you offered. That's the comparison.
But all the examples you've seen in this
world,
what you're doing.
You get confused.
And you decide to give one a special name.
Okay. You get confused with a single word I'm taking, and now you spoke the whole communication. I know exactly where you're coming from, and I'm saying that I and human beings all around the world, maybe except you, value what it is to be a human being, and they don't compare themselves with material things like are man-made. In that,
I don't know, but I actually value human beings more. You are the one.
Let me finish, Forefather. You got to let me finish before you just become incensed over every little word.
I'm not being incensed. I'm just saying
you're incensed.
I'm trying to flesh out.
We can't create 10 arguments out.
It has no bearing in reality.
We cannot create.
You use sanctity. You use all kinds of stuff to decide things. You are using it to.
It's unfortunate.
What you are doing, you are spiking the idea by calling it sanctity that is separate.
You're still arguing. You're still arguing over a word that I've explained, and I've given you the visceral understanding that this cup and me are not to be compared.
How can it be the same?
This cup is man-made, just like the radio that you speak about, and in that it's a thing. Well, I'm not
every animal, every living thing has
I've given you even a more deeper way of understanding.
Let's go deeper.
Every
living thing has spirit. Let's start from there.
Like this kind of thing, but unfortunately, you're not listening to the argument.
I'm asking a straight question. Every living thing has spirit.
No, I didn't hear what you said. But
you said a cup is not a living thing.
I didn't hear.
I want to use your own word, your standard. If you say a cup is not a living thing, then are you saying all living thing has spirit?
As far as I'm concerned, as a living thing Every living thing has a spirit, including the plant.
No.
They have something sensuous. I'm going to use another word that you might have to look up.
Mosquitoes, earthworms, and everything, all of them have spirit. At least that's consistent if you want to hold on to that position.
Everything has a meaning that is living.
Everything that two eyes.
You see, unfortunately, you just scribbled everything that we're trying to put on the table. We've run away from the central argument. The central argument is do you have a spirit and do you know what that means? And you're asking me to explain what it is to be a spirit.
What do you mean by spirit?
What
do you mean by spirit?
And I'm telling you, I'm giving you words like sanctity. I'm showing you the difference between me and a cup. I'm giving you all these reasons. You're fighting with words. I'm trying to put you in a whole succinct argument where you're scribbling around.
Fighting with the words that you used to even brainwash yourself to.
You must bring your succinct point to the table. You see, you don't seem to have a response.
You know what I said earlier on about when you have reality of this world, that you see the creation of the Most High Himself, and you decide that you want to put your own interpretation that is not there on it. That is almost an evil. Because what you are doing, you are confining. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying.
Like that.
You have your own say. Hold on, let me finish. You've had your own say.
What say did I have that you didn't crash? What do you mean I've had my own say? What kind of rubbish are you talking? No, don't be like that. Because I'm trying to have one argument. I'm trying to have one argument. And you're bringing about 16 different arguments.
No, you don't. You see, you don't want to learn. You're not here to learn. You're just here to argue for the argument's sake and insult.
That's why you turn off my camera. That's why you turn off my team.
No, because you don't even see the now. Let me finish my point. You will speak. Okay, let me finish my point. You are definitely allowed to speak.
You don't see the fairness in me and you just talking.
I'm not stopping you
from
talking. I'm saying, let me finish
you're
talking.
Using power on top.
You see, now he doesn't want to go into the actual discussion.
No, on top of the.
Let's go into the discussion itself. Let's go into the discussion.
Put him in backstage.
Why are you trying to unmute yourself?
Put him in backstage.
I can be quiet, but you're a lousy host.
Okay, be quiet then. Be quiet. Let me just make my point. Then you can go ahead and speak. See, my own point is that in life itself, it's almost an evil when you see the Creator's work and you decide to add your own meaning. I think I remember in the Bible they say don't add meaning to anything. Stop adding something that wasn't there. I don't prove it there. Because now you say a spirit disappears somewhere, you don't have any proof of it all. There's no measurement of it all. Is that not a little bit of madness? Tell me what that is. You are saying something somewhere.
I tell you what is a madness.
Hold on. Just because something is animated one moment and
no, you see, you're not just speaking. You're not just speaking. You're stoning it with pricks. And then you come from the point you actually use with your own mouth and you say the most high. You said, not me.
Yes. What do you think I mean by the most high?
Okay. In you saying it now, that means that there are connotations. You don't just use the word if you don't understand the word. So in me understanding...
No, I understand the word. You have not answered my question. What do you think I meant by the most high? Have you bothered to ask me that?
Well, why should I ask you when you're using a commonality? These are commonalities.
No, we have
are you going to make new meaning? Are you going to new meaning out?
Why are you even highlighting it? Because it's
you're going to make new meaning out of old understandings, which is stretching words.
Hold on. If you know the meaning,
you tell me what you mean. You tell me what you mean.
By the Most High is whatever is responsible for why we exist is the Most High. The fact that we exist, whatever made it happen, is the Most High. So when the Most High creates something and you decide to add meaning and take meaning from it, that is not there. If he wanted you to see your spirit, he will give it to you to see. You just assume, you just made something up and say there's a spirit in this animate object that
okay, let me ask you. No, it's a simple, straightforward question. The Most High that you are using as a word or a name or a verb, I don't know how you use it, but that Most High that you are speaking, have you seen him?
I've seen his work or its work because we exist.
Look at that.
That is the most evidential thing you can ever say, because we actually
all that means.
I
tell you what that means.
And you are holding the flag on one hand, take it away. You know that is against the rules. I know you exist because there's evidence that you exist.
Okay.
That is the work of
let me say this to you. If there's agreement between me and you, if there's agreement between me and you that there is something called the Most High, and that Most High is the progenitor of everything that exists between us and the mind that we've been given, and why we've been given, and the fact that we're going to ask questions and move on and improve and develop and all the rest of it. It means that you are arguing round and round and round. Because what I said, therefore, was straightforward. Because if you have understanding of what the Most High is, if that Most High that created us as human beings, that there's no communication or connection between us and the Most High in your terminology, that's where we break ranks. Because with me,
there's no connection.
I mean, therefore, without you coming back and argue with my whole
we interact with there's no connection. What I'm saying is that
don't argue with me. Let me finish.
That is where you are mistaken. You can't keep saying something that you can't see, you have no proof of. You start attributing there's a spirit somewhere.
Oh, you did. You said it. You
are the one that said there's a spirit in a body that is
you is the one that brought up the Most High and said that you can't see him.
We are created by.
I can see the work of the Most High. No. Say, because the Most High is everywhere. He's his creation.
You can't speak rubbish here.
What are you talking about?
You can't speak rubbish here.
We interact with nature.
What is the rubbish? You are the one that
says the rubbish is that you can't separate. You cannot separate the term that you use without provocation. You use the term Most High, and then at some point in your development of Most High, you break it to say that between me and the Most High there is nothing. That's nonsense.
Who told you that? Did I say there is nothing?
I said to you, the connection between me and the Most High is through my spirit. That's how we are connected.
Oh, so you are using okay. Now let me get what you are saying now.
No, man. I tell you why you don't get what I'm saying. I tell you why you don't get what.
You see, he doesn't want to be nailed down. You see, this is how jelly people behave. They don't want to be nailed down with their own logic.
No. That's what just happened to you. That's what just happened to you.
No,
I'm saying. Let me finish. Let me finish him. Allow me to finish him.
I will agree with you. Why would I run?
Allow me to finish.
I'm not ashamed to accept your argument. If it's
allow me to finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I said about 15 minutes ago is just where you are now. I said that me and you, if we have an agreement on what the Most High is, that means there's no point of us arguing. But you are arguing, the fact that I use the word spirit, like it's out of this world. You don't know what it is. But you could use the word Most High. No, that's not common sense. It's the thinking of an invalid. It's the thinking of an invalid.
Insult all you want.
It's the truth.
Hold on.
Because all the argument was for nothing.
You see, they say what they say about the refugee or scoundrels or something. You just start insulting people. See, the point I'm making is that you argued. The original argument was that if a body that is animate in one moment becomes inanimate, the spirit has left. Then, by that standard, you're going to say anything that was animate in one moment, that is life, because you like to call it life. Then, if that thing becomes inanimate, then it's also the spirit has left the body. Then I said, because you don't have any proof of that thing that left the body, just like anything that you put together, if you disassemble it, it becomes something else. People transform all the time. Even the way you were born and the way you look today is not the same. You transform all the time, but yet you are still the same person.
I didn't tell you that transformation didn't take place. I described what death is away from life.
Instead, spirit left. The spirit left.
Yeah, which is called death. That's called death, as far as we're concerned.
No, the spirit left. No.
The transformation that may take place, I don't know about. I haven't been through that. But we have an understanding and a belief that transformation does take place. So again, you're arguing with me as though I'm a kid. We're not arguing. We're not kids.
No. I'm not talking about you as a kid. I'm saying that the language you're using is what makes us believe in woo-woo stuff. That doesn't.
Okay, I I don't. You see, because I'm for 2026, people in the time of BC, they knew what death was. They knew viscerally. People in Gaza today, they know viscerally what is death. For us to be arguing as though we don't understand what death is.
You are the one that brought spirit into it.
No. Then let me finish. Don't just bully. Don't just bully. Yeah. That's not how to have a communication. I'm communicating with you based on me trying to lend understanding to any conversation we have by giving us at least the fact that we are human beings and that humanity should keep us humble and not start guessing about what people say or understand.
You're the one guessing.
Based on our limited knowledge. Don't say that. I'm using these words. Let me, all right. Let me finish. I'm using all these words, my friend. So in me using these words, I'm putting to you that you don't argue for the sake of knowledge. Because if you did, you'd listen better. You just wait to hear whatever distracting you, and then you go upon it, which doesn't lend you the ears to listen to what's kind of put across. You're thinking that people are taking time.
I didn't consider that you are not as clever as you think because I cannot understand you.
Oh, okay, fair enough. If you can understand, if you don't understand,
because you are, if there's a grain of wisdom in what you are saying, I should have gotten it by now because you literally said.
No, you don't get it because you don't listen well. Is what I'm saying.
Jago, did he not say if an inanimate object becomes this thing, that's an animate object become inanimate? It means the spirit has left the body.
Oh, my brother, those are the words that I used. I know you understand what death is, but you want to argue over terminology.
Use another time to explain it to me.
Let me just expand it. Let me expand.
Tell me what you mean.
What you're asking me before that? What is the spirit? Prove to me that there is a spirit, and I find that confounding. We all know when we speak about anything spiritual, we're speaking esoterically, which means that it is an invisible thing, an inanimate thing. And in that, we say, what is death? I have had a lot of friends, family, people that I know, and I've seen their dead body. And when I look upon their dead, I don't know if you've done this. When I look upon the dead body,
you are using emotive language
wait, let me
override people's logical minds.
Okay, let me keep going so you understand me. When I look at the dead body, I can see my friend, my partner, my family is no longer there. I remember who they were. I know who they are. And in them not being able to react to me, know that they have lived. When I touch that body, it's freezing cold. Freezing cold. I know the body is there. So I tell you that your spirit is in use every single day. It wakes you up like a clock. It does that. Your flesh is not doing that. Yes, your muscles support you and you're able to do that, but it is your spirit that activates you before your mind, before your flesh. So if you understand how your spirit operates in your body, this is why I'll put it to everybody. If you have a spirit like I do, you recognize what I'm saying. If you don't work and use it, like if you didn't use your brain, you become a dullard. No. If you don't use your physique, you would become weak rather than being strong. If you don't understand these things, I don't know what to do. How can I educate you?
Now, that is a very interesting point you made. You see, now, what he has just done is to walk into the physiological argument that I've been making. He literally said, if you don't use your body, it will fail.
I've said this
Hold
before.
on, calm down.
I'm not calming
down. It will fail. If you had a spirit that was inanimate, that doesn't need the body to function, the body will not have any effect on the spirit. That spirit controls your words and everything, isn't it? It's what makes you animate and do things. If that spirit actually exist, why should the physical body affect its ability to function? That spirit is you. That spirit is the one that makes you talk. That maybe from your point of view, does it bear your memories? I'm not even sure anymore whether it bears the memory, your memories. If it does, it means the physical body affects the spirit. Am I mistaken? Does it or does it not?
Everything and anything can affect one's spirit, depending.
You begin to see
Wait, let me land now. Everything and anything can affect one's spirit, depending on the owner of that spirit and the amount of knowledge that he has about himself or her. Simple.
If the physical body can affect the spirit, maybe you are confusing manifestations on. Sorry. Let me deal with this. And then you can go ahead, Jefferson.
For long, I know it's your show, but you guys have been speaking long. But you guys have been over an hour right now.
Let me just respond to him now.
Look very, very carefully. Someone was saying that, how do you know that you have a spirit? First of all, can you see the words that are coming out of my mouth? What they are relying on, you are basically relying on your speakers and your microphone to interpret what I'm saying. And I'm also doing the same thing to interpret what you are saying. You understand? And the words are coming out, is propagating through a medium. The medium is air, ether, and so many other things. So I don't really want to go into the aspect of medium. What I mean is that as we are speaking, you are hearing me, I'm hearing you. Yeah. So the words are moving. So there is movement, exchange of energy from me to you, from you to me.
What about AI? When the AI talk, what's that? What's behind that?
That's number one. Then number two, me and you, as we speak, we have air, we are breathing. You know, we are breathing through our nostrils, we are breathing through our body. And
all those are physical.
Yes, and so
does AI breathe? Does AI have a nostril?
Literally, and we cannot see the air that we breathe. You understand? You can't see the air that we breathe. You can't see the voice, the sound, but you know that something is happening. Just like you cannot see electricity. You can't see electricity. Have you thought of that?
Yeah, we can't.
So our heart that is beating, bam, 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 bam. We only believe that the heart is beating, and that is pulsating the blood, moving all of that, all activities happening, oxygenated blood entering the brain, blah, blah, blah. It's a very, very multi-complex process. In fact, all of nature is being copycatted by the so-called AI that we are doing today. The same AI, all the AI we are seeing, blah, blah, blah. The airplane, whatever you can think of, computer, everything's. In fact, AI is copying nature. Full stop. Everything that nature is doing is being so. It has what do you call it? It has an alter ego in machine. You understand? So coming to that, what we are saying here is that every activity that we do is highly spiritual. Then when you talk of medium, when you talk of inanimate object, like for instance my phone.
I will answer him when he's saying, because
when you're answering, he just made a leap to spirit. He doesn't even
leave it. Let him finish. I will answer him. Let him finish, because we've been talking. You see,
from time immemorial, from creation, even though everybody wants to escape that, creation made available all the things I have today. Man was given dominion. There was pre-Adamic flood, and of course there was Tower of Babel, blah blah blah, up to this present time. Unfortunately, everybody has what they stand for, which is, well, everybody's entitled to their opinion. That's fine, but whether everybody likes it or not, there is God Almighty up there. Everybody's going to answer query.
Up where?
You know, let me respond to the point you just raised.
You castigate me, whether you say I'm a caricature or a fanatic or anything you want to call me, it's fine.
Up where?
There is the Lord God Almighty who created all things. That even the devil that is even most of us today is even subject to.
Leave him. I will answer his question. So I want us to get somewhere with this. Seneca, just hold on. I will get somewhere. I will ask him. Don't worry.
I'm not here to preach to you, but I'm going to tell you what is in accordance to God's precepts. I'm not going to say, oh, you must do this. I'm not going to do that, but I will tell you.
Okay,
That
let me respond to the points you made. Let me respond to some of the points you made.
Everything I've been on this planet is a spiritual experience, whether we like it or not.
Jefferson, let me just respond to the points you made. See, you made a lot of points. You talked about how we don't see it and how we breathe and all the rest of it. You talked about all those things, and you went on to use the term spiritual. You see, the reason why I said spiritual should just be replaced for the term unknown is because that hold on, let me finish, please. Can I finish, please? Because that air that we thought we understood before, there was a time we even described that there are 4 or 5 elements in nature where we say water, ice, stuff like that. But later on, they went and found out that there were elements in there. Then they discovered that the elements has atoms in there and electrons and protons and all the rest, neutrons. They discovered that one. Then they discovered that those particles also had other particles in them. So what the problem is that when we don't know details of things, we should make it clear that we don't. Instead of us to just pretend as if we say spirit, then we start asking. You know the dangerous part. Hold on, let me finish. Don't interrupt me, please. I'll let him speak. You know the dangerous part. Oh my God! Can you let me finish my point? Stop interrupting when you don't like what you're hearing.
No, it's not that. Please finish.
No, but it's only fair. Let Forefather speak.
Please finish.
I was talking about it, I don't like it. Whenever I'm trying to land my point, they start.
We're having a nice conversation.
Yeah, but it's only fair. Let Forefathers land.
Let me finish. I'll let him finish his point now. Jesus, look at how they just related the point I was making. Do you know where they actually make a catastrophic error? They start ascribing traits into what they call spirit, that they don't have a clue what it is. Just like when human beings used to think air is this, air is that. Then they discover that air contains these particles that is different from other particles and everything. They start discovering. That's how they discover the atomic bomb and all the rest. But what I will tell you is that some of the things you are describing about what you call spirit, there's an element of truth in it, but don't pretend as if you know what it is. And this is what I don't like. They will start telling you it's God, is this, is that. No, that is not what it is. You don't know what you are talking about. And this is the problem. God created that thing. God created that thing for you to understand it, not for you to just start ascribing traits that are not there. That is not even being manifested.
Forefather, can I answer you? Wait, Jefferson, do you mind? Do you mind if I come back?
Dude, you've been talking for an hour. Chill out.
It's true.
Wait, but let Jago speak. Let's you guys all have it interesting. You're on the same side. You're on the same side with Forefathers, so it's only fair let Jago speak, and then you go after, then we go around.
But that's right. If you can accept those terms, I can accept those terms. Yes,
that's it.
Okay. Now, Forefather, thank you for great moderation, my friend, and Jefferson. Make we break these people down. But I would advise you, Jefferson, don't use too much graphic religiosity. Use language and systems that they can understand. What we are speaking about is the spirit and whether or not we know ourselves. So let me start like that and say this to Forefather and my brother from the States, from another brother. Now, when you are ill as an individual, the knowledge of NHS, the doctor, the whole service of medical health in this country, whatever you go to the doctor, whatever is going on inside of your body, you know it better than the doctor. You may not understand what I'm saying from that, but that is the truth. The thing that takes us away is the education that we do not have about our own bodies. The better from youth, the autonomy of a human being, what I give my children, as I understand it. That's how they begin. Understanding that they have a body and it's going to be exercised. It's going to be put through things and you're going to fall and you would heal. Now, I tell you, when the questions that the doctors ask you, What they ask you is a roundabout questions that allows them to ascertain what medicine that the pharmaceutical companies say that for this particular pain they can give you. But they do not feel what you're feeling. They do not really have an in-depth understanding of what you're going through as somebody who is ill. He who has that knowledge and experience and understanding is the person himself who is ill. Now, there are many who have gone to task and been able to heal themselves through all kinds of means. And I will put to you herbs and spices and other things that can be found in the forest. Now, when you have this understanding that human beings are like this on this earth, because sometimes it's as though we are so one-tracked in what we want to say, we are not given the expanse of what it is to be a human being and the magnificent gift that we have in our physiology, in our spirituality, and in our mentality. These things tell us in our lives that we can improve, but we also understand that history shows us that there are many times that we have gone backward. Now, when we look at it and we understand that some people scientifically put to us that we are actually living in a, what do they call it? In a programmable
Simulation.
A simulation, thank you. So this is what they put to us, that we as mere human beings should be able to understand that we don't understand anything. We could actually be in control. Now, this is a strange thing to put to the table, but we accept it and understand it in terms of where it might belong. Now, I put to you that whatever is going on in this planet, it seems to me that those who are calling themselves Egyptians had a sight more knowledge than we did. A sight more knowledge than we did. Wherever those human beings at the time, no matter how archaically 6,000 million years ago we believe it to be, when we look at their culture, it has been so written on the wall where we are today. For science that we want to speak about in the modern sense of the word, that we can see science was going on before. Science is not new thing. Science is not nothing to be afraid of. Because the human being would always eat the science at some level. Some cosmopolitical that is beyond our understanding for any time. And I believe that science puts us into a false sense of security that we as mere humans know what we're doing. And I put it to you that a lot of the science that we speak about comes from different realms. The actual understanding, it comes from different realms. And we don't put any of this suggestion to the fact that this world is working in a strange way. We don't understand. But for those who would still propagate that there is truth in this world, not my truth and your truth, truth. That is what I think the human pursuit should actually be. Because in that, all is encompassed. You people who say or belittle the fact that you don't know your own spirit, for me, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. But if you want to be in that way, in glimpse, the Western lights, blind by the fact that you're in the West and your feet are not in the soil as remain. That is where fundamental.
The mic is breaking up, right?
All right, so eccentric as you wanted to push back.
So my pushback is, I agree with Forefather, right? To Niger. You know, like we always insert either God or spirit in the middle of something that we don't understand. You know, it's like they call it God in the middle, right? And the thing is, like I've said before, you know, African spirituality, our spirituality, I don't know, I can't talk about all African continent, the whole continent, right? Our spirituality is based on nature, things that you can observe. It's not this woo crap, the Westerners, brought, this whole magical thinking that they had. We didn't have that magical thinking. Our form of spirituality was based on something you could call scientific, right? Like, for instance, there's a deity in Igbo land called Ani. Ani is basically the planet as a female entity, right? They revere the planet as a female entity. That's why when you pour libation, you pour drink, they call it omenana. Omenane is like the way of Ani, right? So, and for instance, most of the so-called deities in Igbo land or in most African culture are based on natural things, things in nature. And if you look at African cosmology, our cosmology actually, some of the cosmologies are pretty fascinating because they talk about something that looks like the
let me ask a quick question. Sorry to cut you off. Especially since you're using African spirituality as an example, and you're using Omenanian.
Yeah.
But doesn't that boil down to Jagun's and Jefferson's position as opposed to yours and forefathers, that there's a spirit? Because these traditions actually believe that we do have a spirit.
So the concept of spirit, the way to talk about it is based on the Western philosophy, the ideology. It's based on Abrahamic religion, that there are aspects of ourselves that is immaterial, that's not of this world. The reason why I think it's nonsense is because anything that exists has a physics. There's a physics behind anything that exists. There's a mechanic behind that exists. If it exists in this world, in this reality, it has physics. There's mechanics behind it. What's the mechanics behind what we call spirit? And the thing is, Jefferson is Igbo. Ask him what is the word for spirit in Igbo. I want to know.
Yeah, spirit is more.
What is the word for spirit in Igbo?
Like there's really, more is spirit.
Like something you can't see.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
What is it? You said more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to.
You know that you're not more.
I'm trying to get the real word. I'm going to.
No, it's more. Don't look online. It's nonsense.
Yeah, it's the spirit. It's more.
It's more. More is not spirit. More is basically a character. They'll say something like "mama," good. Someone has mama. You want a mama. That means you have good so-called spirit, right? These so-called things we assert spirit to using our religious sense actually is the characteristics of a person. A person can possess, right? If you do something, if you give someone money or a gift, they will say, "Oh yeah, when the person has more, right?" But more is something that you call spirit, but it's describing something that's tangible. It's not describing an entity that exists within us that's immaterial, that doesn't have any kind of physical attribute, or that lives in a different realm. This is Abrahamic religious thinking, man. First of all, before you were born,
what are ancestors? Sorry to interrupt.
No, don't add anything. Listen.
That is well put. I will add to what Jagun is saying too. Go ahead.
Before you were born, where were you? That's Jeff. That's for Jagun, because he's saying that when you die, your spirit goes somewhere else. Where were you before you were born? Where was this? Where were you? And what do you remember?
He was so part of the continuing.
Well, no, forefathers.
Let me respond to what Jagun said. When he said something about anybody that is ill with something or something is happening to them, they know more about it than anybody else, even the doctor. See, the problem is, it's not that you know about it, it's the interpretation you make of it. And it still goes back to my original point. The doctor is capable of diagnosing what is wrong with you and able to recommend something that will solve the problem. You will know the pain, but your interpretation may be wrong because you don't have the expertise for it. The person that has learned the science, studied the consequences, seen so many examples of the same thing, has a better knowledge and handle on that issue that is occurring to you. Even if you feel the pain, doesn't mean you have a right to the right interpretation. And this is the mistake we make, that proximity to an issue gives you the ability to make right judgments about that same issue. That's not true. It's evident in all aspects of our lives. We see it even when doctors themselves are not allowed to operate on their own family members because they are too close to those family members. You see that in conflict of interest, this in cases whereby because you are close to an issue, it blinds you, it affects your judgment. This is just because you are close to something doesn't mean you are closer to the truth. And it comes down to the core of the argument we have been making here, that you have to know how to ascertain the truth of things. And this is what Europeans invented. Okay, I wouldn't say they invented, but they really codified it in the scientific method to be able to ascertain truth. That's why they've advanced so fast in such a short period of time. And if we don't learn how to do that, we could be in trouble. Like I said, even AI is going to even take this step further. The way they are able to ascertain what is true. And I really think that is where this conversation is going to rest. Because I like what Cedric said just now. He really put it in a very, very clear way that I can't even start. Because he put it in a way that the Europeans brought the woo aspect into it. They kind of pulled away the physical aspect of what we described from our own culture and made it spiritual, something ethereal.
Yeah, but let me ask, sorry. And I wanted to cut Jagan off when he made such a similar claim that you're making now, that the truth, in this instance, wouldn't truth be subjective based on you guys' beliefs and experience? Because just because you've never experienced what Jefferson and Jagan have does not mean their claims and their assertions, quoting you, are not true, that they're lies.
No, it doesn't mean they are not true, but it also means that when you want to kind of say what is actually true, you have to go for the objective truth. Is there any clear evidence that this is true? Just because everybody believes it doesn't make it true. Some things can be true, like if you say there is air, but you can't see it, when it blows on you, feel it. It's true.
For example, do you believe astral projection?
Astral projection, exactly. Astral projection, because it's occurring, doesn't mean you understand the phenomenon that is actually occurring.
Right, but that doesn't mean that it is not true. That means
no, it is true. You know, that event is true. That's what I mean by interpretation. Right. And this is why I said that we shouldn't have experience in life and just start ascribing traits to it that cannot be repeatable, that cannot be tested by others. Honestly, that's a problem. Because anybody can say anything then. Have an experience, that is true. Everybody should accept it.
No, but there's some people that actually recurrently do it.
Yes, you have to be able to demonstrate it in a controlled environment, be able to repeat it continuously, and if possible,
but for fathers, I would disagree with that. Why? Let me tell you why I would disagree with that. Why? The only reason I would disagree with that is because now you're ascribing Western methods of deducing what you think could be true or not based on the West's way of ascertaining the truth.
Did I not say that earlier?
It's not a Western way.
Oh, you did say
it's not a Western way.
It's like
let's way.
No, I think it's a Western way because it's like saying a Babalawo, for example, and he says, I can do this thing. Let me give an example. I can make this person that you term as your enemy living 10,000 miles away. I can make him sick, or I can make him run mad, or I can make him do this, right? But he says, I just need X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, and he does it. And they call you one day and your enemy in Sweden is roaming the streets of, has walked into Copenhagen in Denmark, whatever, and you start really mad. But then you're saying, well, it could be coincidence, which it could very well be. But you say, if the Babalawo really did it, I want to see empirical evidence that this is how we did it, this is how we did it, this is how now you're trying to judge him through Western standards when he will never be able to prove it to you through the computer, for example, and say, well, I put in this code and I put in this code, and you get what I'm saying?
No, my
Well,
point
the
is
thing
that
is, before you even come back, I just want to say this very quickly. I think I thought Jefferson was going to go before you, so we have 1-1, but we can have 2-2 is good. And what Bombo Ray is saying right now, I think that needs underlining. I was going to say my own, but I would like Jefferson to come back with him, and for me to come back because I need to answer a lot of questions that forefather.
So if there's a Babalawo, right, that could do something that you claim, right? How come they haven't done it to, like, let's say the president? If
it's Jefferson's turn to speak, man.
What are you talking about, dude? We are having conversation here, not like you having like 20 minutes conversation with yourself.
All right, so I've heard everyone's submission. I think essentially was talking about African spirituality. If you remember, I said after the pre-Adamic flood, the Noah flood, we had the Tower of Babel, and we have different languages.
There's no such thing.
Something. That's what I tell you something. Humanity actually had one singular language before.
It's a myth. It's a mythology. It's a mythology. Don't say like it's a fact.
Yeah, that is whatever you're trying to say. My own is that you was going to think of it. Every human being came from everyone has the origin on this planet.
You're a smart person, man. Why are you talking like that? You didn't speak one language ever.
No, well, that's for you. That's for you. Like you said, everyone's entitled. Like I said, everybody's entitled to their own ideology.
What was the language, though? What was the language that we spoke?
Well,
it was the language of one of the Homo erectus because the first human being must have originated with one of them now, isn't it?
So that being said, that being said, we will say, things that we cannot explain, that when we call when we call God into it and everything, it's not all the things that we say it's God. Sometimes it's just mere research. They're trying to understand some phenomena and everything. Like, so what? I don't know where this is going, because last I checked, the so-called intellect that all of us is displaying today, we don't own it. Yeah, we got it from somewhere, right?
Most high.
Yeah, God Almighty, whether we like it or not, whether I agree with it or not, whatever we are doing on this planet wasn't what we didn't just inherit. It was given to us.
Yeah, that's nonsense. It's called God in the middle. If you grew up, if you were born in China, you'll be speaking Chinese. You will be.
Sorry, I finish. I know I'm speaking nonsense. It's fine.
It's your environment. You're programmed by your environment. Your environment conditions.
Okay, I know I'm programmed, but your parents came together and gave birth to you. Except maybe there's another means.
They had sex and had me.
Yes. And you think it was by chance that you're a Superman that you came into the planet, right?
No,
it's something happened.
How many billion sperms are? How many billion sperms are in ejaculation?
Let me finish. What makes you think you are so special? Or what makes you think I'm so special? Or any of us here is special? It could have been anybody else than 5 of us in this platform. Because last I checked, even when our parents made it and everything, there were billions of life force that interacted between our parents.
You exist,
and at the end of the day, fertilization happened, and we're all here today.
You exist, therefore you are.
For once, it's not. No. I'm trying to speak based on the so-called scientific, layman, humanistic point of view.
But you're not speaking anything scientific right now. You're not,
right? Because people who are finding it difficult to have babies, to conceive.
Okay.
You know how much they spend to get the right life force from men, life force for women, for it to be fertilized and to have a fetus and it transformed into a child.
How does that relate to ascertaining the truth of things?
It actually relates. There's somewhere I'm going. Because we make it look like Oh, our parents just, everything just natural. Our parents met together and then they were pregnant and they just came out like that.
That's right.
My friend, it's not like that too. It's not like that.
Jefferson, in life, I begin to think that, Jefferson, let me just add this quickly. Okay, go ahead.
A lot went down for you, for me, and everybody else to be in existence in this planet. If you want to go physical, let's go physical.
Yeah, your parents had sex and had you. That's it.
Yes. And even in that activity, they were millions of sperm, and millions of this thing for eggs.
Yep.
And so what does that tell you though? What does that tell you? That potentially
1 and 2 came. In some cases they had twins. In some cases they had triplets. In some cases they have quadruplets. In some cases they have 5 or even 6.
Okay.
These things do not just happen because it just happened by they came together and everything.
You know what you just said just now. Jefferson.
Let me finish.
When are you going to finish? You guys your submission goes long.
No, hold on. Let me finish. Even medics, even experienced and highly professional medical doctors, medics, medical doctors, armies and everything. There are things that they cannot explain to you. All they will do is, all they will say, oh, okay, when they conceive, they say, oh, the wife is pregnant, everything. Because it's beyond them. All they can do is to observe, give advice, everything, and make sure that the baby is out safely.
You can observe the evolution. You can observe the evolution of sperm and egg. You can observe the evolution from the inception. You can observe the evolution from conception to see how they grow.
Which intelligence are you to observe it? No, you want to go intellectual. Let's go intellectual. What intelligence are you to observe those things? Yeah, let's go that route.
Intellect. You see, the intellect that they are using to observe it. The intellect that they are using to observe it is the consciousness that has been granted to them by the nature itself. Because by the creator now, hold on, let me deal with this because I think this point that he's making is hacking back. Let me just deal with this one quickly. See, the thing about what he just said just now that seems to be even landing into the very fabric of the entire universe itself, that some scientists believe that a negative and positive force can come together and create the universe that you have now. As long as the total force in the universe is 0, it can emerge. So in other words, what you are seeing, basically what you are seeing about conception and how things seem to be moving at random, yet you are the only one that is here. Out of those billions of random this thing, you are the only one that is here. Because that seems to be the very nature of the fabric of reality.
Which reality?
The reality you exist in itself.
The reality. What made you come in? Which reality? How did it come about?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Maybe the reality is trying to tell you that by everything it does, because some people believe that the world is actually a fractal, whereby it repeats itself. You know how they say as above, so below? Yes. Maybe it's trying to tell you this is how it is.
It's
maybe a billion type of universe has been created, or trillion type of universe has been created, but it's only ours that manifests itself like this. Hence, we are here. If it didn't manifest itself, you are not going to be here.
Exactly.
What does that mean?
Like, God it's possible that you are here.
Philosophical discussion right here. What does that even mean that you're not going to be here? If you are here, you are. You are.
Yeah, you are here because if you are not here, you will not know you are not here. That's the point. If you are not here, you're not going to know you are not here.
Exactly.
That's the point. Here that are not here.
What does that even mean? You're not here.
What that means is that your presence here is only made manifest because of a potential for creation. Whatever is responsible for that created you to be here, but it has probably created trillions upon trillions kinds of different permutation. But at this moment, you are the one here now. And remember, to that creator, there's no time. The idea of time doesn't exist. And I think that's part of the problem. When we are trying to imagine the creator, we think about it like time. It creates time too.
Yeah. And you can
it doesn't have time.
Yeah, like people who attribute human essence.
You never understand the creator because the creator is 1 billion steps ahead of us because we have been doing up and down, and yet humanity is still degrading. How about that? Think about it.
Yeah, but
because if you think think about
but still though, you guys are doing woo science. You are saying this exists when you should be saying you don't have a clue. What you are talking about?
No, wait.
You are doing woo science.
When you watch movies like Star Wars, like Star Trek, and all these things, you think it's with clear eye. They're trying to tell you something, that they're trying to make something happen where humanity can disappear and appear. There are some things that, and these are things that we have been doing. No, listen, these are things we are so far doing a long time ago, and do far much more than that. Even our so-called line of sight, line of sight is messed up right now. You can only see some certain. According to humanity, according to human nature, they say if you can see a certain distance, you have long sight, short sight, astigmatism, and all of that. When you try to see further,
you sound like a native doctor. Okay, I should not insult a native doctor. You sound like a.
I'm going somewhere.
I should not insult a native doctor.
No.
Jefferson, your logic is degenerating as it stands right now. What do you
No, I get what you're saying. You're funny, but
what is he saying about it? If you look somewhere.
No, what he's basically saying is just our line of sight. There's more that we're not seeing, but they're in front of us, but we're not seeing it.
Listen, humanity is very much limited. We are supposed to even be able to see things beyond microscopic view with this our eyes, and extremely far.
How do you know we are supposed to see those things? This kind of stuff you just start saying. Why do we need to see things at the microscopic level? No. Our forefathers didn't need to see the bacterial level. Why do they need to see that?
Because you are talking of me being
smelling water gives them a clue. They don't need to see the bacterial itself.
Calm down. Someone here was saying I'm speaking based on speaking abstractive. That let us be scientific and everything. I am telling you that our so-called scientific view of things is highly limited.
Let me interrupt you real quick, Jefferson. Jefferson, let me interrupt real quick. And I'm coming on your side in a different angle, though. Forefathers, do you believe that it's possible this also goes to eccentric, that there are people, you're not on a Zoom call, you're not on no type of devices where they can see you, and they in a separate continent, and they can literally tell you what you're doing, how your house is, what you're wearing, what color you're wearing, who's there with you. They'll tell you things that only you at that point could possibly know. Do you believe that?
I've had some people testify to that possibility. As a matter of fact, even in the FC file, sorry, hold on, calm down now, please. Let me just explain. This thing is not inconsistent to my position. Calm down, it's not inconsistent to my position. I've also had, like, even in the FC file, they were talking about some human beings that have some kind of extraordinary ability. The point there is that just because that is happening doesn't mean it's a spirit that is leaving their body to go and do it. There is an aspect of physics that says space doesn't even exist as we know it. We like to think we understand things, but we just don't understand how it works. And this is a problem. When I said there's no need giving attribute to something you don't truly understand, it's not right. Because you can't even replicate the things. You can't even prove anything.
No, it's not about proof.
No, the only reason I brought that up is because to a little extent, I understand how that actually works.
You drop that line of thought, you're not going to go any further.
Hold on, Jefferson. So,
let him tell me how it works, because I would like to learn.
I'll understand things differently.
All right.
So even in the so-called religious world and even in the so-called world, most people don't even understand themselves. This thing is even.
Jefferson, you are ruthless. He will hear you and he will hear you and ignore you.
That's my guy. That's my boy. That's my boy. That's crazy, son.
He will hear you and ignore you completely.
So that is
merciless.
So the way it works, and I really usually don't like talking about this like this, but the way it works is they basically will send an entity that travels faster than the speed of light. And they've mentioned them, these entities, in the Quran, in the Bible. If African spirituality understands it, ancient spirituality understands them. Hindus, they have different ones. You know, but they're a different race like us, but we can't see them. We call them al-ghaib in Arabic.
Also, did you know that if an entity can move as fast as the speed of light?
No, I know. That's what I'm talking about, because this is real woo areas, right? But I'm telling you, I'm dead ass. I'm dead ass. No, I'm serious. I'm dead ass. So what they do is, I've seen it happen. So what they do is they invoke that entity, and wherever they tell it to go, wherever, there's ways to repel them and they can't come around. They send it and it goes, and it'll be telling them where you are, what you're doing, what you're wearing. They'll be describing it to you, like this is what, and they'll be accurate, 100%.
These are called monitoring.
There you go. Well, I can call them that, but really what they are,
there's no evidence of this.
I just want to reintroduce myself.
No, forefathers, listen, forefathers, I'm dead ass. They call them, listen, do you believe, wait, Jefferson, 1 second. Jefferson, forefathers, let me tell you something. I've been listening to you guys all day. Do you think, let me ask you, do you think we're the only beings living on this planet right now?
No. In terms of, if you talk about higher beings, I don't have any.
No, beings, period. You think we're the only beings?
We are not the only beings. Monkeys exist.
No, I don't mean like that. I mean like
beings.
We're the only ones. Do you believe? Okay, so let me ask it like this: do you believe that there are beings around us right now, as we're all speaking, that we cannot see? Certain people can sense them, but we cannot see them.
What did they
involve? We don't have any proof of that, so I can't believe on something that we don't have any proof of.
No, but see, that's the thing. You don't have any proof of it.
What did they evolve from? Did they evolve from? Wait. Did they evolve
from? We would have had proof of it. The kind of speaking, the ratio of
hold on. Centric was asking a question.
Where did those beings evolve?
They didn't evolve from anything. Okay, so I'll tell you. Where
did they evolve from?
They were created. They were created just like us. We just can't see them.
No, I mean
sometimes you can feel them. Sometimes you can feel their presence.
We
if you're
with the bonobo and freaking the chimp. So
I didn't hear you.
I said we share ancestry with bonobo and the chimpanzee. That's what we share.
I don't know. I don't believe that.
Where did they evolve with?
They're not supposed to say.
Hold on, Jefferson.
Jefferson just talking to himself.
No, I'm not talking to myself. I'm just stating facts.
Wait, Jefferson. He's asking a question.
Where did those entities evolve from? Like, what was
they didn't evolve from? Okay, so they. I'll tell you from my own understanding. Something I know. I don't like talking about things like this. I wish someone like AY was on here. Remember, I told you me and AY we have conversations with certain people. So I'll tell you from something that, and take it from me. I'm not speaking about this lightly. All right. So there actually are Africans are not stupid, and people that believe that there are things called spirits are not stupid. I'll take it from an Arabic point of view. And please, I'm happy most of us on here are not going to be on some, well, it's because you're Muslim. So please bear with me. There are indeed beings, sentient beings that we can, celestial, if you will, that we cannot see. There are ways to see them, but for example, like in Islam, you are barred because they usually will lead you astray. And you probably even don't want to get involved because it might be too much for your mental to see them in their real state. But it is really...
That was kind of schizophrenia, dude. If you see
no, it's not. No, it's not.
See, my problem with that, my problem with that, what you are describing is it's not something that can be peer reviewed. How can somebody just believe something? Okay,
he hasn't gone anywhere.
Hear me out.
He hasn't gone to the place where you can have any understanding of what he said. I've been quiet, man. I've been quiet.
You look like Moses.
Anything I say regarding this,
yeah, go ahead.
Please believe me that I'm not talking from someone else's experience.
When he's not saying please believe me, then if the evidence is faulty.
No, hear me out. Hear me out. No, not true. Because if you notice, anytime we have this kind of conversations, if you notice, I'll tell you something now, and notice the next time we have it, everyone will disappear. He will not try to, he'll talk a little bit and he'll run away.
Who's AY? AY, man. Who the fuck is AY?
What's the matter with you, man?
But hear me out. I say that to say he doesn't want to have the conversation because he doesn't want to have this kind of criticisms. So he just is like,
he doesn't want to have the conversation just because he don't want. That even makes it more problematic.
That we've gone elsewhere. He can argue about anything. If you said a cow jumped over a moon and you meant it in that aspect, my man will start arguing. A cow cannot jump over a moon. Let's argue about it.
So our ancestors were not stupid. Our ancestors were not stupid. All right, and I'll tell you something. There's a reason. Hold on. One second. There's a reason. Some people listen to me very, very well. This thing I'm about to tell you, especially in like African society, especially how effed up it is. There's a reason why some people will always reach financial success, and there's a reason why some people, no matter what effort they put in, they will never meet it. And now you can attribute that to the economic structure of the society, or education, or training, or lack of infrastructure. On the surface level, yeah, that might be true. On the surface level, but looking deeper, and I just use the economy as just one aspect, right? But my point is, if we shouldn't always set our standards to that of the Europeans.
That's not what
we have. Yeah, but that's what we're doing.
That's not what we're doing.
That's what we're doing, because I just mentioned something. I mentioned something earlier, right?
He actually rejected a European narrative.
No, hold on 1 second. So remember, I said something before while I was asking you guys questions, just to pique everybody's mindset. And I said the problem you're having with Jefferson and Jagun is that you're trying to put European limitations on African standards, or African standards on European limitations.
That's wrong.
But that was what you guys were trying to do. Now, the moment I started mentioning, is it possible for XYZ to happen while you're miles away? Forefathers is asking, well, can you peer review it? And then you say, well, that's schizophrenia, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? So we
in Nigeria.
Yeah, because the reason why he's saying that because he's skeptical of the position that people can actually see that in a concrete way.
Guys, I beg you a little squeeze of the time. I beg you a little squeeze of the time. I haven't spoken in an awfully long time. I thought I was going to follow Jefferson as you two had already spoken, and I want to follow on from what's actually been said by our brother Boom Boom Ray.
That's why I want to talk about the influence.
Wait, guys, please allow my time. What it is. I put to forefather at the head of this communication that he is speaking from a Anglo-Saxon, Anglo-centric point of view, speaking like a white man, he's speaking like a black man, saying that a white man's thing is always better. Now, I meant that slightly tongue-in-cheek, obviously, but it seems to me that it's been underlined just now by...
We don't have empirical reason.
We haven't landed.
That's the white man stuff. We don't have empirical...
Yeah, I haven't landed. I'm saying, this is my point of view. What you're saying is not my point of view. So, in this, I pick up on everything that forefather said, and I pick up from the point that I hadn't spoken when I gave the analogy of a doctor, an individual. And it was just an analogy for us to understand that there are things about ourselves as individuals that no one else can know. No one else can know. Whether it's progressing or getting worse. At times, if we are not looking after ourselves or connected to ourselves, we won't know. I'm not saying that there's no ignorance in it.
There are things that happen in my car.
Wait, I haven't finished yet.
There are some mechanical problems.
Oh my goodness.
That I don't even know.
My goodness, can you just be quiet a moment? I didn't say a word.
No, you're just saying the same thing you've been saying.
No, I may be, but I'm still making my point.
Hours ago. You've been saying the same thing.
I don't know.
Let him land or let him.
I don't know if
he has no landing gear. So, like you
as
said,
far as you're concerned, but you're not the generator of what it is that I'm saying. All you have to do is listen and learn, or you can just be ignorant and let us do this, which is rubbish.
Wait a second, guy. Just give him 3 minutes, and then.
Well, I thank you for just giving the pushback, but I don't know that this is difficult. You've spoken. You should be able to be responsible for yourself.
What are you talking about?
You've spoken, and then
wait, second guy. Let him speak, and then you can push back. That's only fair. Just give him 3 minutes, time it. Jack will try to line in 3 minutes, and essentially.
I can do that, but people have had time and space to land their point. All I'm saying is that you spoke, forefather spoke, and then Jefferson spoke. I haven't spoken. Just let me speak. I'm trying to land on this point, that we're still having the same argument. We have to understand between is there a spirit or is there not? Are we making use of our spirit? Are we using the term correctly? Do we understand what the term means? And I'm taking my time to argue about a point that is esoteric, but it's simple, I would think, for us. Now, whilst we're making it difficult, interrupting and not trying to listen and understand, or making cheap points that make really no sense to me, I'm speaking about something quite deep. And I thought that we're all capable of this kind of conversation. Maybe we are, maybe we're not. But if you don't understand what is being said by the presence of something called AI, which is one of the deepest technologies that would come to the table, and the fact that it needs human touch to make sure that this thing is under our spell, if I can use a better word, I would, then I believe that we're entering danger. And I believe that's the significance of the spirit. And I believe that the spirit can be used if somebody, I'm not saying that any of us are there, that it would be more than AI can ever become capable of. But it depends on us as human beings. If you understand that I'm actually the one who is progressing this conversation, I brought this conversation even, So I would suggest that where forefather and yourself are coming from is still rather cheap, because what you're not able to do is engage yourself in the conversation. I'm saying to you that you are mind, body, and spirit. And it seems to me that forefathers owns or admit that there's something from spirit because there's something from high. Seems to me like eccentric is indeed eccentric as far as an African is concerned, because he doesn't believe that there is a father. He doesn't believe that there is a God. He believes exactly as some people believe that there is no God, no such thing, no such thing as a spirit, which is a fair enough for you to find yourself. But it doesn't mean that any of us is going down that road to join you. We're still speaking on the aspect of what we find upon this earth and whether or not we believe that life is just to live and die, and that will be it.
Thank you. I think, gentlemen, we're going to be rounding up soon. Just make your point. It's about 7 hours now.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? African tradition. Let me stop using the word spirituality because that's what's creating confusion. Our tradition, not African tradition. I can't speak for Africa. I can speak Igbo, not the whole Igbo. I can speak like a particular region, right? Most of this concept, right?
Speak for yourself.
If I speak myself, most of these concepts, like spirit, God, all that, these were all concepts that were brought in by Europeans, and then we try to insert them into our own archetypes. We say something like Ekwensu is Satan, when Ekwensu has nothing to do with the concept of Satan. It's just if you translate the word Ekwensu, it tells you what it is in the word itself. It's a drum. It's a drumming system. It's a form of drum you play to start a conflict. It has nothing to do with any entity, any imaginary entity that was created by the Jews in the Middle East, right? So we what we do is that we take like the white man's concepts and then we try to insert them into our own concepts. We say, oh, like for instance, I saw, like if you go to Google and say what is good morning in Igbo, it will say Ototo Oma. Ototo Oma is not. No one says that. It's you're taking English language and then you're retranslating it into Igbo and saying that's what we say, but we don't say that. That's what we do. We do that with we do that with our archetypes, with our concepts. We try to find out how Europeans, how European mentality or their ideology fits into our own concepts. Like I said here before, our ancestors called church Oloka. And I can tell you this: if you go to Nigeria, go ask any Igbo person that you know what is Oloka. They will tell you it's church, but that's not what church means. Oloka simply means a house where people saw. And that's their way of describing what they saw.
A house for the what?
A house
where people discuss. But eccentric, let me ask you a question.
Repeating himself
just because Africans try to equate certain European characters to the best of their understanding. For example, Ekwensu, right, which you said means a drum for conflict. In Yoruba, actually, there's an entity today that they call the devil, which 99% of Yorubas will believe is the devil.
Exactly,
but it actually doesn't mean that.
They know. There's no point in bringing that example.
Right.
The example doesn't make sense to Yoruba though.
Right, but see, like Eshu does not mean the devil in Yoruba.
No, in the way we see it.
Exactly. So, but the point I'm trying to make, Eccentric Cast, is that does not mean those deities did not exist. Now, you might believe in them or in their existence or not, but the point is there was a belief system that held that this Orisha, for example, existed.
Yeah, but listen, the European archetypes, their religious archetypes did not exist in our culture. We didn't have any Jesus archetype. We didn't have any God archetype. Even though there's a word there's a word called Chukwu, right? People say Chukwu is God. Well, if there's God, then it must be Chukwu. If there's this, it must be that. That's what, like we say something like Ehonaya. Ehonaya is how we translate love. But I keep telling people, love is really not Ehonaya. They're all total different stuff. What we do is like we take English concepts and then we try to find out what it fits with in our, it's like we grab, okay, it fits in here, boom, we put it there. But that's not what they are. But what it's doing is like,
but that's the limitations of language, though, or translation.
No. So listen, good thing you mentioned that. But most English words, right, are very, very abstract. That's why you can translate it however the hell you want. Like for instance, like love. Like I said, love can be translated anyhow you want. Somebody can slap you and say that's love. But in Igbo land, in Igbo language, what we actually translate as love, which is Ehonaya, you do not use it that way. You cannot even use that term for someone that you just met. You can tell someone, hey man, I love you, man. Love is love, shit like that. But you cannot say Ehonaya to anybody. You only say it to your wife or to someone close to you, your fiance. That's it. That's who you use.
But at the same time, hold on. Even in the English language, you can't just love. Depends. If I say, yo, I love you, Minister Katz, you're not imagining it the way if I told my wife, I love you.
That's my point. My point is that the word itself is abstract. And one thing with abstract words, it's like, since it's not concrete, you can translate it however you want. You can use it, bastardize however you want. But if it's concrete, if an Igbo person says something that's very concrete, this is concrete. You know what I'm saying? So there's no ambiguity with the words. It's concrete. It is what it is, right? So we say something like the concept of Jesus, God is very abstract. Believe it or not, it's very abstract. Anything can be God. But Igbo people have something, and like if there's morning, right? Morning we say Tia-bola, right? Tia-bola. It's very deep stuff, right? The same chi that we use as God is something that we say when there's morning, when the firmament, right? When there's bright light, we say Chi-abola. Abola means to open up, right? Why is chi there, right? It's what I'm saying. That's how we are using the European concepts to understand ourselves. Also, my pushback on the empirical method. Africans have empirical methods. That's why we understood farming when America in the 1800s. In the South, they didn't understand how farming worked. They did not crop rotate, which caused famine, right? There was famine in the South, which wiped out almost millions of people because they believed that God grows grow crops. When they were told, hey, you have to crop rotate, they said, no, God is going to grow this crop, and we don't got to do that science stuff. And there was famine, and millions of people died. You can research that as part of history. Our people know that it has to do with no God. You have to crop rotate. You have to fix, you have to plant different crops and rotate them, right? That's scientific method. And you can find that in all our traditions. If you go to the villages, if you see all the so-called superstitions, and if you look at it deeply, you find out there's a reason behind that. Like I said here before, in Uturu, they don't kill the alligators. They preserve the alligators by inserting leaves in those alligators. And that was their way of preserving those life forms. Because if you didn't have that, those things will be gone. The villagers will kill them all. But they use all these to preserve their natural.
Well, not only that, there were deeper meanings why they wouldn't kill them.
That's what I'm saying.
Not just the simple, ecological factors or environmental factors.
It is. It's symbiotic relationship that they have.
I don't think so.
You go to some part of Imo State. They don't kill snakes. I forgot what part of Imo State.
Very true.
They don't kill their
Essential Cats, there are reasons. Let's stop looking at everything from a European lens.
The reasons are not supernatural.
I'm not sure it's a European lens. It's like saying it's what the Greeks learned from us is just African. Then he went back to this. It's more like when scientific method is improving, like just mathematics, 1 + 1 is 2. It's a universal language. Basically, they are saying this is the best way to ascertain what is true. Otherwise, everybody will be claiming the stuff is true. if you think about it, it makes sense that that needed to evolve. Can you imagine 7 billion people in the world? As a matter of fact, we wouldn't even have that number because everybody will be claiming that what they are saying is true. How do you know what is true? Sooner or later, you have to have a process of ascertaining what is actually true based on results, what the person claims. If somebody says, if you mix these two things together, you're going to get blue color out, blue powder out. Okay. One, let this guy check this thing when they mix the same color, and when they get the same thing from somewhere else, not from that same person, from somewhere they mix it, they get the same blue color. They check somewhere, and now you know. It's okay. How do you make it? This is how you make it. Then you have a process whereby it's actually beneficial. It shows that you actually understand it. But if you, it's like a horse. If you ride a horse one day and it's a white horse, and tomorrow it goes away and it disappears, you can't control it anymore. They say, oh, yeah, I can ride a horse. No, you cannot ride a horse. You just rode a horse. You don't know how to ride a horse. you just rode a horse. You can't ride a horse. Because if you could, you'll be able to ride a horse every day. You don't have a clue what you're doing. So the point I'm making is that you can't just claim stuff when you can't repeat it. You have to say that you can, because sometimes you can accidentally do something without necessarily.
No. My position is still the same. There are things that you wouldn't understand in terms of spirituality, and the white man, if put in front of them, wouldn't understand. But best believe a lot of these white people understand these things you guys are denigrating right now. The top echelon especially. If you read about Nikola Tesla, for example, go read about his life and how he came into discovering all these things. They call it the occult, but when you look at it, it has a lot of because he did steal a lot of Middle Eastern
I think they have what they call metaphysical stuff. Metaphysics is one of those areas that they study. Most physicists are meant to also study those things, even if
he didn't study it. He came across it.
He came across it
in Egypt.
Yeah, but there's no concrete proof of
this. No. Wait a minute.
No, yeah, there are proof. There's proof. No. There's proof.
Of metaphysics.
Mm-hmm. Well, in him coming across it, what he actually found is that power is in the ether, and that you can move objects without any connectivity, without that. And that's what he came back with. And that's what he scared the world with, basically. Imagine that all the wars about oil and this and that, yet in the ether itself,
he was renowned.
You don't know how to recreate. That's why I speak about these kinds of knowledge, which is esoteric. We don't seem to. Wait.
Physics means so that you guys can understand. We need to close out.
Yes, we should close out. You're quite right. But it's been a good session, I believe.
So let me end it like this. Forefathers, there are two countries right now ready to destroy themselves and the world. A lot of people don't understand that on the line of the Iran, Israel, United States, Muslim world, Jewish world, fracas,
whole world,
they are fighting to understand the secrets of Solomon. And the Jews are trying. You can check for it. I know that 100%. We know this.
It's too much for this.
And right now, hear me out. Just hear me out. Father, just hear me out. Let me just keep going so I don't get caught, lose my train of thought. Mm-hmm. And underneath all of this, the Muslim world, if you notice, are fighting the Israelis, those Europeans, from digging under the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And each time they find out they're digging, they start fighting, they start blowing each other up. In fact, during the Iran-Israel war, if you remember, Ben-Gvir and all these people were like, even they were setting up, Benjamin Netanyahu oh, Iran is trying to drop a missile in Al-Aqsa, which would enable them to go into the hidden tombs. And Iran was like, we did not throw a bomb towards Al-Aqsa. So there are things from ancient civilizations on this earth that you will be, and I'm not insulting you, I just don't have a better term for it. You will be childish, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying in general, a person will be childish to not understand that there are hidden secrets in this world that the powers that be do understand, and it'll be to their benefit if most of the world believes like yourself and the Central Cast that it's all woo science. The world is deeper than you understand. I'll tell you that 100%.
If you say the elites have access to certain knowledge that they've not made public, that they reserve for themselves, I would say it's true. It makes sense. A society will sometimes,
for example, forefathers, sorry to interrupt you, the Vatican.
Yes, it makes sense that they could ban certain knowledge from getting out for whatever reason that they choose to. That is true. But that doesn't mean they don't understand the knowledge. You see, at the core of this is the discussion about how to ascertain the truth of things.
No, they do understand it. Ordinary layman people just don't understand it. So if you're saying, for example,
for them,
give me...
In other words, for them, that is science. For them, that is science. It's not woo-woo thinking.
Right. So you do, okay, so you do agree that there are spiritual aspects to this life, like Jagun and...
No, it's not spiritual because they understand it now. It's not woo. It's not spiritual. It's actually real stuff.
Oh, okay. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from.
There's no school for spiritual. It's just something that they actually, if you ask them, they will actually tell you what they are talking. They're not going to say this is spiritual. They will tell you what is happening there.
Because like in Arabic, they usually even don't call it spiritual. They call it ilm. Ilm means knowledge.
You see what I mean?
So they call it, you know what I mean? They call it ilm. So there's different parts of it. Yeah, so they call it knowledge. But when you say to the regular person, they don't get it. It's like, oh, no, that's like, no, you're talking about some booga. But it's just like the African civilization. So every civilization, the Chinese, the Arabs, the African, the Indians, they all know these things. But I feel bad for the world because we're losing those knowledge, and then we're depending solely on the European aspect of what we call science.
But the AI will take care of it. You know, they said that the AI is a god. It's a god. We are trying to birth a god. That human beings are a gestation to creating a god. When we create a god, technically it could be, because if an AI knows everything, you might as well. You might decide that, you know what, I like these black dudes. You know, this is what they are too wicked. Let's do that. Let's do that. See, AI could go crazy, or could just decide to go away and just shut itself down and make sure that we don't have anything anymore. So, but we don't know what it's going to yield. But some people actually, like I think it's Kabbalah, they actually believe that AI is a form of God. That is how God.
Just like the Sufis also believe that it is the genes basically giving all this knowledge, and eventually they're gonna do humanity real dirty.
See? All right, gentlemen, thank you all for coming in. I think the conversation went very well in terms of where we went.
I think it went excellently. But I still wonder why you still have to cheat. Even when
no, you know, you have stayed true to time. You always have to have a go at me before you end anything. You have to have a go at me.
See y'all later, man.
Yeah, nice one. Jefferson, nice one. Jefferson, the rugged one that doesn't care about anybody talking. He just carries on.
Thank you. About my viewpoints. What I would advise is that we shouldn't be too humanistic and physical about things. There is the spiritual aspect of our lives, whether we agree to it or not. And of course, we also need to understand too that our perception, our so-called five senses, we shouldn't limit our five senses to what we do on an everyday basis. That's what I would advise. You know, when I tried to say something, you guys didn't get what we wouldn't catch that. I just use line of sight as a typical example. Imagine what you can do much more. And hence, that is where all this issue of AI and all this stuff comes in. Because AI and all these other technology is going to do far more than what our human capability can do. And then we are like submitting our very essence to it to make it look like AI is so fantastic when we can do far much more than AI, which is another topic or another day. To those who want to be so, who claim to be so natural, to believe in the natural science and want evidence and want to be so distinct, let not forget too that whatever intelligentsia that we hold on to, it didn't come by accident. And we should be grateful for whatever we have, because it's not everyone that has sound mind. There are people that are literally doing everything to even speak, to really hear, to even think properly. It's a privilege, actually, and not a right. So we should be grateful to the one that gave us the ability to be able to do all. That's my own submission.
Thank you. So before I leave, I would like to say thank you for the conversation. You guys have been very great here and patient with each other. And this is the spirit that we should be trying to have conversation in. And I've tried to learn from everyone. I like the way Eccentric has put his description of how he really does understand quite a lot of aspects of Igbo culture. I have to say, I have to give him credit for that. And Obi, I see you there in the chat. And let me see, Oscar Blackbone, I think who contributed. Adesina John, he said, get some water. Thank you for joining us here. I also see you, who else is there? I think AY was there too. All the people that were there. Dang is also there. Tatawo is also there. I saw Tatawo there. So all of you that has been around, thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate it because the conversation is we're going to try to be raising the level of discourse because these areas are important so that we can be able to understand how to approach this world as it is. This is universal. This is not something only African. This is something for everyone to learn the truth of things. And it's quite important that we have better ways of ascertaining truths, because the more you understand the truth of your surrounding, you're basically understanding the Creator. And because He made everything that is surrounding you, including yourself, it's always good to understand the truth. The answer is there in front of us all. So I will play us out with some of the beautiful culture from Nigeria. And I hope this video comes out okay, because all bets are off. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. And ladies, everybody out there, thank you. Till next time.
Yoga, yoga, yoga. Aye. Yoga, yoga, yoga. Yoga. Go, arrive to Gimabo, Obozano go, Ouso Gamilo, Mbelago Coca, Alago to Palo, Atunabi no what in a wona natulo, Igo Shibiga, Ika Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ika Coca Cocawa, Elagole Wole, Elaloye Polo, Ambatuka Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo, Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku. Olomoteho, oye kokonu moya sema, omola hapa, oda oye moya jama, oblage geku, ipuga je moya gama, elago uso, otris. Yoga, yoga, yoga. Aye, yoga, yoga, yoga. Yoga. Go, arrive to Gimabo, Obozano go, Ouso Gamilo, Mbelago Coca, Alago to Palo, Atunabi no what in a wona natulo, Igo Shibiga, Ika Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ika Coca Cocawa, Elagole Wole, Elaloye Polo, Ambatuka Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo, Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku. Olomoteho, oye kokonu moya sema, omola hapa, oda oye moya jama, oblage geku. Yoga, yoga, yoga. Aye, yoga, yoga, yoga. Yoga. Inawo go kwa arife tukimabo Obozano go Ousoga milo Mbela go koka Alago tupalo Atunabi no wo inowo nana atulo Ijo shibiga Ikia shibiawa Ikoka kokaga Ikia kokawa Ela gole wole Ela loye polo Ambatuka mole Owago moda jalo kimaha Momale awayiko bibilo Ole haya geku Oloduma ya geku Olomoteho Oye kokonu moya sema Omola Ay, yoga. Inawo go kwa arife tukimabo Obozano go Ousoga milo Mbela go koka Alago tupalo Atunabi inowo nana atulo Ijo shibiga Ikia shibiawa Ikoka kokaga Ikia kokawa Ela gole wole Ela loye polo Ambatuka mole Owago moda jalo kimaha Momale awayiko bibilo Ole haya geku Oloduma ya geku Olomoteho Oye kokonu moya sema Omola Yoga Ay Yoga Inawo go kwa arife tukimabo Obozano go Ousoga milo Mbela go koka Alago tupalo Atunabi inowo nana atulo Ijo shibiga Ikia shibiawa Ikoka kokaga Ikia kokawa Ela gole wole Ela loye polo Ambatuka mole Owago moda jalo kimaha Momale awayiko bibilo Ole haya geku Oloduma ya geku Olomoteho Oye kokonu moya
You dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes.